Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Where there's life, there's fun. At a concert or a show, in your own backyard, wherever you go. Budweiser's here and for folks to know where there's life, there's Budweiser.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief. Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. It was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon, 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep she had kept. Pink flower dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite?
No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names.
Well, you never hear 'em used.
My dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well,
Is something the matter? What?
my mother says it isn't nice to fib,
Of course it isn't.
and not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were?
About what?
About your age? About being a little girl?
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jane.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye.
Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes,
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb.
Let's see. Oh, it's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits
The
me.
comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
It doesn't look like you.
Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15? And one at 20? One at 40? 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it.
The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no, they'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't.
Or me.
No, you wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same.
I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb. It's fine.
And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No! Oh, come back. Oh, come back.
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old, and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes, I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else from any other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the 2 girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the 2 little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the 2 girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
the rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
He was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois would be left far off in his past, and he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie,
Yes.
almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well,
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie?
Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days.
Huh?
You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanlon, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935, the Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945, husband and wife, husband and wife. No children, no children, no children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Well, son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret, her voice saying,
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me. making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me, and all the unfulfilled things, and most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie. Ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
It looks green. It looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
Down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into this smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dopkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
Get a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder today for a few cents at any drugstore. See what a surprise you get the first time you use it. We believe you'll never again return to ordinary, less effective ways of cleaning your teeth.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Campbell Playhouse brings you those famous lines again. Revives tonight for you the world's favorite romance. This is Orson Welles, speaking to you only after a low bow to the memory of Henry Miller and James O'Neill and all the rest of his betters who've played the wonderful, mysterious gentleman from Corsica before him. Of the author, of Alexander Dumas, who wrote Monte Cristo, there is no reasonable explanation. Dumas was a rich man. We note with interest that he went bankrupt in the theater. He was a revolutionary. His grandfather was a marquis. His grandmother was a negress. He was born as Napoleon became emperor. He died in poverty as the Germans marched into France. He wrote The Count of Monte Cristo as a newspaper serial. And shortly after the last installment, a ball and a bullfight were organized for him in Seville, and finally, in Algiers, the customs man let his baggage through without examination. Such things don't and can't happen today. But then neither does Alexander Dumas himself the wildest romance of a man who could and did openly maintain at 70 numerous establishments and a literary factory as well, whose quantitative output is equaled in the arts only by the fabulous studio of Rubens. There's a good story about what Dumas père told Dumas fils. Father, said the inventor of Camille, I have just read your latest book. Have you, my son, said Dumas père. What's it about? I'm not sure I have. It's no secret and no shame either that the Chateau Monte Cristo was haunted by many ghostwriters and that its owner signed his name to more books than anyone could ever write. It is not expected of Pharaoh that he build with his own hands his own pyramids. And the mere blueprint of one Dumas plot is an airtight alibi for a whole career. Of all these plots, out of question the most gloriously complex, as perfect as watchworks, and as big as Pittsburgh among all others, one Dumas plot persists as the most ingenious, tall story ever perpetrated by the mind of man. God's vengeance on radio scriptwriters and your indestructible delight in spite of us. Here, then, is our humble 57 minutes worth of The Count of Monte Cristo. Just before we begin tonight's story, I want to confer the freedom of the microphone upon Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, just the other day I sat down in the dining car of a train. I glanced around the tables near me to see what others were having for dinner. Perhaps you've done the same thing now and then because it sort of gives you an idea, doesn't it? Well, of 16 men and women whose plates I saw there in the diner, 10 were eating chicken. Then I found my pencil writing on the order card. Chicken. Right then and there, I said to myself again, it must be this liking so many of us have for chicken that accounts for the great popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Because this soup is chicken, through and through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. Its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. Its fluffy rice is steeped in chicken flavor. And there are tender pieces of chicken meat in it to further tempt your spoon. That's why I promise you that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. If you haven't tried it, why don't you? Perhaps at dinner tomorrow night. And now... Oh.
His Excellency, the Count of Monte Cristo.
Mercedes.
Yes, Fernand?
May I present the most talked of man in Paris, the Count of Monte Cristo, the Baroness Mondiego.
I am deeply honored.
Count of Monte Cristo.
What is it, Mercedes? Are you ill?
No. It's nothing, Fernand. Perhaps the heat of this room. It's very kind of the Count to come here tonight. Will you give me your arm, Count Monte Cristo?
I am honored, madame.
Is it true, Count, what everyone is saying about you in Paris?
What are they saying, madame?
That you have seen so much, traveled so far, suffered so deeply.
I have suffered deeply, madame.
Now are you happy?
No doubt, since no one hears me complain.
Your present happiness, has it softened your heart?
My present happiness does not equal my past misery.
Are you not married?
I am married. No, madame.
You're alone, then?
I am alone.
You have no sister, no father?
I have nothing.
How can you exist, though, with no one to hold you to life?
Madame, a long time ago, I loved a girl. I was on the point of marrying her, madame, when we were separated. I thought she loved me well enough to wait for me and even to remain faithful to my grave. When I returned, she was married. Perhaps my heart was weaker than that of most, and I suffered more than they would have in my place. That is all, madame.
And you still preserve this love in your heart? It's true we can love only once. Did you ever see her again?
Never.
You've forgiven her for all she made you suffer?
Yes. I have forgiven her.
Do you still hate those that separated you? Do you still want to punish them?
They will be punished, madame. But it is not I who will punish them. It is their own past. Rarely has European society been more intrigued than it was the winter of 1834, when the mysterious Count de Monte Cristo appeared in the city of Paris. It is time now that the world should hear his story. Of the title of this man, nothing was known that winter save that he derived it from a small and uninhabited island off the coast of Corsica. The source of his fortune was equally obscure, and it seemed inexhaustible. The paintings in his house in the Champs-Élysées were valued at 7 million francs. His collection of precious stones far exceeded in value that of any of the crowned heads of Europe. Yet it was not his wealth alone that made him remarkable. At a dinner party that winter, a woman was heard to say that the Count of Monte Cristo had the look of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. I heard her say it. The long years in solitary confinement sharpened the hearing. The look of a man, she said, who has been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. No man but I could know how truly the lady had spoken. If to live in darkness for 20 years, in darkness and silence, underground and alone, if this is to dwell in a tomb, then the Count of Monte Cristo had dwelt in a tomb. I alone can speak of these things, for I alone know the true name of the Count of Monte Cristo. It is mine. It is Edmond Dantes. The story of Edmond Dantes begins in 1814, the year the Emperor Napoleon was a prisoner in Elba. It begins with a wedding.
Here answers to the name of Edmond Dantes.
Edmond Dantes, he's my son. What do you want of him?
Edmond Dantes, in the name of the law, I arrest you.
Arrest me? What have I done?
I cannot inform you. You'll be duly acquainted with the reason for your arrest at your first examination.
You hear that? What? He's done. Officer, he's done nothing wrong. He's my son. He's a good boy.
Edmond Dantes, you're under arrest. Follow me. Good, attention!
is your name?
Are you the king's prosecutor, sir?
Yes.
My name is Edmund Dantes.
You will kindly give me all the information in your power. You have served under the usurper Napoleon?
No, sir.
Edmund Dantes, it is reported that your political opinions are extreme.
My political opinions? Alas, I never had any opinions. I'm hardly 20, sir. I was to be married today.
What do you make of this? It is a letter, Monsieur Dantes. Well, read it.
The king's prosecutor is hereby informed by friends of the throne and religion that one Edmund Dantes, mate of the ship Pharaoh, arrived this morning from Smyrna, having touched at Naples and the Isle of Elba. He has been entrusted by the usurper Napoleon with a letter to the Bonapartist committee in Paris. This letter will be found on his person, or at his father's, or in his cabin aboard the Pharaoh. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand it.
You know the writing?
No, sir.
Well, whoever wrote it writes well. Have you any enemies?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now, answer me frankly. Not as a prisoner to a judge, but as one man to another. Is there any truth in this accusation?
No, sir. I swear by my honor as a sailor,
Go on.
The day after we left Naples, when my captain lay dying, he gave me a package to be delivered on the island of Elba.
What did you do with it?
What should I have done? What every man would have done in my place. I sailed for the island of Elba. I delivered the packet and was given in return a letter to be delivered to a man here in Marseille. I did exactly what my captain told me to do, sir. I landed here yesterday. That's all, sir.
I see. Well, it sounds like the truth. Now, you give up this letter you brought from Elba and give me your word that you will appear at your call, and you may go back to your friends.
I'm free then, sir.
Yes, but first, give me the letter.
Here you are, sir.
Very well. By the way, to whom were you to deliver this letter?
To Francois Noirtier.
Francois Noirtier?
Yes, sir. Why? You know this man?
A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Have you shown this letter to anyone?
To no one, sir, on my honor.
No. No one knows that you are the bearer of a letter from the Isle of Elba, addressed to Francois Noirtier?
Nobody, sir, except the one person who gave it to me. Why, sir? What's the matter, sir?
You give me your word of honor that you are ignorant of the contents of this letter?
My word of honor, sir, but what's the matter? You're ill, sir. Can I help you?
No, stay where you are, Edmund Dantes. For me to give orders, not you. I am sorry. I am no longer able, as I had hoped, to restore you to liberty. Before doing so, there are formalities to be gone through.
Yes, sir.
I will try to make them as short as possible. Now, the principal charge against you, as you know, is this letter. You see what I do with it. You see, I destroy it. Now I confine it to the flames.
Dear, for your goodness itself.
Now then, do you trust me?
Order me, sir, and I will obey.
Hey, listen. This is not an order, but advice that I give you.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall keep you until this evening, here, in the Palais de Justice.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else question you, do not breathe a word of this letter.
I promise.
You see, the letter is destroyed. You and I alone know of its existence. So if they question you about it, deny all knowledge of it.
I will, sir.
It was the only letter you had?
Yes, it was.
I swear it.
I swear it.
Good. Now then, not a word to anyone, remember.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. You will take this man to the guard room and hold him there. He is to see nobody, you understand? Nobody. Yes, sir. Follow this officer, Monsieur Dantes. Later, I will give him his orders.
Come to fetch me?
Yes.
By the order of the king's prosecutor?
I believe so. Come with us.
Where are you taking me?
You don't
For the love of heaven, where are we going?
You, a native of Marseille and a sailor, and you don't know where you're going?
I've no idea.
Unless you're blind or have never been outside the harbor, you must...
No!
Look around you!
The prison! The Chateau d'If!
Quite right, my friend, the Chateau d'If!
Help, let me go! I'm innocent! I'm innocent!
Darcy! Haven't you slept?
I do not know.
Are you hungry?
I do not know.
What is it?
I want to see the governor. The governor, do you hear me? I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Reasonable today?
I want to see the governor.
I've told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Not allowed.
Why is it not allowed? I'm innocent.
Take my advice, my friend. Don't brood over what is impossible.
You go out of your head.
Listen to me. I want to see the governor. If you don't let me see the governor someday, I'll hide behind the door, and when you come in, I'll dash out your brains with this stool.
Put on that stool.
Are you going to let me see the governor?
Put on that stool. Put it down.
Well, do I see the governor?
Yes, you'll see the governor at once. At once. Sooner than you think. Corporal of the guard. Halt. By the governor's order. Take this prisoner to the floor below.
The dungeon?
That's where we put our madmen. The dungeon. What? Attention. I tell you, I'm innocent. Forward. Mark.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
In darkness and silence, underground and alone. Every day, twice a day, morning and evening, the jailer came to my cell and put down the vile food and went away without speaking to me. My hair and nails had grown long, and my skin was white as a leper's. I'd been proud the first month. Now I began to beg. I begged to be moved from this dungeon to another. I begged to be allowed to walk around. I begged for books. Nothing was granted. I spoke to the jailer when he brought me my food. He rarely answered me. I tried to speak when alone, but the sound of my own voice terrified me. After what must have been 3 or 4 years, the governor of the Chateau d'If was transferred. The new man did not trouble to learn my name. I was no longer Edmond Dantes. I was number 37. I took to praying, but not as men pray in prosperity. In my prayers, I laid every action of my life before the Almighty. Still, I remained a prisoner. Then a deep gloom took possession of me, and then furious rage and savage thoughts of revenge, and wildly I dashed myself against the walls of my prison. I tore at my own flesh with my nails, and then I began to think of dying. I swore I would starve myself to death. So every morning and every evening, I threw out through the small grated window all the food the jailer brought me. At first gaily, then thoughtfully, then with regret. I held the plate in my hand for an hour at a time, gazing at the morsel of bad meat, of tainted fish, of black and moldy bread. One day I found I had not sufficient force to throw my supper out of the window. The next morning I could hardly see or hear. I knew I was dying. The day went by. I felt a stupor creeping over me. The gnawing pain at my stomach had ceased and my thirst had abated. When I closed my eyes, I saw myriads of lights dancing before them. I was on the edge of that mysterious country called death. Suddenly, a little after dark, I heard a hollow sound in the wall against which I was lying. I sat up and listened. It was a continuous scratching, as if made by a huge claw, some iron instrument scraping against the stones. Then all was silent. Soon it began again. Nearer and more distinct. Perhaps it was only a workman repairing a neighboring dungeon. I'd soon find out. The sound continued. With my earthenware jug, I knocked against the wall where the sound came. Someone had heard me. Each time I knocked, the knocks were repeated on the other side of the wall. When I stopped knocking, the other also stopped. After that, there were no more sounds. The night passed in complete silence. I never closed my eyes. 3 days passed. 3 long days. And never a sound. At last, on the 4th evening, whoever it was quite close to me now. I wanted desperately to help him, but I had nothing, no knife or sharp instrument. I smashed my earthenware jug. That night I moved my bed from the wall and started to scrape the plaster with a piece of the broken jug. Soon the fragments of plaster began to fall away. In 3 days I uncovered a large stone. The next day about noon the stone began to move. Oh, my God! My God! My God, don't fail me now.
Who talks of God in this place? Speak again! In the name of heaven! Speak! Who are you? A prisoner. Of what country? A Frenchman. Your name? Edmond Dantes. How long have you been here? Since the 28th day of February, 1815. Your crime? I'm innocent. And you? Who are you? I am number 27. How long have you been here? Since 1804. 20 years.
All that night we worked. Then, just before dawn, a portion of the floor in my cell gave way, and from the bottom of this passage, the depth of which was impossible to measure, appeared the head, then the shoulders, and lastly, the body of a man. To this man, I owe all that I possess, all that I know, all that I've become. In the prison, he was known as the Mad Priest. I never learned his name. For 8 years, we saw each other every day, using the tunnel he had dug through the solid rock, concealing the mouth of the passage with stones carefully fitted in place. By the sundial he had traced on the wall of his cell, we knew the hours of the guard's visit. The rest of the day, we were together. He'd been a great scholar in his day, and all that he knew he taught me with infinite, loving patience, day after day, year after year. Then one morning, when I came down, I found him standing in the middle of the cell, pale as death.
Quick, Dantes, quick. Listen to what I have to say.
What is it, Father? Tell me, I beseech you.
I'm dying. Help me to my bed.
Yes, Father.
You see, half of my body is paralyzed already. Careful.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, my son. Now listen to me.
Yes, Father.
All is over with me. This night or tomorrow, I will be dead.
Oh, but Father, you can't.
I know the illness. There is no hope. And I shall never leave this place now. Before I die, there's something I want to give you. Here. Look. It's just a burned piece of parchment. But, my child, it is my treasure. From this day forth, it belongs to you.
Your treasure?
Oh, yes. I know what is passing through your mind at this moment. Even now, you, like all the others. But be assured, my child, I'm not mad. This treasure exists. Have you ever heard of the great Sparta treasure?
The Sparta treasure? I've heard sailors talk of it.
For 10 years, I worked for the House of Sparta. That paper that you have in your hand is what is left of the will of Cardinal Sparta, murdered by Rodrigo Borgia. Now, take the paper and put the two pieces together and read.
On the 25th day of April, 1498, being invited to dine by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing for my life, I declare to my nephew, Guido Spada, my sole heir, that I have buried in a place he knows, in a cave of the island of Monte Cristo, all that I possess of ingots, gold, monies, jewels, and diamonds, which treasure may amount to nearly 10 millions of Roman crowns, which you will find in the farthest angle of the island cave, and this treasure I bequeath and leave entirely to him as my sole heir, Cesar Spada. 10 million crowns.
Yes, 100 million francs of our money. Think of the good a man could do in the world with 100 million francs.
Yes.
The treasure is yours, my son. I bequeath it to you. Whenever you are freed, you have only to go to the island of Monte Cristo, and it will be there for you.
But I have no right to it, sir.
You are my son, Dante. You are the child God sent to console me in my captivity.
Days later, in fearful agony, he died. I closed his eyes and laid him out to rest as well as I could, and that night the governor of the prison came down to look at the boy. I watched him from my hiding place in the cell.
Is he dead?
He's dead, all right, Your Honor.
Poor devil. He was a priest. Get him the newest sack that we find.
What time shall we bury him, sir?
The usual time, before dawn. And report to me when it's done.
Very good, sir.
When the cell was empty again, I went in. On the bed at full length and faintly lighted by the light of a single candle was visible a sack of coarse cloth, and in it was stretched a long and stiffened form. Quickly, I unlaced the sack, drew out the corpse of the priest, and carried it through the tunnel to my cell. I laid it on my bed, turned the head to the wall, and covered it with a sheet. For the last time, I kissed the ice-cold brow. Then I went back to the dead man's cell. Could hear steps in the passage and voices as the guards came back with a stretcher. Quickly, I got into the sack in place of the corpse. I laced the sack around my body. I lay stiff, hoping that they would not hear the beating of my heart.
Here we go. You take the head, I'll take the feet. It's heavy enough for an old man. They say every year has half a pound of the bones. All right. Up, Chingo. I got it. Here we go. Funny thing. You're feeling through the sack, and him dead 12 hours, and you're still warm. Yeah, hold it while I open this door. Oh, Lord, it's cold up here. This'll cool him off. Have you got the weight? There it is. Tie it on. Around his feet. Yeah, that's right. Tight. See if you can do it any tighter. Yeah, that's all right. That'll sink him. All right, now. You ready? 1, 2. Wait a minute. Get nearer the edge. The last one was mashed on a rock, and we got the blame for it. All right. Come on. Freezing. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo. Lately, I've been speaking of the increasing numbers of good home cooks who, after years of making their own soup, have put by their kettles and are now letting Campbell's make soup for them. Tonight, I'd like you to hear from a woman who is herself one of these good home cooks. She's Mrs. Barbara Roth of 2134 24th Street, Astoria, Long Island, who has come to our studio to tell you personally what she told us in a recent letter. Will you read it now, Mrs. Roth?
Ever since I can remember, we've had soup with our main meal every day. Mother and I would cook soup each Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, a 2-day supply each time. It was a big job and a long cooking procedure, but Mother has always insisted we need soup every day. About 6 months ago, we tried our first can of Campbell's soup. Well, the decision was unanimous in favor of Campbell's. Since that time, we've enjoyed not only the good taste of Campbell's soups, but also the easy way of preparing them. So I just don't wonder at all that people are giving up soup making at home. We've tried nearly every soup that Campbell's make and found each one such a treat we thought you were entitled to know about it.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Roth. Indeed, we do appreciate knowing about it. Certainly, we at Campbell's are devoting time and care and all our skill to the making of soups worthy of a place at your table. And that's why I want to say to every other good home cook listening tonight, we'd like to make soup for you, too. If you haven't done so already, will you give us a trial? Try Campbell's chicken soup, for instance, for its deep, rich chicken flavor. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's practically a meal in itself. If you'll do this and let the fine flavor of these Campbell soups speak for itself to you and your family, I'm almost certain you'll say, well, soup is one thing I no longer need make in my home. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles.
In the late summer and fall of the year 1834, merchant vessels plying their trade between the south of France and the coast of western Italy arrived in port with a strange story. Some miles north of the Isle of Corsica, there was a small island known as the island of Monte Cristo. Naked and barren, it offered no shelter for ships, no possible place for human habitation. Even the savage Barbary pirates who infested those waters were known to avoid its rock-bound, treacherous shores. From this island, a thin column of smoke was now seen rising day after day as from a fire, and a large ship was seen standing out to sea, flying no flag. On one or two occasions, when curious merchantmen attempted to approach the island, they were greeted with a cannon shot across their bows. Then one night the ship vanished. After that, there was no more smoke, and the island of Monte Cristo remained barren and deserted as before. September 1834. There arrived in Marseille a man of about 38 or 40 of a pallor that was almost livid. He gave the impression of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. Soon after landing, he inquired for an old man by the name of Dantes. And hearing that he had been dead for the past 14 years, he inquired for a tailor of the city called Cadarus.
My name is Cadarus, monsieur.
There are a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Yes? What makes you think I can answer them or that I want to?
This.
Oh, 1,000 francs.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm tearing this 1,000-franc note in two, my friend. One half is yours now.
But,
the other half will be yours when you've answered my questions. Monsieur Cadarus, in the year 1814 or 15, did you know a young sailor by the name of Dantes?
Sailor? Dantes? Yes. Why do you ask? Is he alive?
No. He died in prison.
Died, eh? What did he die of?
What do young, strong men usually die of in prison? He died of sorrow and a broken heart.
Oh, dear.
And here's the strange thing. To the very end, Dantes swore he was utterly ignorant of the cause of his imprisonment.
So he was, poor fellow.
Why do you say that?
For no reason. Go on.
I was with him when he died. And with his last breath, he begged me when I came to Marseille to clear his name, and he gave me the names of the people who were his friends. There are three, he said, besides my father and the girl I was betrothed to. One of them is you, Cadarus.
He said that?
The second man is a man called Danglars.
Danglars?
The third is a certain Fernand Mondiego.
Mondiego?
Yes. You know these men?
Know them. Listen. I could tell you something about those two. Not that it would do much good now that he's dead.
Who?
That young fellow you were talking about. The sailor, Edmond Dantes.
What do you mean? It wouldn't do him much good.
Just what I say. Do you know who sent Dantes to prison?
No.
Well, I do. Two men who were jealous of him. One for love and one for ambition. And you know who they were? I'll tell you. Mondiego and Danglars.
I thought they were his friends.
Yes, so he thought.
What did they do?
They denounced him to the police as a traitor.
And was he a traitor?
No more than you or I. But they knew he had a letter on him from the Emperor Napoleon in exile. Something his dying captain had given him, and it looked bad.
Which of the two denounced him?
Both. Danglars was the sharp one. He wrote the letter, and Mondiego put the letter in the post.
What? When was this letter written?
In a cafe. The night before his wedding.
How do you know? Were you there?
I was at the next table. They thought I was too drunk to hear them, but I heard them. They sent the letter to the magistrate, de Villefort.
Villefort? If you knew all this when they arrested him,
Why didn't you speak?
I was afraid, monsieur. I was afraid of what they'd do to me, those two. Danglars was the sharp one, but Mondiego was quick with his knife. Oh, often at the time I've repented it.
Well, now you've told the truth at last.
But Edmond Dantes is dead and has not forgiven me.
He never knew what you'd done.
He knows it now. They say the dead know everything.
Yes. Now then, Caderousse, another 1,000 francs if you tell me the truth. You say those two gave him up because they were jealous of him.
That's right.
Why? Why was this Danglars jealous of him? They were shipmates.
Shipmates? How did you know that?
You told me just now. Why was he jealous of Dantes?
Danglars? Because he wanted his job.
Oh.
Yes, and they were mates together on the same ship. When the old captain died and the owners made young Dantes captain, Danglars never forgave him.
And the other one, this Mondiego. What did he have against Dantes?
A girl.
A girl?
Yes. A girl Dantes was engaged to marry. She was Mondiego's cousin, and he wanted her, too. And, well, when he got his chance to get young Dantes out of the way, he took it.
I see. And now tell me, what happened to those two, Danglars and Mondiego? Do you know them still?
Where in heaven's name have you been, my friend? There isn't a man in France who doesn't know them. Danglars, a millionaire, has a banking house of his own. Baron Danglars, he calls himself now. And Mondiego's a baron, too, and a cabinet minister, and an officer of the Legion of Honor with a house in Paris a block wide. They've done pretty well for themselves, they have. And you'd think they'd remember their old friends, wouldn't you? But not they. They send the butler out with a 10-franc note. That's what they do.
Now then, tell me, how about this girl Edmond Dantes was betrothed to?
The girl?
Yes.
Mercedes?
Yes. Yes, that's her name. What happened to her?
Oh, that's a sad story. When Dantes was arrested, she was nearly mad with grief. Pitiful it was. 6 months went by, and there was no news of him, and every day there was her mother telling her that he was dead and telling her to marry Mondiego. She used to come to see old Dantes. Edmond is dead, he said to her. If he weren't, he would have returned to us. Then the old man died and left her quite alone. Still she waited, and still no word from him. Then, in the end, after a year, she married Mondiego. Now she's one of the greatest ladies in Paris.
A year? She waited a year?
What'd you say?
Nothing. Nothing. You say Edmond Dantes' father died?
Yes, soon after his son disappeared.
What did he die of?
Well, if you want to know what I think, he died of starvation.
Starvation?
The doctor had another name for it, but I know better. He locked himself up in his room and died of starvation.
Later that day, the stranger appeared at the town hall and asked to see the prison records for the year 1815. He obtained permission to go through the case of a certain Edmond Dantes, imprisoned that year and subsequently reported as dead. He read the examination and record and noted with surprise that the name of Francois Noirtier, to whom the fatal letter had been addressed, never once appeared in it. There was a notation in the margin which read as follows: Edmond Dantes, an inveterate criminal, be kept in complete solitary confinement and to be strictly watched and guarded. It was signed Francois Noirtier de Villefort. Below, in another hand, was written, prisoner killed while attempting to escape. That night, the stranger left Marseille, going north. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Ollie?
Yes, master.
Here are 100,000 francs. Spare no expense. Find out everything there is to know about those three. Every move they've made, every word they've said, every line they've written.
Yes, master.
Find out about their homes, their wives, their children, friends.
Yes, master.
Find out where they got their power, how they made their money, whom they robbed, whom they cheated, whom they murdered.
Yes, master.
One day in November, Baron Danglars, head of the banking house of that name, received a visit from a new client.
I have the honor of addressing the Count of Monte Cristo.
You have, Baron Danglars?
Have you been in Paris long, sir?
Since this morning?
I have a letter here, sir, from the firm of Thompson and French in Rome. A letter of credit in your name.
Good. Then I take it beginning today my checks will be duly honored by your house.
In this letter, there is one thing not quite clear.
Indeed.
According to this letter, the Count of Monte Cristo is to have unlimited credit on our house.
And what is there in that simple fact that requires explanation?
Merely that term, unlimited.
Are you suggesting that Thompson and French are not looked upon as solvent bankers?
Oh, no. It was not their solvency I spoke of, but the word unlimited in financial affairs is so extremely vague a term.
To me, Baron, the word means exactly what it says. It means without limitation.
Well, I assure you, sir, that up to the amount of $1 million...
I beg your pardon.
I assure you, should you at any time be hard-pressed, were you even to require $1 million francs...
1 million? Why, Baron, I always carry 1 or 2 million in some corner of my pocket. Expect me to call on you for 10 or 15 million on my first draft.
Well, I admit I have hardly been...
If you would prefer not to handle this account, Baron Danglars, I have letters similar to yours addressed to Barings of London and Baron de Rothschild of the city. You need have no scruples in declining.
I assure you, I never entertained...
No. You merely wish to be convinced that your stockholders ran no risk. Nothing more. Very sound, Baron Danglars. I understand they include some of the greatest names in France. Am I right? The Count de Mondiego?
Eh?
The Baron de Villefort?
It is not generally known that...
Oh, of course. Now we understand one another. I should like to draw tomorrow the sum of, shall we say, 6 million francs. Half gold, half note.
6 million francs? As you say...
If I should require more, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way, buy me tomorrow 10,000 shares of Austrian Commonwealth.
You have some information, sir, about this stock?
You will find, sir, that I never gamble, except in certainties. Villefort, Mondiego. Ali.
Yes, master.
What have you found out about these men? One, Danglars.
Danglars, banker. 3 times bankrupt. Convicted of using charity funds. Recently suspected of plunging heavily with the funds borrowed from his own bank.
2, de Villefort.
De Villefort, formerly King's agent in Marseille, where acted as Bonapartist spy under the name of Francois Noirtier.
Francois Noirtier.
Known to accept bribes. At present, Prosecutor General of King's Court. Said to speculate with funds borrowed from Danglars Bank.
3, Mondiego.
Mondiego, dismissed from naval service for theft. Tried for murder, 1816. Deserted French Army, 1824. Believed involved heavy losses, Danglars Bank.
Danglars, Villefort, Mondiego. 1, 2, 3.
Well, gentlemen, you're late, Villefort. What is it, Danglars? You sent for me in court. I hope it's something good this time. We need it.
Just arrived. A private message for the Count of Monte Cristo from the firm of Thompson and French from Rome. They've never been wrong yet.
Does he know we intercept his messages, Danglars?
Who cares?
What does it say? Read it, man.
A secret treaty has been signed tonight. Anglo-Italian shares due sharp rise. Buy all available shares. Thompson and French.
Well?
We are going to buy.
Danglars, I'm worried. Everything we've touched has gone wrong lately. Those Belgian bonds we bought, we lost $500,000
Whose fault is that? On whose information were they bought?
Can I help it, Danglars? The government changes its mind.
Gentlemen. Our situation is desperate. We've got to plunge. We have no choice. If it were not for the Count of Monte Cristo's deposits, we'd have been bankrupt 3 weeks ago. Yes, you understand that? Bankrupt. If that money should be called for today or tomorrow or the next day, this bank is ruined.
Danglars, I don't see what that has to do with us.
You don't, eh? Well, if I go, you go. All of you. Make no mistake about that.
Oh, gentlemen, what do you propose to do about this, Danglars?
I propose to buy every share of Anglo-Italian that comes into this market.
With what?
With what? You forget, gentlemen, that the Count of Monte Cristo has 16 million francs on deposit in this bank.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, what about this message of his? Does the Count of Monte Cristo get to see it? This message, gentlemen, was lost in transmission.
Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian. 104. Sold Danglar and Company. Sell 200 Anglo-Italian. 105. 110. Sold Danglar and Company. Sell 500 Anglo-Italian. 110. 115. 115. 125. Sold Danglar and Company. Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian. 130. 135. Sold Danglar and Company. Buy 1,000 shares at 150. 175. 210. 250. Anglo-Italian. I'll buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered.
Rarely has Paris been more intrigued than it was that winter by the mysterious Count of Monte Cristo. His wealth seemed inexhaustible, and it was said that for his carriage wheels alone he had paid 1 million francs. It was at the end of December that a great ball was given by the Baron Danglars.
Count of Monte Cristo.
Countess de Mondiego.
We have missed you.
In so short a time, madame.
A strange thought occurs to me.
Yes, madame?
It seems to me that you've been gone longer than I can say. It's an odd idea, Count, but I cannot shake it off.
You must think back, madame. Perhaps some half-forgotten moment in your past.
My past is not forgotten.
No? Then it is lost.
What's lost? What have you lost? Who are you?
You must forgive me, Countess. I have an appointment with your husband.
Tell me who you are.
Madame, I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Congratulations, Danglars. I got your message. Good day's work. Tell me, how much did we buy of Anglo-Italian?
62,000 shares.
62,000?
Yes.
How much profit does that show?
So far, Mondiego, 3 million.
3 million?
3 million, yes, and it's only a beginning.
Who is selling?
That I don't know. I couldn't find out.
Baron Danglars?
Yes?
Count of Monte Cristo would like a word with you.
Tell him I can't see him.
Good evening, gentlemen. A charming party. I hope I do not intrude. Danglars, de Villefort, Mondiego, how fortunate. Gentlemen, I'm here to say goodbye to all three of you.
Goodbye.
I've decided to leave Paris for a while, perhaps forever. Before I go, certain things I've left to do. Baron Danglars, I'm in need of money. My credit on your books as of tonight is 16 million francs. That's about 4 million to cover certain stocks I sold short today. Here's a check for 10 million francs made out to cash. My carriage will be at your bank at 9 o'clock. I'll take half in gold and half in notes.
But surely...
I beg your
pardon.
pardon.
Sir, such a very large
Yes,
sum.
a very large
If
sum.
you could conveniently wait for this money for 24 hours, or at the most, 48.
I have told you, Baron Danglars, I am leaving Paris in the morning. Oh, by the way, Baron, you will be interested to learn that less than an hour ago, Anglo-Italian went into liquidation. Yeah, liquidation. This moment, that stock is worth less than the paper on which it is printed.
The message from Thompson and
That
French.
message was sent on my instruction 3 days ago. You see, gentlemen, I own Thompson and French.
But isn't it true about the treaty?
As far as I know, Mondiego, there was not any question of a treaty. It means that you three gentlemen are ruined. It means that you, Danglars, have robbed the poor and the helpless for the last time.
I'll prosecute you with this. I'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
I don't think you will, Baron de Villefort. In the first place, that message was addressed to me. In the second place, since noon today, there has been in the hands of the Minister of Justice a complete record of the career of Francois Noirtier, also known as Baron de Villefort. Spy, thief, forger, informer.
Who are you?
Who am I, Mondiego? Still you don't know. I know you very well, Fernand Mondiego. And tomorrow all Paris will know you for what you are. Deserter, traitor, murderer.
Who are you? What have we done to you?
What have you done to me? You condemned me to a slow, horrible death. You killed my father. You deprived me of love, of freedom, of happiness.
What is your name?
I have but to pronounce it, Mondiego, to strike you to my feet. Look at me, Fernand Mondiego. I am the specter of a wretch
You buried in the dungeons of the Chateau d'If. You guess it now, do you not? Or rather, you remember it? For notwithstanding all my sorrows and my tortures, I show you now a face which the happiness of revenge makes young again. A face you must often have seen in your dreams since your marriage, Fernand Mondiego, with Mercedes, my betrothed. Yes! I am Edmond Dantes. Countess Mondiego.
Yes, Count?
Your husband has been detained. There are matters of urgency which will not permit him to leave this house. May I see you to your carriage?
Yes, Count. I asked you a question. I wonder if your answer was the truth.
Madame?
The girl who made you suffer. I asked if you had forgiven her.
Yes. Yes, I've forgiven her.
And those who separated you? Do you still wish to punish them?
Madame, they have been punished. But my answer is still the same. It is not I who punished them. It was their own past.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. Just now, I'd like another word with you on something good to eat. You know, I really believe your very first spoonful of Campbell's chicken soup will be a revelation in how fine, how deep in chicken flavor a chicken soup can be. I'm prompted to say this because I know so well from having visited Campbell's kitchens what good things are in this chicken soup and how carefully it's made. To begin with, unlike most chicken soup made at home, Campbell's use not some, but all the choice meat of selected plump chickens. But apart from this one advantage, they follow closely the old home way of making chicken soup. They simmer the broth long and slowly till every golden drop is rich with chicken flavor. And then they measure in light, fluffy rice and add tempting pieces of tender chicken meat to complete your enjoyment. Now, doesn't that sound like a chicken soup you'd enjoy? I really believe it is. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Have it tomorrow, won't you? And now, here is Orson Welles with news of next week's story.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The native quarter, known as the Kasbah. As you look at it here, it's just a few lines on the map. But the reality is something stranger than anything you could have dreamed. It's only a step from the modern city to the Kasbah. But when you take that step, you enter another world. A melting pot from all the sins of the earth, a crawling anthill, a jungle of houses, a labyrinth of narrow passages and winding alleys, rotten with vermin and decay and the filth of centuries. No one knows what mysteries are hidden behind those walls. No one knows what crimes and hopes are buried in those secret courtyards. 40,000 inhabitants from all over the world, Chinese, Gypsies and Checos, Slavs far from home, and Maltese, Negroes from every corner of Africa, Sicilians, and Spaniards, hot-blooded and quick to hate, and women of every age and of every shape, women caught in the net of the Kasbah which rises like a fortress from the sea, colorful, sordid, and dangerous. There isn't just one Kasbah. There are hundreds, thousands.
And in that labyrinth, Pepe El Moco is at home. And he's safe as long as he stays there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the introduction to next week's broadcast. It's what Detective Slemaine tells the detective from Paris about Pepe Le Moco, one of the greatest criminals the world has ever known, who found himself one of the most successful hideouts a criminal ever unearthed. The Kasbah. That ought to do for the Oriental music. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kasbah is the scene of next week's broadcast. The title, which we have neglected to mention, is the name of one of the weirdest, wildest places on the globe and one of the best romantic adventure stories ever put on the screen. Algiers. You remember it from the French picture and from Walter Wange's wonderful American picture. Our guest next week, the lovely Paulette Goddard. Please join us. Until then, till next Sunday night, until the Kasbah and Pepe Le Moco, at the same time, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Count of Monte Cristo, Orson Welles played the part of Edmond Dantes, The Count of Monte Cristo. The part of Carterus was played by Ray Collins. Everett Sloane was the Abbe Faria. Frank Reddick was Villefort, and George Couloris was Danglars. The part of Mondiego was played by Edgar Barrier, and that of a jailer by Richard Wilson. Agnes Moorehead played Mercedes. The music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and directed by Bernard Herrmann. The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our adaptation of that colorful and successful motion picture story, Algiers, with Orson Welles and Paulette Goddard. Remember, Campbell Playhouse next Sunday evening. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
No matter what your favorite entertainment is, you'll always find it on the Maxwell House Showboat. The ticket of admission, as always, just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. Tonight, guests of the Showboat, I'd like to put on a little scene concerning something we've been talking about ever since hot weather began. The friendly stimulation of a tall, tinkling glass of iced Maxwell House coffee. As our curtain rises, we see a golfer step inside his front door at home. His wife calls to him.
Well, dear, how was your game? Pretty hot day, wasn't it?
Hot as right. And the game just so-so as usual. Oh, goodness, Mary, I feel all in. Tired. Those last two holes took everything I had. Even the shower didn't seem to help much. Guess I'll just sit down in the easy chair and rest a bit.
I thought you'd be feeling kind of low and played out, dear. So I'm repeating the wholesome little ceremony you liked so much last week.
Yeah, what's that?
The most refreshing drink there is. It'll buoy you up all right. And afterwards, I'm sure you'll feel that your exercise was well worthwhile. Here you are.
Iced Maxwell House coffee, huh? I tell you, Mary, this certainly does hit the spot.
Curtain. And, ladies and gentlemen, in golf and tennis clubs, around swimming pools, in the locker rooms at the baseball parks, at the beaches, wherever people are active this summer, you'll find a growing custom. People are drinking iced Maxwell House coffee. And you'll enjoy it, too, whenever you need refreshment. A cooling drink of iced Maxwell House coffee with its friendly stimulation that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of A Comedy of Marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery and introducing the director of the film, Alfred Hitchcock. Like every other art, the motion picture has developed its own popular catchphrases of evaluation and criticism. One of these is the Hitchcock touch. The Hitchcock touch is more than an artist's signature. It represents the highest pitch of the screen director's art, an indelible impression of the director's unique talents upon the other ingredients of the film. And now it is with pride that the NBC Theater presents the screen director of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and such other unforgettable pictures as Rebecca, Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Notorious, and Rope. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you very much. It would seem that after a decade of directing motion pictures in this country, I have become associated with that emotional skyrocket, suspense. So perhaps I should warn you that tonight, suspense has been suspended. I must confess to several attempts to scare the daylights out of an audience, or at least to tie their nerves into pretty little knots. But in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we reversed ourselves and turned to comedy. So don't bother sitting on the edge of your chair. It might strain your diaphragm if you feel a giggle coming on. Now we give you Mr. and Mrs. David Smith, a family with a formula, a couple with a constitution, a set of rules for a successful marriage. There has just been a domestic battle between the Smiths. Right now, handsome David Smith is reclining on the bathroom floor, his head pillowed on the bathroom scales. Anne Smith is brandishing a razor at her husband's throat. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. That's right. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith, and they are both feeling very smug about the latest success of domestic diplomacy.
Oh, easy with that razor, Anne.
You look like 5 of the men who mutinied on the Bounty.
Oh, I'm late for work.
Now hold still.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
you realize that I've been away from the office 3 solid days?
I know. But we had to keep our main rule. You are forbidden to leave the apartment after a quarrel unless you've made up.
Yeah.
If every married couple had that rule, there'd never be a divorce.
No one would ever get down to the office either.
We've got respect for each other, David.
Yep, that's our big trick.
David,
Uh-huh.
we're very happy, aren't we?
Well, what do you expect me to say at the point of a razor?
David, if you had it to do all over again, would you marry me?
Uh-oh.
Remember Rule 7. Be frank and honest with each other at all times.
Well, frankly and honestly, if I had it to do all over again, put that razor down a minute, will you? Thanks. I wouldn't marry you.
What?
Well, a man gives up so much freedom and privacy and independence when he gets... Oh, now your feelings are hurt.
Oh, no. No, it's perfectly all right.
So can I get up now and go to work?
Of course, David, if you want your freedom.
I just want you to get up off my chest, darling.
I don't want to cling to my husband if I'm not wanted.
And I do want you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you.
Oh, if my only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Darling, you're my little girl, and I'm frantic about you. Now, forgive me. Say you forgive me. Oh, come on, say you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Well, give me a kiss. Now, can I get up and go back to work? Morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, David. Glad to see I have a partner in the law business again. You've been out 3 days this time.
Well, you know how Ann is, Jeff.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Oh, there's a little guy named Deaver waiting for you in your office.
Deaver. Never heard of him unless it's Danny Deaver. They hung him in the morning, didn't they? Oh, well, I'll go right in and talk to him. Hi there, Mr. Deaver.
Good morning. Mr. Smith, I take it?
Yeah. Yeah, what can I do for you, Mr. Deaver?
Beecham is on the other side of the river.
It is? Say that again, will you?
Well, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
That's nice.
Yes, but it was always incorporated in Brender County, which is in Idaho. You follow me?
Yes, we're in Idaho. Go on.
Yeah. Well, we in Beecham found out that we belong in Nevada.
Yes?
So anybody who got married in 1946 with an Idaho license...
Yes?
Like you did...
Oh?
Well, they aren't really married.
Oh, they aren't?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but the Chamber of Commerce figured if everybody got married all over again, it'd be better.
That's pretty funny.
And so here's your $2 back. Now you can use it to get another license.
Well, now, that's very square of you boys in Beecham.
You just get married again, that's all.
Oh?
Well, I've got to be on my rounds. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Goodbye, Mr. Deaver. Thanks a lot.
Oh, no. Not at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Mrs. David Smith. Now, Miss Ann Krausmeyer. Miss Albright, get me my home, please. Little Annie Krausmeyer. My favorite date.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
And with Beecham on the other side of the river, Mrs. Smith, that makes us in Nevada, not Idaho. So the marriage isn't legal.
Not legal? But for 3 years...
It's nothing serious, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, no, just a matter for the vice squad, that's all.
Please, Mrs. Smith.
Stop calling me Mrs. Smith, as though that makes a good woman out of me.
Oh, all you do is get married again and everything. I explained it all to your husband.
Oh, then David knows about it, too.
Spoke to him an hour ago.
Well, why didn't he tell me about it when he telephoned?
Well, you see...
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he invited me to Mama Lucy's restaurant.
Yes.
That's where he proposed to me 3 years ago.
Oh.
He's going to ask me again tonight. He's a dear.
Well, just so he isn't a stag.
Oh, Mr. Deaver. Oh, he'll ask me tonight. He'd better ask me tonight. It's a lovely dinner, isn't it, David, dear?
Going up in price since 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, some things haven't. I mean, like postage.
Yeah, airmail just went up to 6 cents.
Well, yes, but I mean, like permits and licenses and stuff.
Yeah, fine if you own a dog.
David.
Now, don't nag me about buying a dog again, dear, no.
David,
Yeah?
where are we going to go after this?
Home?
Well, aren't we supposed to do something before we go home?
Nope. Just go home.
Oh. What happened at the office today? Anything new, exciting, unusual?
Same old routine, same old palaver, yakety, 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 yakety.
That's all?
That's all.
That does it. That does it.
Anne.
You know we're not married.
Annie, the public...
You were just going to go through life with me with that silly, oh, what I know about us expression on your stupid face.
Put down that champagne bottle. I was going to tell you later.
Back home and without getting married, sure.
Annie, everybody
If
is
you don't
looking.
leave me alone, I'll call the police.
Annie, for heaven's sake.
Help, please.
Annie, great Scott.
This man is molesting me.
Annie.
Help.
Annie.
Help.
Oh, for crying out. Annie.
Well,
Remember me?
libertine.
Brought you flowers.
Eat 'em.
Ow! Bido's! You broke Bido's! Bido's is bleeding. Ed, open this door at once. Eddie! Anne,
Stop following
you're
me.
my wife.
We are not married.
All right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
That's a nice, snarling proposal. Well, I wouldn't have you.
What's the matter with me? Name one thing about me you don't like.
Oh, my, aren't we vain?
One thing I am not is vain.
Oh? What about that tar stuff you kept rubbing in your hair that smelled up the bedroom?
I was only trying to keep my hair for you.
Well, keep it for yourself. I've got hair.
Oh.
Now beat it before I call the police.
Now, you see here, Annie.
Help! Police!
Annie.
Measure!
Annie.
Measure! Public nuisance!
Oh, Annie.
Measure!
David, as your friend as well as your law partner...
Yeah, I know. I'll catch up on my work, Jeff. Don't worry.
It's not that, Dave. I want you to drop into your own apartment tonight for dinner. I'll be there.
You? What for?
Well, Anne is fond of me, and I'm fond of her. I think I can get this thing straightened out, Dave.
Why, Jeff? Why, Jeff, you're the best friend a fella ever had.
We're partners, aren't we?
You're the best partner a fella ever had.
We were schoolmates, David.
Yes, and you were the greatest halfback that Alabama ever had.
You mean that, Dave?
I used to think that Hinkle was the greatest, but Hinkle couldn't lay a hand on you.
Thank you, David boy. Thank you.
Hello, Anne.
Come in, David.
Anne, I want to tell you here and now how sorry I am
Talk
about...
to my lawyer.
Lawyer? What lawyer? Hiya, Jeff.
Anne has asked me to represent her in this case, Dave.
She what?
Asked him to represent me.
She doesn't really need a lawyer, you know.
Well, then you ought to do fine.
Dave, as a lawyer yourself, you know that Anne may halt this relationship between you at any time and marry someone else. As in the case of Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Adams, and Gimble versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
Stabbed.
Now, David boy...
That's dirty tennis.
David, I'm asking Anne here in your presence if she'll think of me as a possible someone else to succeed you, David.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Jeff. You know I've always been fond of you.
Thank you, Anne. I shall regard that as encouragement.
Oh, Jeff.
That settles it. Goodbye, Anne.
Oh, goodbye, David.
And you, Jeff Custer, comparing yourself to Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't even wring out Hinkle's sweatshirt. Goodbye.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Hello?
Anne, darling.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
Great news. My mother and dad have just come up from Alabama. They want to meet you.
Meet me, but I'm a Yankee.
When they see you, they'll forgive you. Meet us all in our office in 30 minutes. And, Anne.
Yes?
You know that daring, rather low-cut dress of yours?
Yes.
Don't wear it.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, y'all.
So, you're my boy's fiancée. Well, yeah.
Those lovely Confederate gray eyes.
Well, thank y'all.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Grousmeyer?
No.
Oh?
But an ancestor of mine deserted from the Union Army.
Many Northerners saw it that way. Yes, I commend him quite highly. Son, this young lady will do.
Jeff, my secretary tells me that... Am I interrupting something, Jeff?
Mother, father, David Smith, my partner.
I do. Happy to know a partner of Jefferson, sir.
And this is Anne Krausmeyer, Jeff's fiancée.
We've met, I think.
Fiancée?
And I was just about to suggest a boat trip for Anne and Jeff to New Orleans.
Boat trip? But Anne isn't a very good sailor. I know. I tell you what, though, Jeff. If she gets sick on the boat, you put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there.
Hold it? There?
No matter how she hollers, you hold it there. Never failed with us, did it, Anne?
David fancies himself quite the doctor.
Yes, and by the way, Anne, when does my laundry come back? I'm out of shorts.
Shorts?
His running shorts, Mrs. Custer. Every morning, David runs 5 miles.
Runs? He's a Yankee, all right.
Anne sort of took care of David's things around the house, Mother.
Yes, best little housekeeper you ever saw. And let me tell you something. I know of no finer compliment than this. When I've been sitting across the breakfast table for a woman for 3 years and still want to marry her, that girl has something.
Well.
Jefferson, may I see you all in private?
Why, certainly, Father. In this other office.
Come along, Mother. Come along.
David Smith, I hope you're satisfied making those two fine old people miserable.
Well, what about me being unhappy?
You are always thinking of yourself. Why can't you be like Jeff?
Because I can't climb trees.
Jeff is so kind and considerate and gentle.
Since when are you so crazy about the gentle act? Do you recall how I grew this scar on my forehead? You threw a bed lamp at me. I was out for 3 days.
That's only because you'd been out for 2 nights.
Very funny.
It's all right, Anne. I'll explain the entire situation in quick order.
We understand completely, Anne.
And we want you and Jeff to visit us at Lake Placid next week.
Lake Placid? Oh, I'd love it. Thank you.
As for this northern lawyer...
Mr. Custer, is it my fault that I'm related on my mother's side to General Sherman?
General Sherman?
Father!
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing the director of the film, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for driving us up here, boys. We'll telephone the hotel if we need you. All right, Mr. Custer.
Oh, this air's so invigorating. Whew. Wonderful.
There's our cabin, Anne.
Oh, it's large, isn't it?
There are 3 suites altogether. 3 suites in a unit.
Oh, I see.
You'll find your suite quite comfortable, I trust. They're adjoining, but not connecting.
Oh, dear, proper Jeff. Hey, maybe there'll be some time for skiing before it gets dark, huh? Oh, Jeff, who's that coming out of the suite on the other side of my suite?
Devil.
It's David.
The same thing.
Oh, he's ill. Look, he's staggering. He'll fall down the steps. David, you'll fall. Oh.
He did.
David! David!
There, that gets him in bed.
Oh, here, help me get these wet clothes off him.
Why, Anne.
Oh, we'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What's he talking about?
Oh, we were going to come up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Delirium.
You'll be crazy about it, Anne.
Oh, he's been up here all week torturing himself. Well, come on, help me get him undressed.
Anne!
Well, I'm his wife. Come on.
Look out!
Huh?
Don't fall now.
Oh, you see, he thinks we're skiing. All right, now, come on, off with his clothing.
Watch out there. Never try to pass the tree on both sides at once.
He's so sick. Is that a rattle?
I don't know. I wish I could hear it again. He's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful.
He could do with a shave.
I'll shave him.
You will?
I always shaved him. I'll find his shaving stuff in this bag here.
Just a minute, Anne.
Huh?
He's asleep now.
Oh, poor boy.
Let's go next door to your rooms. I want to talk to you very seriously. And so that's my position, Anne. I love you and I want to marry you. But I'm not sure that you're not still in love with David. Perhaps you better think about your promise to marry me, Anne, for your sake.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed who was as fine and generous as you are.
I'm thinking of your happiness, Anne.
You're very sweet.
Now I better have a look and see how David's doing.
Don't wake him up.
Well, I'll just have a look through his window. I'll be back in a minute, darling. Oh, the beast! The scheming, tricky beast! I'll murder him for this. I'll have his heart out. You!
Anne.
Sitting up in bed, sucking on oranges, smoking cigarettes.
And put down that lamp.
Pretending you came here on a heartbroken bender, the big sympathy act.
Anne, I love you. Put down that lamp, and you love me, and I won't give you up. I won't let you marry that heap of southern fried chicken.
I love Jeff, and he loves me, and don't you call him fried chicken.
You're not going to get married.
We are going to get married.
You can't. What kind of a combination is fried chicken and calf's brain?
You!
Oh, all right. I've done all I could to win you back because I wanted you back. I've neglected my work and lost clients, and now I'm through. Washed up. Go on, marry the guy. I hope you'll be very happy. And may all your children be dietitians.
Oh, you...
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Jeff, I can't help worrying about David. He really does love me. And now he'll take to drinking.
Or he'll find someone else, Anne.
Oh, no. I'm afraid he'll ruin a brilliant career on account of me. If I could only make him hate me, despise me, if I could disillusion him somehow, if I could make him think that Yes, Jeff. You go back to your suite. And whatever you hear in here, don't do a thing.
What are you going to do, Anne?
The walls are paper thin. He could hear everything if I pretended you were still here and, well, not the gentleman that you are.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
This is a mighty fine thing you're doing for him, Anne.
Yeah. Well, now, go out, but don't make a sound.
Good night, Anne.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well... Here goes. Oh, Jeff! No! Oh, Jeff, you were always such a gentleman. No! Oh, no, not Jeff, don't. No, I said don't. No! Oh, Jeff. Oh, Jeff, you're so strong. I never realized you were so... No, Jeff! No, Jeff, no. Jeff, now, look, now, if you don't behave, I'll have to ask you to leave. No, please, Jeff! Oh, Jeff. Oh, no, what would your coach at Alabama think if he knew?
All right, Jeff, put her down, you big hunk of... Oh.
David Smith, I despise you for busting in like this.
I see. Well, there's just one way of handling you, and that's rough.
Let go of me, you northern lawyer.
You're coming home with me.
I'm not. Jeff, help! SOS! Jeff, help!
Anne, David, come to your senses, both of them.
Hit him, Jeff. Let him have it. Murderize the bum.
Well, start murderizing.
David, I'll forgive you.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Well, would you respect me more if I knocked him down, Anne?
Would I? Why, you big hunk of southern fried chicken.
What?
I'll bet your mother was scared by a magnolia blossom.
No.
Now get out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
The lady says be so kindly as to scram, Jefferson.
Gladly. And what a narrow escape I've had.
Your slip is showing. I'm getting out of this clam bake.
Chicken fry.
Chicken fry.
Hey, what are you doing with the skis?
The sleigh service is discontinued after 10 at night.
Well, spend the night here.
Not on your life.
Okay. Here, let me fasten your skis for you.
No, it's all right. It's all done.
All set to go?
One side, please.
One moment.
Get your hands off of me.
A gentle, firm pressure on the shoulders like
quit
this.
Shoving. Hey!
May easily upset a skier and render him or her helpless.
Pull me out of this chair. You hear me?
Hmm?
What are you going to do? I warn you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Some night when you're fast asleep, I'll...
Shut up.
breakfast, there'll be ground glass, and
I said shut up.
I'll say I was cleaning my gun when accidentally. I'll even say
Yes?
Oh, David.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing Alfred Hitchcock, the director of the film. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the scintillating comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell, and presenting screen director William Seiter. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Robert Montgomery and Mary Jane Croft, and screen director Alfred Hitchcock.
Ladies and gentlemen, as well as being a fine actor, Mr. Montgomery is also a screen director. You are about to hear the clash of great minds as two directors face each other across a microphone.
Hello, Bob. Hello, Hitch.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, aren't you going to talk shop?
Shop. Whatever you're talking about, Mary Jane.
Well, you're both directors, aren't you?
Mary Jane, Alfred Hitchcock is more than a director. He's a force, a state of mind.
A state of mind? Have you ever seen a state of mind with a 92 3/4 inch waist measurement?
Well, you know, there's one thing bothering me about our radio version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It didn't have the Hitchcock trademark, did it, Mr. Montgomery?
You know, that's right. Hitch, you can't place yourself in a radio scene the way you do in a picture just to identify the Hitchcock product.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. Do you remember the sound of shaving in the first scene?
Yeah.
Oh, when I was supposed to be shaving, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes. Well, when the sound man made that noise, those were my whiskers being scraped.
Ah, the Hitchcock touch. Good night, Hitch, Mary Jane. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Robert Montgomery, Mary Jane Croft, and Alfred Hitchcock. Tonight's cast included Carlton Young, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and Dink Trout. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was produced by RKO, producers of the Technicolor production The Boy with Green Hair, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Ryan, Barbara Hale, and Dean Stockwell as the boy. Robert Montgomery may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production June Bride. Soon to be released is Alfred Hitchcock's new picture, Under Capricorn, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Seiter. Star, Rosalind Russell.
Think just what that means? Of course, it means many things. Our traditions of freedom, our democratic government, and our system of justice. But a fundamental part of the American way is our economic system. Our economic system is not perfect. That's a simple historical fact. But the American economic system has brought greater material means for happiness to more people than any other system the world has ever known. Especially in these critical times, all of us should work to defend and improve this system. And the best way to defend and improve our economic system is to learn how it works. You can get a free booklet explaining our economy by writing to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. Just write to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, and ask for your free copy of The Miracle of America.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of Hollywood's best-known stars, Joseph Cotten. Tonight you will hear Mr. Cotten in the exciting drama Foreign Correspondent, which was nominated for 4 different Oscars. Yes, for Best Photography, Best Original Screenplay, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Production of the Year. Foreign Correspondent was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
Well, come right in, Miss Green. Put on your glasses, sit down, and take an epic. No, Miss Green, this is not to be an editorial for the Sunday edition. This is to be some notes on my lurid past. You see, before I came here to Springfield and bought this paper and became a substantial citizen, I was a reporter, Miss Green. Johnny Jones, foreign correspondent. That was long before there was even a phony war. I was sent to Europe to meet a man called Van Meer, known as the Strong Man of Holland. He had been one of the signers of a secret treaty between Holland and the Allied powers. I was to get Van Meer to talk and to tell me what was in that treaty. My wife's maiden name is Carol Fisher. Her father was head of the Universal Peace Party. I met Carol over there and fell for her like a ton. When she went down to Amsterdam with her father, I went too. There was a conference there, and I intended to kill 2 birds with one stone. For Van Meer was to be the principal speaker. I had met old Van Meer in Paris, so I didn't have much trouble nailing him when he got out of a cab in front of the conference building and started up the steps. He didn't seem very happy to see me. Why, Mr. Van Meer, how are you? We somehow seem to lose each other, sir. Don't you remember me? I'm the American reporter from New York. Seemed anxious to get away from me. Seemed not to remember me. Just then a photographer jumped out in front of him.
Hold it. Picture.
The guy pointed his camera at this Van Meer, and Van Meer's eyes got very big. And then I saw the gun in the photographer's hand. It went off then. I guess I stood there like a goon, just watching Van Meer fall. He was dead when he stopped rolling down the steps. This phony photographer dropped his camera and ran into the crowd. I ran after him. He got into a car and roared away. I looked for a car, and just then my sweet Carol comes riding up in the Bentley with one of those big blonde Englishmen at the wheel. I jumped into the car, pushed Carol over, and yelled at the handsome brute. Follow that car, quick, hurry.
Might as well humor him.
Righto. What's the trouble? Chap shot someone?
Van Meer assassinated.
Eh?
Looks like it.
Bad show.
Couldn't be worse from his point of view. There he goes around the corner. Don't lose sight of him.
Oh, I thought that was him. No, there he is.
No, we've lost him. Come on, faster, faster. Try and get around this car. That's good.
There he goes. He's had the luck of the devil. We might get him here.
Blow your horn, blow your horn!
I say, old girl, mind shoving your knees out of the way. Makes driving difficult. Ah, that's better.
Not at all. Anything I can do. Glad to help.
Guess we're catching up on him.
Shooting at us, by Harry. Shattered the safety glass. Wonder whose make. Better hop into the back, old girl.
Good chauffeur we've got, Miss Fisher.
Very.
You two know each other?
Oh, I forgot. This is Scott Folliott, newspaper man, same as you, Johnny. Correspondent of London Post. Mr. Jones, Mr. Folliott.
How'd you do? Here we are, old chap, out in the country and very desolate, if you ask me.
Keep on his tail. He's around that curve behind the windmill.
We'll have him then, old boy. Here we go. I say, the chap in his car disappeared, vanished.
He couldn't have.
He has.
Look at that. The sails on that windmill.
Well, quite common over here in Holland, old boy.
I could have sworn those sails were going against the wind just now.
Why don't you lie down on the wet grass, old boy, and cool off?
I'll cool off at the proper time, but first, would you do me a favor and go back and get the police?
Police? What for?
We shan't need the police. I've decided not to prosecute.
You're going to bring the police back here because our man is in there.
And where?
In that windmill.
What makes you think so?
While I'm explaining, a lot of things can happen. Will you please take my word for it and get the police? I'd go myself if I spoke the language.
What will you do?
I'll stick around here and do some snooping. I hate to seem executive, but this is serious.
Right you are, old boy. You shall have the police. Regiment of them.
There I was on a lonely flat plain with nothing but a windmill for company. Suddenly the mill stopped, and the sails reversed themselves against the wind. At the same time, I heard the drone of a plane. Then I knew. The reversed sails were a signal. The plane came into land. I crept up to the mill. There was a shed there, and in it the assassin's car. I went back and into the mill. Then I heard muffled voices. I crept around some more and found a wooden staircase. I went up. There was a door with a key in it. I heard someone coming after me. I pushed backwards into the room, closed the door. I was in the transmission room, the room with the wooden gears connected with the big sail outside. I stood there listening. Suddenly, I almost jumped out of my skin. A weak voice spoke.
Come in, Mr.
And I whirled around, and there, tied to a ring in the floor, was Van Meer, alive.
I'm afraid you see me at a great disadvantage. I have just been given a drug of some sort. It affects the brain. They gave it to me when they moved me from. It's beginning now. I'm sorry.
But I saw you shot just now outside the conference hall. I saw it.
The man you saw shot was not I. He was a substitute who looked like me.
But why? What?
They want the world to think that I have been assassinated, to conceal the fact that I'm in their hands.
Their hands? Well, who are they?
I cannot explain. I am not certain. All that I can tell you is that they are going to take me somewhere by plane.
Van Meer's head dropped, and I jumped for the crossbeam above me, pulled myself up, and lay there near the big gear. The door opened, 4 men came in, picked up Van Meer, and took him away. When they had gone, when the plane had died away, I got out of there fast. I came back with the cops, and they thought I was nuts. There was no assassin's car, no assassin, no plane, and no Van Meer. I laughed it off and went over to London with a big news beat in my pocket. I wanted to see Carol's father and find out if he could help me. On a night boat, I made love to Carol.
Penny for your thoughts, Johnny.
I was thinking of those guys who came into the mill and took old Van Meer away. They sounded like Nazis to me.
Oh, imagination.
Maybe, darling, maybe not. I got one good look at the leader's face, and, well, it wasn't from the County Cork.
It's hard being happy with the world falling apart.
The world isn't falling apart. Just governments.
It's the same thing.
Well, only governments don't sit in the moonlight wearing shawls and looking beautiful.
They're certain to march into Poland.
Tomorrow, but not tonight. Look, I'm in love with you, no matter who marches where.
When you think of what may happen, love doesn't seem so important.
I don't know. It survived a lot of wars. Now, will you forget the fate of Europe for a minute? I'm in love with you and want to marry you.
I wonder what Father will say.
About what, the fate of Europe?
No, about our marriage. You did ask me, didn't you?
Been pleading for hours.
I think he will be pleased. I'm sure he will.
Everybody will be pleased. England, America, and me too. We got a Fisher's house in London, and I was feeling just like a guy whose daughter is about to tell her father that you want to do that serious thing. The butler opened the door, and there was my future father-in-law having breakfast with a man whose face was the face that led the guttural voices up to take Van Meer away from the mill.
Carol, my dear, what a pleasant surprise. And you didn't even wire me.
Father, I hope you don't mind us barging in like this. Johnny brought me over on a boat. Mr. Krug, how nice to see you again. Oh, but of course you haven't met Mr. Jones. Mr. Krug.
Mr. Krug is with an embassy here.
I think I shall have to be getting along, Mr. Fisher. Shall we settle on the wording for the peace petition now or leave it till later?
Oh, we might as well clear it up now. You'll excuse us. Go right ahead, Mr. Krug, into my study.
Father, could we have just a moment? It's terribly important.
Why, certainly. I won't be long.
Wait, Mr. Fisher. Get the police quick. Van Meer isn't dead.
Van Meer isn't? Why, that's fantastic.
They kidnapped him, then shot his double. I saw Van Meer afterward in a mill in Holland. That man, that Krug, was with him.
Krug? But that's ridiculous, Johnny. We've known him.
I know, dear, but Mr. Jones says...
I tell you, I spoke to Van Meer. He told me they were taking him somewhere by plane. They must have brought him here to England.
I've always felt a little uneasy about Krug.
Mr. Fisher.
I'll keep him there. Coming, Mr. Krug.
Be careful, Father.
Mr. Jones has just suggested that I turn you over to the police, Mr. Krug.
Mr. Jones seems to be something of a troublemaker.
I thought you said he'd been taken care of by our agents in Amsterdam.
I thought so, too, but perhaps Miss Fisher being with him caused complications. It would have been ideal if she had been in our confidence.
So deuced inconvenient his coming here. Well, dash it all, he's in my home.
He must be stopped.
Yes, but I always find the sordid details somewhat distasteful.
As usual, I shall endeavor to relieve you of them. You remember Rowley?
Rowley? Oh, yes, the little man who used to work in your father's stables in Austria.
I shall get Rowley. Hire him as a private detective to guard Mr. Jones.
Guard him? Very delicate of you, Krug. Very.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Delightful Squibb Dental Cream is a member of the great family of Squibb products that every member of your family will enjoy using every day. Youngsters and grown-ups alike find it so refreshing. Let it linger on your tongue for just an instant and note that spicy tang of mint. Fragrant, frosty, you can taste the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. Let its pleasantly brisk action wake up your whole mouth. Leave it tingling, alive. You can feel the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. And soon you'll see a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Then you'll enjoy all three ways a fine dentifrice can serve you. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Before we bring you part two of Foreign Correspondent, we wish to thank United Artists for making this picture available. Foreign Correspondent is based on an original story written by Vincent Sheehan. And now, the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Joseph Cotton in Foreign Correspondent.
I should have known that about Fisher, but I didn't. And I took his word for it that I should wait and get a bigger story after we'd found Van Meer. Carol naturally sided with her father. She was afraid to let me go out alone, and Fisher put on his boogeyman suit and scared me, too. He sold me on the idea I needed a bodyguard, and that's how I got Rowley. I didn't get wise to him even when he pushed me in front of a truck.
Hey, you! Somebody pushed you, sir. It was me, sir. If I tried to pull you back, you'd been caught. It was push or nothing.
Oh, smart work, Mr. Rowley. Thanks very much.
After all, sir, that's what I'm here for, isn't it?
I'm late for a date at the American Club. Here, let's take this cab. American Club, driver.
I'm not certain, sir, but I've an idea that two men have just got into another cab to follow us.
Oh, I can't see any other cab.
I'm not certain, sir, but I'm sure I saw them. We might give them the slip if we go the long way around. Better stop here, sir, and we'll change cabs.
Okay, stop here, driver.
Now, sir, no use waiting for them to catch up. Our job is to give them the slip.
What? Let's get another cab, then.
Wait a minute, sir. We're in front of the cathedral.
Well, let's go in there.
Do you mind not going in, sir? I saw by the notice that it's a requiem mass.
Oh.
I hate to be so fussy, sir. I say, look at the sign, sir. The lift takes you up to the tower to see the magnificent view, and then there's sixpence.
Well, let's go up and look at the view, then. Come on. Say, this is pretty dangerous, this low railing, and some drop, too. Oh.
You'd better be careful, sir. I was a bit scared when you leaned over just now. I was once with a chap on a bridge in Switzerland. He had a very nasty fall, killed him stone dead. Always made me a bit nervous since.
Well, let's go down. I got a lunch date.
Don't go down yet, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. I believe that's the Horse Guards from Buckingham Palace approaching, sir. A rare and unusual sight. You're in a bit of luck, sir.
Where? I can't see them.
Straight down, sir. You'll have to lean over a bit, sir.
Oh.
See them, sir?
Oh, yes, I see them now.
Quite a sight, sir, eh? Quite a sight, sir. Here you go to join them, sir.
I don't know what made me turn aside suddenly. One of those hunches. But just as I did, Rolly, with his hands stretched out to push me, went hurtling by and over the rail and down to a horrible death before the crowd below. The thing that sent chills up my spine was that I knew then that Carol's father had tried to have me murdered. In my state of mind, it was like a double skite seeing old boy Folliot again.
Hello, old boy. Congratulations on your little set to with Rolly.
How'd you know about Rolly?
Rolly and Fisher, old boy, and the fellow with the high-necked sweater. Matter of fact, followed them here to London.
I see. Then you believe me now about Van Meer?
Oh, of course. I'd suggest we work along from here together, old boy. First thing I'd suggest after that would be that you kidnap Fisher's daughter.
What?
Well, all right, old boy, no offense. But if you give me a chance to bear down on Fisher, he dotes on her, you know. Maybe he'd talk and tell us where Van Meer is.
Hey, who are you anyway? I mean, what are you?
British subject, old boy, patriot and all that. My country's on the verge of war.
I see. Okay, pal, I'll kidnap Carol. That is, I'll go through the motions. Where'll I take her?
Take her to Cambridge. I'll get you digs at the College Arms.
Oh, wait, now, what happens after you get Fisher talking?
I'll phone you, old boy, and let you in on the kill.
It's a deal.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing here in the College Arms.
You'd better be nice or I'll send you back to your own room without supper.
Okay. Look, Carol, we got to talk. There's something hanging over our heads, and before it falls, I want you to know that no matter what happens,
Johnny, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
Wait. Hello?
Oh, hello, old boy. This is me.
Oh, yes, what happened?
Fisher's gone. Our people found out where he went. Take this down. 242 Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
242
Road.
Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
I
Road.
think you better get there as fast as possible. I think that's where they have Van Meer, right?
Check.
What is it?
Carol, I've got to go back to London fast. I want you to stay here till I come for you.
Oh, no, you don't. I sense trouble, and I'm not letting you out of my sight.
I'm not going to try and talk you out of it, but now remember this. No matter what happens, I love you, darling, with all my heart.
Where is Van Meer?
There he is.
Those lights in his face. Can't you cut them down?
Yes, cut them. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are like my friend, Mr. Fisher. I am so sorry It is so dark. I cannot tell. But you are like my friend.
I am Fisher, Mr. Van Meer. I am your friend.
I am so glad. How did you get here? Am I going away now? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. Are the police here? They mustn't get away. You mustn't let these people go.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I represent the Jupiter Life Assurance Company. Can I interest you in a small policy?
Did you have to bring him up here? I didn't know what to do. He tried to get away.
You mustn't blame him, Krog. He's nervous, and he had a pistol in my back. I came easy. But go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. I'll sit right down here.
What is that? Is it the police? Tell me where I am.
You're in London, Mr. Van Meer. These people think I'm working with them. You and I must play a little game.
A little game?
Yes. They want you to tell me something. Just one little clause in the treaty. Clause 27. Clause 27. Come, Mr. Van Meer.
But it's the secret clause. I know. Clause 27. But they mustn't know it. It would help them if they make war. War. You don't want them help, do you?
Don't tell him anything, Mr. Van Meer. He's not your friend.
Who was that? You are not my friend. Oh, I see. You cried peace. Peace, and there was no peace. You were a liar, Fisher, a cruel, cruel liar. I will never talk. Do what you want with me.
Well, it's useless. Better try your methods, Krug.
Bring him over here.
No more of that. I talk.
Then talk.
Oh, in the event of invasion by an enemy power, Her Majesty's government solemnly pledges that...
Steady, Van Meer, steady! Arthur, forget him!
That's a number, but it's a restaurant.
And Doc.
Folliot wouldn't kid me. This must be the place.
I say, sir, are you Mr. Jones?
Why, yes, why?
Mr. Folliot said we were to expect you, sir. We shall get a signal from Mr. Folliot any moment now, sir.
Say, what is this? Who are you, and who is Folliot?
Sorry, sir, but Mr. Folliot will explain. That is, if Mr. Folliot is still alive. There it is, sir, the signal.
Stay here, Carol.
No, my father is in there, too. I heard what Scott Folliot said to you on the phone. I'm coming.
Come on, sir, we're closing in.
Carol, you're not coming. Darling, I love you, but I've got to do this.
Oh! Right into my arms, sir.
I had to do it. Had to sock a holder. I'm going in.
We're trapped.
Yes, old boy, you are, to put it in so many words.
No, I've got to get out of here.
Too late. The place is surrounded.
Then this man must die before they get here.
What about us?
You will pay the price your country asks. The work is not finished. I must go on.
Very well.
Sorry, Folliot. This is war.
Think nothing of it, old boy. Go ahead and shoot. But I'd feel silly if I were you, Krog, taking the rap, holding the sack, as it were, for Fisher. He wants to sell out so as his daughter won't find out he's been a Nazi spy.
So the daughter, eh?
Do as you're told. That's an order, Krug.
Why should we die and let you get away because your daughter doesn't know about you? I have a daughter, too, in the homeland.
Shoot, you fool! Quickly!
Yeah, I shoot!
Stand where you are, all of you. Drop those guns. Folliot, you all right?
Hello, old boy. Mighty happy to see you.
Fisher. He's been shot.
Yes, old boy. I talked Krug into it.
He's dead.
Yes. Take those people away.
Mr. Van Meer.
He's just barely alive. But he didn't give us away on that treaty.
Was Fisher really...
Yes. He was in charge of those Nazis.
Carol?
Oh, innocent old boy. Doesn't know a thing.
What am I going to tell her?
Fisher was a Nazi, though only half German. She's all English, old boy. You could tell her her father came here to talk to Van Meer and was trapped.
Is that true?
Well, yes, old boy. Only it was we who trapped them.
And who are we?
British intelligence, old boy. Better get to a cable office. You have a whale of a story for your paper.
Yeah, and a whale of a story to tell Carol, too, old boy. So, darling, your father must have found out that they were keeping Van Meer a prisoner there and torturing and trying to get him to tell what was in the secret treaty. Your father went there, and Krug killed him before we could break down the door.
Goodbye, Johnny. I love you. I shall always love you. Now, goodbye.
What are you talking about? Goodbye.
I know you love me, too. That's why you're lying to me. My father was a Nazi agent, and he was shot by Krug, his subordinate.
But you didn't know your father was...
No, I didn't. Not until he hired that man to try to kill you. Then I began to suspect. When I heard Folliot call you at Cambridge, I knew.
That's why you came with me.
Yes. I was going to try and talk you out of going in there. I was going to try and make you go back to America before you knew.
I am going back to America.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm going back with my wife.
Johnny.
Carol, my darling, you couldn't possibly help what your father was or did. Now, come on. I've got the tickets, and we'll start all over again back in America.
No, Johnny, no. Killing is just beginning. England is at war tonight, and I'm going to stay and help make up to her some of the things my father did against her. After the war, if we're still alive, my darling, come back to England and ask me again to be your wife.
I see. I guess I see. All right, darling. I'll be getting along on my boat.
Until tomorrow, Johnny. Whenever that will be.
Yes, darling. Until whenever that'll be.
To help all mankind toward greater health and happiness, thousands dedicate themselves to the service of others through scientific research in the field of medicine. Playing a vital role in this vast scientific effort, the House of Squibb maintains at New Brunswick, New Jersey, a great research institute. Separate and distinct from the business activities of Squibb, the Squibb Institute for Medical Research carries on investigations in the same spirit and in the same manner as the laboratories of universities, foundations, and endowments all over the world. The Squibb Institute is evidence of unceasing faith in the progress which can be generated through untrammeled scientific research. Your doctor knows how much the Squibb Institute has aided in the development of many of the newest weapons in the victories over disease and pain. He knows, too, that the Squibb products he uses reflect the same high principles, the same devotion to the search for perfection that is behind the Squibb Institute for Medical Research. And you may use, with the same confidence, the many everyday health necessities Squibb makes for your medicine cabinet. To make sure you're getting Squibb quality, ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn. Today's performance of Foreign Correspondent was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. We wish to thank Mr. Joseph Cotton for his splendid performance tonight. Joel McCrae, who was previously announced, was unable to be with us because of last-minute changes in his motion picture production schedule. Mr. Cotton appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in Mr. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust.
You worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater.
Tonight we present Daphne du Maurier's startling tale, The Birds, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Don Wilson. Tonight we're presenting a brand new story by the famous author of Rebecca, Jamaica Inn, Frenchman's Creek, and many other favorites, Miss Daphne du Maurier. Now, this new story, however, is far different from many of these, and in many ways far more exciting. It's a tale I am sure will haunt you for a long time to come. The title is simply The Birds, and our star is Mr. Herbert Marshall. Our scene is London, and the office of a successful publisher of books. With him sits Jenkins, his editor. Before them on the broad, shining surface of the desk is a manuscript, tattered, worn, its bulk held together with a bit of string.
Strange way to submit a story. You say there was no address on it?
No, the author left no address. But I wish you'd read it, sir.
You like it, huh? Do you think it's publishable?
I don't know. It's terrifying. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
All right, Jenkins, all right. I'll read it. But mind you, it better be good.
Just read it, sir.
Title, The Birds, by John Waite. John Waite. John Waite.
My name is John Waite. I'm writing this as a minute record of what has happened thus far because I cannot help feeling that in the recounting of these events I may, in some measure, come to an understanding of what has happened. And even perhaps why it has happened. The whole business is monstrous and overwhelming, and I'm not sure that human eyes will ever fall upon this, my journal. I am a writer of moderately successful fiction, and this small house on the Dover coast is my castle, which I share with my wife, my 16-year-old daughter, my mother-in-law, and one yellow canary. The canary. His name is Chippikins. No, I didn't name him. My mother-in-law did. Chippikins belongs to Mother Dobbs, and bringing him here was an open and shut case of coals to Newcastle. For Dover is alive with birds. And it has been my daily custom, work over, to sit at the cliff's edge and smoke my pipe and watch and listen. The birds, soaring and wheeling in great rushing flocks, flickering in a flat gray sheet just above the grassy slope of the hills, and then bursting all of a bunch, erupting into the sky, restless, ceaseless, ever moving, slashing as one in a perfect arc up, and then for a split moment, almost invisible as in their turning, the profile, thin as glass, presents itself against the sky. And then as one, in cadence, back again, and with a slow chorus, gone. Black and white, jackdaw and gull, mingling in strange, restless partnership, seeking some strange liberation, never satisfied, never still. flocks of starlings rustling like silk, and the smaller birds, finches and larks, scattering from tree to hedge and back again. Compelled. By what? And below, the seabirds waiting for the tide. They have more patience. Oyster catchers, redshank, sanderling, and curlew, watched by the water's edge, race the surf as it sucks away, revealing the prize. Farther out, the fishermen. Slim, soaring gannets, ancient, patient pelicans, black gulls, grey gulls, pale gulls, soaring, sighting, and plummeting, wings folded, feet tight in, beaks out, knife through the surface, down in a flash of silver to the prey below. The autumn had been a long one, mellow and soft. The leaves had lingered on the trees, red and gold, somehow reluctant to fall. The days grew hazy and benevolent, shortened imperceptibly. And with their passing, the birds seemed more restless, more driven, more agitated. My neighbor, the farmer, drove his tractor. Long, even lines across the western hills, and his figure, silhouetted in the driver's seat, would be lost from time to time in the great cloud of wheeling, crying birds which followed his movements. And I remarked on this. Lots of birds around today.
Aye, there are more birds than usual, and daring, too. One or two gulls came so close to my head this afternoon, I thought they'd knock my cap off. As it was, I could scarcely see what I was doing when they were overhead, and I had the sun in my eyes. I have a notion the weather will change. It'll be a hard winter. That's why the birds are so restless.
My friend the farmer said the weather would change on Tuesday, and he may have been right. I'm not certain. The fact is, the weather changed that night. And it was that night that it began. I've been asleep. What? What's that?
Hmm?
Oh, something at the window.
And go back to sleep, dear.
I'm going to find out what it is. It was a bird. What kind, I could not tell. The wind must have driven it to shelter on the sill. I went back to bed and, feeling my knuckles wet, put my mouth to the scratch. The bird had drawn blood. I supposed it was frightened, panicked, seeking shelter. The wind was indeed very cold. The weather had turned.
John, are you awake?
Yes.
Into the window, will you, dear? It's rattling.
I've already seen to it, Megan. There's some bird out there trying to get in.
Shoo it away. I can't sleep with that noise.
All right, dear. What? Get away. Out.
What was that? What happened?
They went for me.
Oh, John, you're still half asleep. Come back to bed.
No, I tell you they did.
Yes, dear, of course. Come to bed.
What was that?
Mother, and Jill.
I'll light a candle.
No, hurry.
I opened the door to our bedroom and crossed the landing to the room Jill shared with Mother Dobbs. It was pitch black in the room, and the air was filled with 4 birds. I could feel them all about me. I swung my arms. They poured through the open window. They struck the walls of the ceiling.
Oh, Father!
Quickly, Jill, come out. Mother Hobbs!
I'm under the cover!
Run for the door! I slammed the door after them. I didn't want the birds spreading through the house. Now in the darkness they sensed me and dove for me, tiny beaks and evil claws set to pierce and tear. I seized the quilt from the bed, wound it over my head, and then, swinging a pillow at random, I went to work. I couldn't see what I was doing, but I could feel the thudding of their bodies. I swung till my arm began to numb. How long I fought with them in the darkness, I do not know. At last the beating of wings subsided and withdrew, and through the density of the quilt I became aware of light. I waited, listened. but there was no sound. I dropped the quilt and stared about me in the cold gray light. Dawn and the open window had called the living birds. The dead lay on the floor. They were all small birds. Robins, finches, sparrows, blue tits, larks, bramblings. Birds that ordinarily kept to their own flocks. Now dead and still in a shambles of feathers and broken glass. Outside it was cold, bitter cold, and the earth had all the hard black look of frost. Not white frost to shine in the morning sun, but black frost that the east wind brings. And across the field, the sea, fiercer now with the burning tide. It broke and crashed in the bay. Of the birds there was not a sign, not so much as a sparrow. Nothing but the east wind and the sea.
Do you want the wireless left on?
Please, Mother.
Oh, easy, Meg. That stuff stings.
I suppose, too. Don't want these scratches to infect.
No, I suppose not.
I'd say you ought to thank the Almighty they didn't get in your eyes. That's what I'd say.
Yes, Mother.
Nasty little creatures. One would hardly believe they belong to the same species as little chippikins here. You're a proper little gentleman, aren't you, Master Chippikins? Not a bit like those horrid little savages, That's odd.
What?
He won't speak to me. Speak? Speak?
Their bodies filled the sack. The ground had frozen during the night. It was too hard to dig. I went down the cliff path to the beach. The sky was leaden. The sea was flat, calm, oily. Not a sound of birds. I kicked a hole in the sand. And as I did this, I saw them. The gulls, out there, riding the sea. What I had thought at first to be sea-scud, wind frost, were gulls. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They rose and fell in the trough of the sea, silent, like a mighty fleet at anchor. To the eastward and to the west, the gulls were there. They stretched as far as the eye could reach in close formation, packed line on line. Somebody ought to know of this. Something should be said. But what? Could I call the police? Hello, Constable? I want to report some birds. Oh, no, they'd think me mad. They'd think me drunk. Take my report with great politeness and thank me. But they were out there, waiting. Waiting. For what?
John, come quickly. It's on the wireless.
What?
About the birds.
The Home Office at 11 a.m. today. Reports from all over the country are coming in hourly about the vast quantity of birds flocking above towns, villages, and outlying districts, causing obstruction and damage and even attacking individuals. It is thought that the Arctic airstream at present covering the British Isles is causing birds to migrate south in immense numbers, and that intense hunger may drive these birds to attack human beings. Householders are warned to see to their windows, doors, and chimneys, and to take reasonable precautions for the safety of their children. A further statement will be issued later.
There, you see? Wait till Mr. Bell hears that. And just now, down on the beach, I saw 1 million gulls riding on the sea, waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for what, John?
I don't know. Well, the bulletin said the birds are hungry. In the shed were all sorts of boards and sheathings left over from the blackout days of the war, and I spent the next few hours putting these up. There was no thought of my novel this day. Actually, the writer is a lazy creature and welcomes any diversion from his work. Somehow this seemed to be something a little bigger than diversion.
Do you think that's really necessary, John?
I don't like to take chances.
But they were such little birds.
I'm not thinking of those.
Oh?
The gulls.
I see. Are you going to do the downstairs, too?
I think I better.
A bit dark with the windows all boarded up.
At each window, the process was the same. I nailed the boards to the sills from within the rooms. And by the time I reached the kitchen, Meg and Mrs. Dobbs were listening to the wireless again.
The sky was so dense at 1 o'clock this afternoon that it seemed as if the city was covered by a vast black cloud. The birds settled on rooftops, on window ledges, and on chimneys. The sight has been so unusual that traffic came to a standstill in many thoroughfares. Work was abandoned in shops and offices, and the streets were, and still are, crowded with people standing about to watch the birds. We take you now to our roving microphone in Piccadilly Circus.
Have been standing here for hours. We cannot begin to describe the enormous variety of birds which are circling overhead. I have never seen anything like it. Standing beside me is the gentleman. What is your name, sir?
Jenkins, Peter Jenkins.
What do you think of the birds, Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, never saw nothing like it. I swear I never did.
Well, just before we went on the air, you were telling these people and myself about your cat. I wonder if you would mind repeating that for our audience.
Lord, lummy, they wouldn't want to hear none of that.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Well, I've got these 3 mouses, you see. Big bully and alley cats they are, hard as nails. And out where I live, the birds keep a wide berth around my cottage. Well, this morning I looked out of the window and saw what we all saw, and I says to my cats, I says, all right, men, Arthur, Freddie, and you, Leon, out and at 'em. You see, one of their jobs, my cat's jobs, that is, one of their jobs is to keep the birds scared out of the vegetable patch. So I opened the door and they started out. Then they saw all them birds, and they just turned around with their back hair all up and their tails looking like porcupines. They turned and run into the bedroom and under the bed and wouldn't come out for love or money or the dish of cold water I throwed at them.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Jenkins. Now we have a lady here at our microphone. What is your name, miss? Come on. There's nothing to be nervous about.
What are you doing?
Oh, I thought I'd see if the American stations have heard about it.
Little trouble with our mobile unit. A number of birds have settled on the antenna. Well, can't you chase them off or something? We've got to complete this broadcast. Well, try throwing something at them. I don't know, stones, anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret this unfortunate circumstance. I'm sure we'll have the situation straightened out in a moment. Will you please bear with us on this most unusual of all days? And now we return you to our main studio for a brief program of recorded music.
There. That ought to hold it.
If you want my opinion, it's all nonsense. That's what it is.
Oh, Mother.
Boarding this place up so we have to light the lamp, and it's only 3 in the afternoon.
Tell me, how much singing has Chippikins done today?
Not a note. He's off his feed, that's what. Look at him. He's so nervous and agitated, what with all your banging. See?
I saw. The bird seemed possessed. He flew from one corner to the other, his shiny black eyes flicking from one of us to another, yellow wings quivering.
John, look out there.
Where?
The ocean.
Oh, you mean that cloud, that big black cloud?
It's not a cloud, John.
It was the gulls. A black mass of them that towered a mile high. They circled thousands upon thousands, lifting their wings against the wind. And they were silent. They made not a sound. They just went on soaring and circling, rising and falling, trying their strength against the cold east wind.
John, where are you going?
I'm going for Jill. I'll wait for her at the school bus stop. You keep the door closed.
I'm frightened.
Keep it closed until you hear me call.
Father, what are you doing here?
Come, Jill, hurry.
Oh, all right, but you look so funny. What is it?
Please, Jill, do hurry.
What's that strange cloud?
I tell you what. Let's race the rest of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I can beat you.
Oh, come on, then. Bet your shilling.
Wait a minute. Look at the cloud,
Hurry,
Father.
Jill, in the name of heaven.
Why, it's birds. Look, Father, birds. And it's coming this way.
Run!
But they won't hurt us, will they?
Faster!
I'm scared.
Meg! Meg! Open the door!
Richard, in you go. I'm holding the door for you, Father. Look out.
Oh, wait! I'm almost there.
The birds.
Wait!
John, there's a Danik above you. He's driving.
Now, Act Two of The Bird, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
My wounds were, fortunately, not deep. Had the gun struck, I would surely have been killed on my own doorstep. The other birds, black gulls, white gulls, and so forth, had pecked and torn, but they were as yet still inexperienced at attacking human beings, and so had done no very serious damage. My preparations had been most fortunate. Throughout the afternoon, the birds assailed the house without luck, and we sat in the kitchen and listened. We listened, and we watched Chippikins. The madness which had seized the other birds now was his, too. He glared at us with malevolent hatred in his tiny eyes, thrust his short, pointed beak at us through the golden bars of his cage, threw himself again and again at the little gate, hoping to break it down.
Oh, I'm afraid for him. He'll hurt himself.
Good.
Poor little man, he can't help himself. He must have caught something from all those awful birds outside.
Turn on the wireless. Let's have the wireless.
I'll do it.
Father.
What?
The school bus. Do you suppose the kids are all right?
Oh, yes, I wouldn't worry about it.
I hope so.
Chippykins, do leave off that, darling. You'll hurt your little self. Yes, baby. Mama's here. Oh, Mother, what happened? He bit me. Here, look at my finger. Oh, dear. I'll get the iodine. And you can leave off that, John Waite.
As you said, Mother Dobbs, he can't help himself. I'm going upstairs and check things. Upstairs it seemed worse. What worried me most were the bedroom fireplaces. They were quite close to the roof, and I could hear many birds which had made their way down the chimneys. Now, with only a thin plywood thickness between them and the interior of the house, they screamed and scratched at the wood. I reinforced wherever I could, particularly on the windows. For wood, I tore the bottoms from the bureau drawers, knocked the panels out of several closet doors, tore down shelves wherever I could find them. And then, deciding it would be too dangerous to hazard a night upstairs in separate rooms, I started carrying down armfuls of bedding to the kitchen. When I finished moving things, I locked both bedroom doors. If they should break through the bedroom windows or fireplaces during the night, the doors would hold them for a while. And perhaps in their mad jamming of the rooms, they would smother. Perhaps they would die. At the landing, I piled as much furniture as I could. Made a solid wall of bureaus, tables, chests, mattresses, and so forth. Now, should they break through the doors, they would have this third barrier to assail. But by that time, it would be over. Surely. I regarded my handiwork with some pride and wondered. Outside, I could hear the birds beating against the house.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Wings brushing the surface, sliding, scraping, seeking a way of entry. The sound of many bodies pressed together, shuffling on the sills. Now and again, a thud, a crash, as some birds dived and fell. Many would kill themselves that way. But not enough. Never enough.
John,
Yes, Meg.
there's to be another report in a moment. The man said so.
Good.
Yeah, eat your cheese sandwich. It's good.
Oh, thank you.
This is London calling. A national emergency was proclaimed at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Measures are being taken to safeguard the lives and property of the population, but it must be understood that these are not easy to effect immediately, owing to the unforeseen and unparalleled nature of the present crisis.
Unparalleled. Get him.
Every householder must take precautions through his own buildings, and where several people live together, as in flats and apartments, they must unite to do the utmost they can to prevent entry. It is absolutely imperative that every individual stay indoors tonight, and that no one at all remain on the streets or roads or anywhere without doors. The birds, in vast numbers, are attacking anyone on sight, and have already begun an assault upon buildings, but these, with due care, should be impenetrable. The population is asked to remain calm and not to panic. Owing to the exceptional nature of the emergency, there will be no further transmission from any broadcasting station until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
We had a gramophone. Father, could I have a gramophone for my birthday?
Yes, sweetheart, a gramophone. You shall have the best that money can buy.
Mother, did you hear that?
Yes, Angel, I heard. Now, suppose we all go to bed. It's been a long day.
Wait.
What is it?
Good old RAF. I wonder what they intend doing.
What was that, I wonder?
Oh, probably a bomb of some sort. I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I must say I feel better now.
Mother Dobbs, mind you say goodnight to Chippikins.
I'm not speaking to him, the ungrateful little wretch.
That booming, I knew the sound. The sound of an exploding plane. And I remembered tales of flyers who had blundered into flocks of geese and ducks. Bodies that splintered propellers and smashed windshields. And what could pilots do against birds? Suicidal birds. But at least it showed that somewhere in the country they were trying. Somewhere in some small back room at this very moment they were thinking, working. And they would succeed. They had to. Had to.
John. John, wake up.
What? What is it?
John, they're gone. Listen.
What's the time?
10 o'clock.
10. That means the tide has turned. It's on the ebb. I wonder... Meg, do you suppose it would be that they only attack with the flood tide?
I don't know, dear. What are you going to do?
Where's the flashlight?
On the mantel.
I'm going outside.
Huh? What's happening?
The birds, they're gone, Mother.
Gone, you say?
Yes, John's going to have a look about.
Oh, don't you do it.
And why not?
They're all out there waiting.
Mother.
Waiting all around the door, silently, for you to open it.
John, do you suppose?
Well, there's one way to find out. It was a scene of such violent death as few men have witnessed. All about me, wherever I threw the torch, lay their bodies, drifted as snow drifts, as sand drifts, their eyes bright in death, twinkling in unwinking points of fire. It was silent, so silent, yet I had the feeling that out there, somewhere, there was life. There was a shovel near the door, and I put it to use. First, I cleared a path from the door to the side of the house, and there I flashed my torch up. Every pane of glass had been smashed. The jagged edges flashed back my light. Many had birds impaled on them. Beyond, I saw the boards. They looked roughened and strange. There were flecks and streaks of blood on the boards, and a fine crisscross of splinters where the thousands upon thousands of bills had driven again and again into the wood. I shoveled the birds up against the windows and jammed them with my hands into the broken panes. Piled them on the sills and the cracks. A futile gesture. With the flood tide, another wave of assaulters would come and drive through these. But it would take time. And we needed time.
John, what are we going to do now?
I ought to go over to the farmers. They've got food there and wood. I need more wood.
Well, you're not to go. I won't let you go. I'll not be left here alone, John.
All right, Meg. I'll wait until morning, until the next ebb tide.
Sorry.
I understand you.
John, what's that?
Where?
On the hill. See? Fire.
It was just next to the spot where I'd spoken to the farmer as he drove his tractor. How long ago? 2 days? 2 months? On the same little hillside. One of the planes, Meg. Come on, let's go back to bed. The second attack was much worse. There was something different about it, something I found difficult to analyze. And while I was thinking about it, I watched the canary. He, too, had been quiet during the lull, but now he stormed and raged again, beat at the bars of his cage. And I thought of the birds in cages all over the world. Parrots, lovebirds, peacocks, yes, and ostriches. What of the ostriches? And the great red flamingos and the big swans in the parks with their powerful wings and beaks.
Father, what's that noise?
Noise?
From the chimney.
I don't know. Let's see. Sounds like they're trying to get at us through this chimney. We've got the fire. Get too low.
John, do something.
Here, give me that can of paraffin oil. Now then, everybody stand back.
Careful.
Back. This will clear them out. That's got it. Jill, you keep the fire up. Don't spare the wood.
All right, Father.
I'll start the primers. We'll have some cocoa.
Good idea.
Shall I check and see what's happening upstairs?
No, Jill. You watch the fire. Keep it blazing.
Poor Chippykins.
Now what?
He's hurt his wing against the bars.
Has he really?
Silly looking man. Mama warned you.
At the head of the stairs, I pushed the barricade aside and listened at the bedroom doors. They'd broken in, and I could hear them screaming and scratching at the thin doors. And with the scratching, I became conscious of a new sound. It sounded like talons. Could the hawks have taken over what the gulls had failed to do? The hawks. The birds of prey. Buzzards. Kestrels. Falcons. I'd forgotten the birds of prey. And as I listened, I could hear the soft patter of thousands of feet across the floors of the bedroom, and the sounds of talons, of splintering wood. I rebuilt the barricade, descended into the kitchen. The others had not yet noticed that soft patter just above our heads. I prayed that they would not. Outside, the birds continued to dash against the ground, against the walls. Those were the herring gulls, the suicide boys, kamikaze fighters. They had no brains. The blackbacks were something different. They knew what they were doing. So did the buzzards, the hawks. I thought of the things to do in the morning. There were so many things we needed to withstand siege. A car. If I could hire a car between the tides and use it to carry things. Food, oil for the stove, lumber and nails, sheets of metal for the windows, oh, so many things. I wondered and worried and dozed.
John, it's 7. Don't you want to hear what the wireless has to say?
Yes.
It's 20 after. I can't understand it.
Don't touch the knob. Leave it on the home station.
I thought if I just jiggled it a bit.
No, they've made a mistake. They meant they'd go on at 8, not 7.
Oh, well, that must be it. 10 after 8, John.
Maybe it's broken.
No, I've checked that. It's working all right.
Birds are letting up.
I thought I heard something. No, nothing yet.
Oh, 9 o'clock's past. There's nothing on the wireless. Nothing.
I know.
What does it mean, John?
Don't you see?
Not even the shortwave. Not even the code thing.
No.
Birds are gone. Look at Chippikins sleeping.
Sure is someone, somewhere in the world. Some one of the countless transmitters.
Shall we open the door?
Yes, there's a lot to do before the next flood tide.
We pause now for station identification.
And now we return to The Birds, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
A single brief glimpse through the open door was enough. I slammed it and paused to consider this new dilemma. The birds were out there, silent and watchful, waiting. Not a single one flew. They stood across the yard and in the fields, perched on the fence and on bushes and in the trees. All silent, watchful, and waiting.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
They didn't move. Just like Chippikins, every one of them.
Yes. Here, Chippikins. Here's my finger, see. Go on, take a bite.
He won't move.
Is he asleep?
No. No, he seems drugged. Or exhausted.
What are you doing?
Look at them. They're just sitting there. Here, give me that book. There.
It's like they're all hypnotized.
I'm going to the farm.
Then you'd better take me.
Me too, Father, please.
All right. I guess we better all go. There'll be things to carry. Bundle up warm now. It's better cold out there. We went by way of the field. I didn't want to risk the road. It was a strange gray day, funereal, and the birds all about us, black and silent and waiting. These were the land birds. Out on the bay, I saw the endless gray carpet of seabirds, riding the soft swells of the ebb tide, and waiting.
Well, there it is.
Oh, they did have a time of it.
Yes. John, hadn't you better go in alone?
Yes. Yes, I think you three had better wait here.
I want to go with you.
No. I want you to stay and take care of your mother.
Look, John, the cows are unharmed.
And the sheep.
I guess it wasn't them the birds were after.
The poor thing, she wants milking.
Good idea. There are some buckets over there in the shed, Joe. You and Mother Dobbs milk some of the cows.
And I'll come with you, John.
You sure you want to?
Yes.
All right. Here in the yard, the birds sat motionless, watching. And on the roof of the house, and in the trees, and on the sills of the broken windows. Sprawled near the back door, I found the farmer's body. Inside, the place was a shambles. But the larder in the storeroom was intact, and we took sacks of flour and a tub of butter, sugar and tinned meats. Supplies for a siege. Upstairs, sprawled by the telephone, was the farmer's wife.
I want to try the wireless.
Oh, it's no use. Here, carry these things out to the car. We haven't much time, you know.
We taking their car?
Yes?
Is it right?
Call it a neighborly loan, if you like.
We'll need more oil for the stove.
Yes, I'll get it. Come on, Meg, we have work to do. The farmer had been planning to build a new silo, and stacked in the barn were large sheets of galvanized iron. I found snips, too, and a keg of nails. I was racing against time. The second trip I made alone. This time I was in search of lumber, hardwood. I tore up the flooring in the hall of the farmhouse. There was a bale of barbed wire. I tied it to the back of the car. And as a final, futile gesture, I went upstairs to the telephone. Oh, bother. One last look round. It was growing late. And the final gesture. Man lives not by bread alone. I took their gunnophone. As I came down the little lane to our door, I glanced out to sea, and my heart stood still. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were ships there. Great battleships, 3 of them. The Royal Navy, throughout the proud history of this isle. In time of crisis. No, I was wrong. The Navy was not there. The gulls were rising from the sea. The tide was turning. Help me quickly, it's time.
All right. Come on, dear. Mother. Quickly. We'll have to leave the rest.
Yes, hurry, in the house.
The Chronicle.
No, not now.
It'll only take a minute. Help her.
Oh, here then. You take the records.
Come on, they're coming.
Son,
What?
that sound upstairs.
They're in.
Oh.
I'm going to build a barricade at the foot of the stairs.
Can you do it in time?
I've got to.
And at the door, the sound is different there somehow.
Don't worry about it.
All right, dear.
Mr. Chippykins, you're an evil little man.
Father,
What?
these are all Harry Lauder.
Really?
Every single one.
Well, now, Jane, they may seem a little old-fashioned to you, but your father and I used to find them quite entertaining when we were 14.
Did you really?
There was a soft scratching at the windows. This didn't bother me. Those were the small birds. But at the door were the hawks. There I would put up sheets of metal, but that meant nails, and the nails were in the car. Still, I had the snips. Oh, there were so many things to do. Fortifications to erect. A plan of defense to follow. I have done all I can until the next ebb tide. The barbed wire stands in the hall. I intend to nail it across the outside of the window. I don't think they will be able to get through that. And the galvanized metal is cut to size. And when I get the nails, I will put it up. I am becoming distressed about the main door. The falcons, the hawks, the birds of prey continue to dig at it. But if we can but survive this phase of the attack, we may make out. We have food and fuel for a week. But with each new attack, they grow more intelligent. Their numbers are increasing steadily. When will it end? How will it end? And as I sit here staring at the pages I have written, I cannot help wondering why. Why the Almighty has decreed that this is to be the end.
Is this the entire manuscript, Jenkins?
Yes, sir. That's all there is.
Well, you're our editor. What do you make of it?
I'm not quite sure, sir. I wish I could talk with the author about it, but as I told you, the story was submitted with no address. I haven't been able to find a trace of John Waite.
Undoubtedly, he's one of those curious, shabby fellows who live in squalor and with great prophetic visions. You know the sort.
That's it, sir.
What?
Prophetic. That's what the story is. Almost a warning.
Oh? In what way, Jenkins?
Well, sir, I think it has to do with nature and her system of checks and balances. You see, what he's saying is that a man, with his ever-recurring wars, his new weapons of destruction, threatens to destroy not only himself, but all forms of life. And nature might find a way to prevent this.
By wiping out man, you mean? Getting rid of him?
Yes, sir. Nature, or the Almighty, call it what you will, just isn't going to allow all life to come to an end. And so, through the birds, it will quite simply take care of the situation.
Yes, Jenkins. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps. Who knows?
now, once again, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
You know, Don, it was a pleasure doing a story as odd as the birds, even though I do think you billed me incorrectly.
What do you mean, Bart?
Well, after all, I was scarcely the star of the piece when you consider the gulls and the gannets. Villains that they were, they ran the whole show.
Well, I suppose you're right, Bart, but after all, we couldn't bill a bird.
Bill a bird, indeed.
You made me say it, Bart, but seriously, you still like birds, don't you?
Oh, of course I do. But now I understand something I never did before.
What's that?
You remember during the war we had airplane spotters, men and women, too, who spent hours scanning the skies on watch for the enemy?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, tonight I think I've at last discovered what bird watchers are for.
Well, I give up. But anyway, thank you, Herbert Marshall, for being with us tonight.
It was a great pleasure. Good night, everybody.
Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The husband you expected him to be, has the war created new problems for you in your marriage? To answer these and other personal problems brought in by your friends and neighbors, ARID presents John J. Anthony, founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, in a brand new program of daily sessions of kindly and helpful advice. Just as Mr. Anthony, by examples in this studio, is helping thousands of men and women solve their personal problems, ARID, too, is helping thousands to solve the important personal problem of underarm perspiration. ARID helps you avoid perspiration damage to clothes and safeguards friendships. Use ARID every day. It helps stop perspiration safely, and at the same time, ARID is a most effective deodorant.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Columbia Network takes pride in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the fourth broadcast of a unique new series dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. This is the first time that a complete theatrical producing company has been brought to radio, and the Columbia Network again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to its own stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, coast to coast. Every week, Orson Welles invites our listeners to suggest their favorite titles. And tonight, the Mercury Theater on the Air presents 39 Steps by John Buchan, with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Joffrey. Here is Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot divulge the full name of the author of the 39 Steps. 7 university degrees and a title make him a gentleman and a scholar, and also practically unpronounceable. But I think you'd like to know, if you didn't, that it is the present Governor General of the Dominion of Canada and first Baron of Tweedsmuir who perpetrated this tall and shamelessly exciting spy story about high doings in Scotland. Lord Tweedsmuir, who in private life is a publisher, is himself very properly a Scotsman, who regards the sensational diversity of his responsibilities with the special calm of his nation. I regard my business, he says, as my profession, writing as my amusement, and politics as my duty. What's your name? I say, old fellow. What's your name? All right. Stand there in the street and don't outside. I never saw you before in my life. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my window. So, good night. I say good night, old fellow. Hey, you're the bowler. You're the bowler hat. Good night. Got this shining head and said, oh, the door's open. Henny, Richard Henny. 2C. Richard Henny, 2C, Richard Henny, 2C, 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 2C. Richard Henny, wake up. Wake up, it's Marmaduke, good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early worm. Wake up, going to Scotland on the marvelous shooting, good old shooting. Sorry, fishing, good old fishing. I can early start. I say, Henny. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hey. Hey, Henny, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Henny. Must be drunk. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my window sill. Cocked its shining head. Hello. You still there, you? Across the street? You're a stranger. I don't know you. And I don't know what you're doing here in the middle of the street, and I ought to tell you this. Do you know what I saw up there in flat 2C? A woman. Just stand there in a bowler hat. Hey, old chap, you a bill collector? No. Don't stutter. Speak up. Well, I'll tell you what I saw. I saw an old lady in a tippet just sitting there. All right, through the keyhole. I'm not ashamed. I looked through the keyhole, and there was this old lady sitting in a chair in Richard Hanny's apartment. You know what? Her wig was crooked. Yes, sir. And the phone kept ringing. And she didn't answer it. She just sat there. With her eyes open. Stop Express.
I'm sorry, sir. You missed it. Just putting out. You won't make it, sir. Hey, ticket! Ticket! Hey, ticket, sir! Ticket! Campaign, get stopped. All change to Lock Maven. Get good drinks and candy, Galloway.
Lock Maven.
Ticket, sir.
Thank you.
Ticket.
Good.
Good bit. Change at Del Beetle. Yeah. What's under the tape?
What does it sound like?
I'm like a dog. Is that a dog you got there?
He's a dog.
All dogs, domestic animals, traveling passenger accommodations, Great Northern Railway, Blue Search, Cameras, and Risk and Liability. Change at Del Beetle. Did you claim it?
Come on, Charlie. Off to the leads now. Here you are, sir. Cretan.
What in the knob? How old are you, Sonny?
Charlie, 7. Just turned 7, ain't you, Charlie?
You're a big boy, Charlie, for your age. Feet hand, run the knob. Ticket.
Thanks, you. They do sprout up, don't they? Mind the lollipop now, Charlie.
Ticket.
I'm sorry. I haven't got one.
Here now. What is this?
Sorry, I didn't have time. I had to run to make it.
Oh, what to? Where to?
Where
to?
Newton Stewart.
8 and 14.
Here you are.
8 and 14 out of 10 and 6 penalty for begging the ticket while in transit. Aren't you all set?
Thank you.
Here, stow it, Joe.
Dual wheels, dual. I can't see why passengers have to put up with that sort of thing.
And the leash now, mind, or out he goes. Ticket?
Now then, Charlie, now then. Don't give your lollipop to the doggy.
Dual. Trains are overcrowded as it is without bringing in a lot of smelly brutes, I must say. Excuse me, sir, while I open the window. Very well.
Some people are never satisfied. Never you mind, Charlie. The dog is man's truest friend. Never mind what anybody may say.
All right, lady, all right. I consider myself ticked off.
And always remember, Charlie, that a man who doesn't like a dog is no friend of yours. You can be sure that Richard Annie didn't keep a dog. Not him, the murderer. No man as would do in a poor old lady through the art in his flat would keep a dog. No, Charlie.
June, John. June. Curious case, that Portland Place murder affair, isn't it, sir? I'm glad about it. You know, I'm always interested in a good murder. Here we are, sir. The Guardian Chronicle, special edition. I haven't seen this one myself yet. Shocking occurrence in Portland Square. Milkman's story. Annie disappears. Seen at St. Pancras. Hello? Here's out one. Now look at this, sir. Yes? There's reason to believe that the suspect, Richard Annie, is headed north of the Tweed. Scotland Yard is searching all Great Northern trains. I say Great Northern? Why, that's us.
Oh, shut your gab. What are you trying to do? Frighten the kiddie?
All right, lady. Sorry. It may be he's sitting here below, in this very compartment among us, and the blood of the slain not dry on his hands. June got... Well, we'll soon settle that. Here it is. Middle-height, hair brown, eyes blue, mustache, about 35, wearing a grey tweed suit. Let's look at his picture now. Here it is. To the page 17.
Hey, stop there!
Here he goes, running!
Heading for the hills.
Yeah, what's going on here? Who pulled that emergency light? Was it one of you? It was him. Jumped and grabbed it. Threw it out of the window.
I knew it was him.
Who are you talking about? Hurry up, man. Go down the line and I'll give you the slip. Who?
The murderer!
Mr. Richard Hanley.
Get away from that glass, Charlie.
He was sitting right next to me.
Come on, Charlie. Get away now. Or I'll give your nice lollipop to one of these gentlemen here.
What's all roads, Richard Hanley, wanted for Portland Place murder. Reported in stolen car. Large green Daimler speeding south.
Scotch and soda, sir?
Is that the best thing you can suggest, Sullivan, for a man who's barely escaped his life from a motor accident?
Brandy and soda, sir.
Drove right through the head, he did, Sullivan.
Went through it like butter, down the bank and into the burn. Lucky he came out alive.
Gin and tonic,
Just
sir.
a lucky thing, too. I came along, fished him out. Gentlemen, stay for supper, Sullivan. Better take him a change of clothes when he's out of his bath. Things were badly torn up. Not a pleasant thing to turn over 3 times a day with a phaeton, Sullivan.
He's done with his bath. I laid out the blue serge, Sir Harry.
Oh, good work, Sullivan. Tell cook there'll be 2 for supper.
She has been so informed. There is still one question unsolved, Sir Harry.
Yes, Sullivan.
As you observed, sir, the gentleman has just been in a motor car wreck.
Of course. Oh, of course. Make it whiskey, Sullivan.
Very good, sir.
Oh, well, hello there. I say hello. You look better in that blue serge than I ever did, doesn't he, Sullivan?
Yes, Sir Harry.
You're staying to supper, old man, I hope. Sullivan tells me pleasant. My name is Parker. Parker. We haven't introduced ourselves.
I think you ought to know. You have in your house the man who is wanted for the Portland Place murder.
What's that?
My name is Richard Hannay.
Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
Your duty is to send for the police and give me up. I don't think I'll get very far. There'll be an accident, and I'll have a knife in my ribs an hour or so after sunset. Nevertheless, it's your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
Why, don't look like a murderer to me. Does he, Sullivan?
No, Sir Harry.
I'm not. The fact is that 3 days ago, a man was found dead in my flat.
Oh, I say, old fellow. Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haney says a man was found dead in his flat.
Murdered, Mr. Harry.
Murdered.
The Portland Place murder, Sir Harry.
Yes, Sullivan. A man, Mr. Haney?
The victim of the Portland Place murder, Sir Harry, was a woman.
It was a man.
Oh, now look here, old fellow.
The press, Sir Harry, is very clear on this one point. The victim was a woman.
An old woman, wasn't it, Sullivan?
It was, sir.
An old woman.
The body that was found in my flat on Tuesday morning. The body of a man named Nathan Skoda.
Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
The whiskey, Sullivan.
Very good, sir.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Bring 2 glasses.
Well, here it is. Here's the whole story. My name is Richard Hannay. I was a mining engineer in Rhodesia and Bulawayo. I made my pile and came back to England 3 weeks ago. Well, last Monday night I got back to my flat about 10 o'clock. I live in a new block behind Portland Place. There's a porter in the building who leaves around 9. As I came up the stairs, I heard my phone ringing. Hello? 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 Hello?
That call was for me.
What in heaven's name?
Close the door. Is it locked?
Yes?
I'm very sorry. Great liberty, I know. Breaking in this way, but I need help worse than any man ever needed it. Can I count on you?
It depends.
You see, I have an idea. By this time tomorrow, I shall be dead.
That's what he told me the minute he got in the door. The little man was scared stiff. I could see that. He carried a parcel under his arm, a brown paper parcel, and there was a trickle of blood on his left hand from a fresh cut across the knuckles. There's going to be a war. Now, wait a minute. That's what he told me. A war. And this war is going to come as a great surprise to Britain. Somebody's going to be murdered. He told me this Thursday, remember, Thursday night. In London, a fellow called Carolitis. Look, nothing on earth can save him. But that's just a beginning. According to what this fellow told me, Carolitis isn't important, not in himself. It's what comes after he's dead. On July 15th, the chief of the French General Staff will be in London. On that day, the British Admiralty is to give him complete statement of the disposition of the entire British fleet on mobilization. At least I gather it's something like that, something uncommonly important. Now then, On the 15th of July, there will be others in London. I don't know who. He had a name for them. A name of some... He called them the Black Stone. But somehow this information, those secrets about our fleet destined for France, will be diverted into their hands on that day, July 15th, and will be used, remember, a week or two later against England by our deadly foe with great guns and swift torpedoes, suddenly in the darkness of a summer night. I know you don't believe this. I didn't when he told it. I do now. Well, I noticed that while this man Skoda was talking, he kept fingering a little black notebook which was full of writing, some sort of code it looked like.
You may believe me or not, just as you please. But there it is.
This is the fellow speaking, the fellow with the brown paper parcel and the cut across his knuckles. This is what he said.
Yes, for this information. I got the first hint nearly 2 years ago in an inn on the Achensee in Tyrol. I collected my other clues in a fur shop in the Galician quarter of Budapest, in a strangers' club in Vienna, in a little bookshop in the Recknichstrasse in Leipzig. I completed my evidence 10 days ago in Paris. And until yesterday, I thought that I had worked unobserved. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. For me. Those men calling, see if I'm here. Don't answer it. Here. Let me show you something. Will you please turn off the light?
Yes.
Come to the window. Look. Down there.
Well, I looked. For a moment, I saw nothing but the deserted street below. Then I noticed a man in a bowler hat standing in a doorway across the street.
When I came home last night, I found a card in my letterbox. Here it is.
The Black Stone. What's the Black Stone?
Well, that's the name. That's what they call themselves, these people. When I got that card, I knew that I had to die.
Why don't you call the police?
Well, it's no use. These men followed me here. I'm bottled in this building as sure as a pickled herring. Well, that's why I'm telling you all these things tonight. If I fail, well, I should hate to leave this scene without leaving somebody behind to put up a fight.
Well, I still didn't know what to make of the little chap, and it was getting late. So I made him a bed in my smoking room. Good night.
Good night. And in case I'm not here in the morning, I haven't the privilege of your name, sir, but let me tell you, you're a white man. Oh, I said before you go to bed, I'll thank you to lend me a razor.
I locked the door of my room. Finally, I fell asleep. I woke before dawn, couldn't go to bed again. I lit a cigarette and started to read. Then I noticed that the light in the smoking room was still on. I got up, I had a cigarette in my mouth, I remember, and as I pushed open the smoking room door, I saw something that made me drop my cigarette. Bolt upright in a chair by the window sat an old woman with her eyes open. There was a long knife through her heart, which skewered her to the back of the chair. I looked quickly about and called for Skoda. There was no reply. Then I noticed three things. First, the old woman's wig had fallen slightly askew. Second, that the brown paper parcel I'd noticed under Skoda's arm the night before was now lying open and empty on the table. Third, that across the knuckles of the old woman's left hand was a fresh, unhealed cut. From the limpness of the body, I estimated that Skoda had been dead for about 2 hours. I wondered what had happened to the little black book. I searched Skoda's body and found nothing. Then I noticed that the whole flat had been ransacked in the night. The insides of books, drawers, covered even the sideboard in the dining room. I shut it and bolted every door and window in the flat. Skoda's story was true. The men who knew that he knew what he knew had found him and had made certain of his silence. You see, his disguise had not saved him. I'd be the next to go. But suppose I went out now and called the police. What kind of a story could I tell about Skoda? If I told them the truth, they'd simply laugh at me. I'd be charged with murder. The best I could hope for was jail. And that was just what they wanted for me. An English prison was as good a way of getting rid of me till after July 15th as a knife in my chest. I got out an atlas and looked at a big map of the British Isles. My notion was to get off to some wild district, some open space where my South African experience would be of help to me, some place where I'd be safe hiding for 6 days until July 15th. I decided Scotland would be best. There was a train from St. Pancras at 7:10. I went to the window and looked out between the shutters. It was beginning to get light. I saw a man standing in the doorway in a bowler hat. Then another man, who seemed to be drunk, came down in evening dress down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house.
Hey, wake up, Marmaduke, good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early word. Wake up, going to Scotland. Remember, the shooting, good old shooting. Oh, sorry, busy. Good old feeling. Make like an early start, I say. Oh, Hannah. Hey, Hannah. Hannah, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Hannah. Must have been dropped. Good evening, yellow bill. Oh? What my so up its shining head.
I waited till he'd gone. I put a pipe in my pocket and filled my pouch from the tobacco jar on the table by the fireplace. As I poked into the tobacco, my fingers touched something hard, and I drew out Skoda's little black book. Somehow that seemed a good omen. I went out into the street, past the doorway, past the man in the bowler hat, and at 7:10 I was at St. Pancras Station.
Dr. Express? Sorry, sir, you missed it. You're just putting out, sir. You won't make it, sir. Hey, ticket, ticket. Hey, ticket. Them freeze, next stop. Won't change the lock pavement to Goodbury Creek to get away.
10 hours later, between Dorbeath and Newton Stewart, I pulled the emergency cord and jumped off the train.
Oh, stop it!
There he goes running! The murderer!
I was a good mile from the track before I stopped running. The moor was all around me. You couldn't have found a more peaceful landscape in the world, yet at that moment, for the first time in my life, I felt the terror of the hunted on me. It wasn't the police I was afraid of, but the others who knew that I knew Skoda's secret and dared not let me live. They had killed Skoda in my flat within a few yards of me. Now it was my turn. And I didn't even know what these men looked like. I wish I'd listened more carefully to what Skoda had said about them. I think he said there were 3 of them. And that one of them was young and dark, and one was plump, and one was old and stammered sometimes when he spoke. Suddenly, in the blue evening sky, I saw something. Low Down in the south, a monoplane was climbing into the heavens. I was as certain as if I'd been told that that aeroplane was looking for me. It flew low over the hilltops, and then back over the valley. I started to run. I ran till the sweat blinded my eyes. I ran most of the night, keeping always south in the direction of the hills. And as the mists cleared before the sun, I found myself in the central boss of a high upland country with glens falling away on every side. Then I saw the monoplane again, coming up from the east. It was flying high. It circled about me in narrowing circles, the way a hawk wheels before it pounces. Now it was flying quite low. The observer on board caught sight of me. I could see him looking at me through glasses. No. Now it was speeding eastward again till it became a speck in the blue morning. My enemies had located me. The next thing would be a cordon around me. There wasn't enough cover on the whole moor to hide a rat. I tossed a coin, heads right, tails left. Fell head, so I turned north. For a while I got to the mountain country and came to the brow of a ridge. Way down a slope a couple of miles away, several men were advancing like a row of beaters at a shoot. And it may have been my imagination, but I thought I saw figures, 1, 2, perhaps more, moving in a glen beyond the stream. I looked down into the valley. There were men below. Police, they looked like. Not more than a quarter of a mile off, spaced out on the hillside like a fan beating the heather.
Hey, Joe! Hey! Oh, here! Hey, Joe! Oh, here! Where? Up there! You know him? Yes, that's him!
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in John Buchan's 39 Steps. We shall resume the story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Columbia Network is presenting 39 Steps by John Buchan. And now the Mercury Theater resumes the story with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Jopley.
There he is, up there!
We were playing hare and hounds, police and I. Soon it began to seem less of a game. The police had evidently called in the local herds of gamekeepers. These fellows were hefty men on the native heath. Looking back, I saw that only 3 were following me. The others had fetched a circuit to cut me off. I crossed a burn and came out on a road which seemed to be kept with some care. A few hundred yards to my left, I saw the chimneys of a house smoking. There was a veranda in front of the house, and through the glass, I saw the face of an elderly gentleman meekly watching me.
Seem in a hurry, my friend.
His face was round and shiny, like Mr. Pickwick's, and the top of his head was as bright and bare as a glass bottle. Through the window could be seen some figures half a mile off.
Oh, I see. Fugitive from justice, eh? Well, we'll go into the matter at our leisure. Go into my study. You'll see 2 doors facing you. Take the one to the left and close it behind you. Close it tight.
I did as I was told. I was in a little dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. I wasn't any too happy. There was something about the old gentleman which rather terrified me. He'd been too easy and ready. Almost as if he'd been expecting me, and his eyes had been horribly intelligent.
All right. You may come out now.
Have they gone?
They have gone. I convinced them that you had crossed the hill. I do not choose that the police should come between me and one whom I am delighted to honor.
He smiled gently and nodded to the door behind me. I turned and saw two manservants who had me covered with pistols.
This is a lucky morning for you, Mr. Richard Hannay.
Hey, what's going on here? And who are you calling Richard Hannay? My name's Ainsley.
So? Oh, but of course you have many names. We won't quarrel about a name, Mr. Hannay.
And now I suppose you're going to give me up after all. And a low, dirty trick, I call it. By God, I wish I'd never seen that cursed money. Here it is in big damn here.
You are a clever actor, Mr. Hannay, but not quite clever enough. Oh, no, I shall not give you up. My friends and I will have a little private settlement with you tonight.
Oh, for God's sake, stop jawing. Everything's against me. What's the harm in a poor devil with an empty stomach picking up some money he finds in a lost pocketbook? That's all I've done, and for that I've been shivered for 2 days with these blasted bobbies over these blasted hills. I could see a dawning of a doubt in his mind. I'll tell you, I'm fair sick of it.
Will you oblige me with a story of your recent doings, Mr. Hannay?
I can't, Governor. I've not had a bite to eat for 2 days. Give me a mouthful of food, and then you'll hear God's truth.
You're a good liar, Hannay. But I do not propose to let you go. If you are what you say you are, you will soon have a chance of clearing yourself. If you're what I think you are, I do not think you will see the light much longer.
Geringster, draußen einschließen, bis die zurückkommt?
Ja. I want the Daimler in 5 minutes. There will be 3 to dinner. Goodbye, Mr. Hannay. We will meet again tonight.
I marched out of the room with a pistol in the small of my back. They locked me up again in the small, dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. It was as black as pitch. Well, I made out that the walls were lined with boxes and barrels and sacks of some heavy stuff. The old boy had gone off in a car to collect his friends. He'd be back soon. The plump one and the dark, thin one. As I figured it out, I had just about 2 hours longer to live, and I got a Skoda dressed up like an old woman, sitting in that chair by the window in my flat with his eyes open. I got up and started moving around the room again. I found a handle in the wall, the door of a cupboard of some sort. In that cupboard there were bottles and cases of queer-smelling stuffs and coils of fine copper wire. There was a box of detonators and a lot of cord for fuses. Also half a dozen little gray bricks. I took up one and smelled it and put it in my tongue. I've been a mining engineer for nothing. I know lentonite when I see it. It was a risk. But if I didn't take it, I'd probably be occupying a 6-foot hole in the garden by evening anyhow. So, took a quarter of a lentonite brick and buried it near the door, and then I got a detonator and a couple of feet of fuse. And then I lit a match. Something had hit my left shoulder. There was a poisonous yellow fog all around me. Somewhere behind me I felt fresh air. I started to run. I ran. Much later, in a clearing on a hillside, I saw a small stone building with a tower. The door was open. It was dark and cool inside. I staggered in and sat down on one of the benches. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable. Then I heard steps coming down the path. I found a small door in one corner and narrow stairs running up to the tower. I went up. Now, most of the top of this tower was taken up with bells. But there was a small ledge outside just wide enough to lie down on. I heard a man downstairs below me in the tower. I lay there with a burning head and the sun glaring in my face. Right above me was the monoplane. They couldn't have missed me lying there on the open ledge. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Suddenly, right under me... little dark knots of men began to appear. They came slowly, dozens of them, all moving towards me, slowly advancing, closing in on me. I was too sick to move. I lay there waiting for them to come and get me. Now they were in the building below me. In a few seconds, they'd be up the stairs. I waited, and no one came. I lay there waiting. Then, a thought struck me. Skoda had been murdered on Thursday night, 4 days ago. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. Then these men, coming up the hills, in little dark knots, in black, slowly advancing, closing in on me, were not my enemies. They weren't after me. They didn't even know I was there. They were peacefully walking to church with their families. It was Sunday. Presently, a large green open Daimler drove up. 3 men got out. My plump friend, the professor, and the dark young man. I could see them looking up at my tower. 2 of them went into the church. The thin man stayed at the car. I waited up there on the ledge. But they didn't come up. They left me there. The service had just begun. That gave me about an hour. Now, there was an old iron drain pipe running along the corner of the tower. It didn't seem particularly solid. Besides, I was in full sight of the man in the car. At that moment, it started to rain. The man in the car looked up at the sky. He turned his collar, then he shrugged his shoulders, got out of the car, and went into the church. I started down the side of the tower. Halfway down, my foot slipped and I fell. The ground was soft. I got up and went over to the car and drove off. I drove that Daimler for all she was worth. It was risky driving with my right arm out of action. But I drove on south, downhill into the valley. The road was full of sharp curves and shiny under my headlights and very slippery.
Got some soda, sir? That's right, Sullivan. Mr. Haney, I may talk like an ass most of the time, but I can size up a man.
The whiskey, Sir
Henry. Thanks, Sullivan. Pull it, will you? 2 stiff ones.
Very good, sir. My name is Henny.
Well, Henny, you're no murderer and you're no fool. And I believe you're speaking the truth. I'm going to back you up. Now, what can I do?
I've got to get in touch with the government sometime before June 15th. July 15th. That's the day after tomorrow. If you can help me.
All right, I will. The permanent secretary at the Foreign Office is my cousin and one of the best going. He's down at his cottage in the country, trout fishing. If you start early tomorrow morning, Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
Have the station wagon here at 6 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And reserve a compartment on the Southern Express.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Sullivan?
Yes, Sir Harry.
Send a telegram to Sir Walter.
Yes, sir.
If a man called...
Henny. Better not use my real name.
So right you are. If a man called, Sullivan, you will think of a name for Mr. Hanny?
Yes, sir. A short name, sir.
Yes, Sullivan.
And British, of course, sir.
Oh, yes, Sullivan.
You can count on me, sir. Sir Walter Bullivant, Kenneth near Arson's Well, Cambridgeshire. If a man called Tristan appears tomorrow, treat him kindly. He may tell you something that will wake you up. He will pass the word Blackstone and whistle Annie Laurie. Love, Harry.
Isn't it? Yes, sir. I'll back out Kenneth for trout fishing against any river in England. He's that big fellow there. 4 pounds if he's an ounce. I don't see him, sir. Go there. Yard from the reeds, just above that stickle. Yes, I see him now. He's a big fellow. And I swear it was a black stone. Yes. Tristan's name, isn't it? No, I mean to say, yes, sir. A wise conspirator that knows his own name. You're Sir Walter. And? Now then, Mr. Henny, my cousin promised you'd tell me something that would wake me up. I'm ready. Oh, Mr. Henny, before we begin, I think I ought to tell you, I got a letter from Skoda this morning. Skoda? Yes. Skoda's been dead a week. It was written on the 8th, the day before he came to you. His letters usually took a week to reach me. They were sent undercover to Spain and then to Newcastle. What did he say? Great deal. Strange fellow, Skoda. He knew more international secrets than any secret service man in Europe. The trouble about him was he liked to play a lone hand. He'd never tell us all he knew. Besides, he was getting romantic. Black stone. Like a penny novelette. Sir Walter, is Carolitis in London? Yes. Been there for days. In his letter, did Skoda say anything about Premier Carolitis? Premier Carolitis? Skoda said that the 14th of July, today, Carolitis would be murdered. Carolitis murdered? Nonsense. There's no state in Europe once came out of the way. Virtuous Carolitis is likely to outlive us all. I'm afraid Skoda went off the trail there.
Walter?
Yes, Heath, what is it?
Telegram, Sir Walter. Just came through from London.
Thanks. You excuse me, Mr. Henry? Keith, car, right away. Call the Foreign Office. Tell them I'm on my way up.
Yes, sir.
I apologize to the shade of Skoda. Carolides was shot dead this evening, a few minutes after 7. Like war, Mr. Henny. What about our naval plans, Sir Walter? You know what Skoda said about them? He said tomorrow, July 15th. We're taking no chances, Mr. Henny. General Dufour, chief of the French General Staff, arrived in London at 5 today. He dines with the Prime Minister, and then he goes to the Foreign Office. There are 4 people will see him. Whittaker from the Admiralty, myself, Sir Arthur Drew, and General Winstanley. Lord Stirling may be there. You never know about him. He gets more erratic every day. The Foreign Office, General Dufour, will get a certain document from Whittaker. After that, he'll be motored to Portsmouth, where a destroyer will take him to Havre. He won't be left unattended for a moment until he's safe in Paris. The
same with Whittaker till the papers are out of his hands. And I don't mind admitting I'm horribly nervous.
Sir Walter, if those plans were stolen, could the disposition be changed?
We can't make any serious change in those dispositions, Mr. Henney, unless we alter the geography of England. And now, gentlemen, that our meeting is over, I must ask you to give me a few minutes longer of your time. Gentlemen, I ask you to meet Mr. Henney.
How do you do, Mr. Henney?
General Dufour.
Honored to meet you.
Sir Arthur Drew.
How do you do, sir?
John Whittaker.
How do you do, sir?
General Winstanley.
How do you do?
Gentlemen, I've taken the highly unusual step of asking Mr. Henney to attend our meeting tonight because Mr. Henney is in possession of certain vital information which every one of us here...
I'm sorry, Walter. I am a sick man. I'm going back to my bed where I belong. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Hannay. Sorry I can't stay to hear what you've got to say. Oh, and Whittaker, whatever comes up, you take care of it. Don't call me again tonight.
Stop that man!
Really, Mr.
I tell you to stop that man. Stop him.
Mr. Henney, I think you're forgetting yourself.
I beg of you to stop him. If you won't, I will. Too late. Gentlemen, who do you think went through that door a minute ago?
Lord Sterling.
He did not. It was his living image, but it was not Lord Sterling.
Oh,
gentlemen, have you ever known Lord Sterling to stammer?
Stammer? Henney, have you gone out of your head?
I tell you, gentlemen, that man who just went out was not Lord Sterling. It was someone who recognized me. Someone I've seen in the last 3 days.
Nonsense. Really, Mr. Henney, I think you have gone out of your head.
That remains to be seen. So, Walter, may I call Lord Sterling's house?
I'll do it. Hello? If you couldn't say house. Hurry, please. Hello? Yes, hello. This is Walter Bullivant. Will you ask Lord Sterling to call me the minute he gets home? What? What's that? Are you sure? I see. Thanks. Lord Sterling hasn't been out of his bed all day. He went to sleep at 6 and woke up a few minutes ago.
Well, then, who
was it?
The Black Stone.
But it's madness. Do you mean to tell me that that man came here and sat beside me for the best part of an hour, and I didn't detect the impostor, my own chief?
You were too interested in other things to have the use of your eyes. You took Lord Sterling for granted. If it had been anybody else, you might have looked more closely.
The thing that puzzles me is, what good will his visit here do that fellow, the spy fellow? Here are the plans right here on this table. He couldn't carry away several pages of figures and strange names in his head.
Yes, he could. A trained spy has a photographic memory. You noticed he said nothing, but went through those papers again and again. Those plans were as lost to us as if he had them in his pocket.
Give me the Home Office. Port Division. Have every port watched, every outgoing steamer checked.
And we have not a rag of a clue.
I wonder. Sir Walter, here's Skoda's little black book. It's in code, except for one sentence scrawled over the last page. Skoda knew where those fellows would hide. He knew when they were going to leave the country. I wonder if in that sentence...
What is it? Let's hear it.
39 steps. I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m.
39 steps.
That is a clue, don't you see? And it was someplace where high tide was at 10:17.
There are at least 100 places in England where the tide's high at 10:17 tomorrow.
Well, they've gone to know it. Not they. They have their own secret plans, and they won't be hurried.
39 steps? What does he mean by steps?
Dock steps.
Then he wouldn't have mentioned their number. It must be a place where there's more than one set of stairs.
Home Office, Department of Transportation. Hello, Bullivant speaking. I say, is there any regular steamer leaving from the continent 10:17 p.m.? Look it up. What? You sure? Thanks. There's no regular steamer sailing from the continent at 10:17 p.m. from anywhere.
Then it must be a private boat in a little port. That explains why the tide's important.
Hello? Give me the Admiralty. Hello? Walter Bullivant speaking. Hello, Jenkins. What places do you know along the east coast where there are cliffs? There are several sets of steps run down to the beach. I mean steps, regular staircases. What's that? Place in Norfolk? Rattlesham? A golf course? No, that's not it. No, marine piers won't do either. Has to be more retired than that. What? That else? Think, man, think. It's important. What's that? What you call it? The Ruff? Listen to this. A big chalk headland in Kent, close to Bradgate.
Sir Arthur, look up the Admiralty timetable. Bradgate, Kent.
Yes. A lot of villas on top of the cliff, and some of the houses have staircases down to a private beach.
Hurry, Sir Arthur.
Here, listen to this. Bradgate. High tide, July the 15th, 10:17 p.m.
Bradgate, July 15th. Confidential report. Richard Hannay, Special Agent to Sir Walter Bullivant, Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office. There is a villa with 39 steps leading down to the sea. Trafalgar Lodge, it's called, sir. Belongs to an old gentleman called Appleton, a retired stockbroker. Well, here's what happened. At about 6 that evening, I saw the yacht, the foreign steam yacht. Came up from the south and dropped anchor pretty well opposite the Ruff. Then, later, our British destroyer came in. At 9:30, I strolled towards Trafalgar Lodge. The Scotland Yard men would be posted around the house by now, but there was no sign of a soul. The house stood as open and public as a charity bazaar.
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Appleton live here?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see him, please.
I'll see if he's in. Will you wait here in the hall, please, sir?
I found myself in a neat hall. There were the golf clubs and tennis rackets which you'll find in 10,000 British homes. There was, grandfather clock ticking a barometer and a print of children winning the Grand National.
What name shall I say, sir?
Hannay.
Will you come this way, please, sir? Mr. Hannay.
The old man rose to meet me. He was in evening dress. So was the plump one. The third, the dark one, wore a blue serge suit and the colors of some club or school.
Mr. Hannay, you wish to see me? One moment, you fellows. I'll join you. Better go to the smoking room, Mr. Hannay.
We'll stay here. I think we've met before. I guess you know my business.
Maybe, sir, maybe. I haven't a very good memory. I'm afraid you must tell me your errand, for I really don't know it.
Well, then, I've come to tell you that the game's up. I have a warrant here for the arrest of you three.
Arrest? Really? Yes. Good Lord, what for?
For the murder of Nathan Scoter in London on the 8th day of this month.
Why, I've never heard the name before.
Good heaven, you must be mad, sir. Where did you come from?
Scotland Yard.
Why, don't get flustered, Admiral. It's all a ridiculous mistake. Well, these things happen sometimes. Well, we can easily set it right. I can show that I was out of the country on the 8th, and Bob was down here. You were in London, but, of course, you can explain what you were doing.
Right, Percy. Of course, that's easy enough. The 8th, last Thursday. Why, that was the day after Agatha's wedding. Let me see, what was I doing? I came up in the morning from Woking and lunched at the club with Charlie Simons. Oh, yes. Then I dined at the City Hall, I remember. But the punch didn't agree with me. I was seedy next morning. Hang it all, there's the cigar box I brought back from the dinner.
Think what Aunt Nellie will say. She always said you'd die of boredom because nothing ever happened to you, and now you've got it thick and strong. Why, that's wonderful.
By Jove, yes. Just think of it. What a story to tell at the club. Really, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I should be angry to show my innocence, but it's too funny. I almost forgive you the fright you gave me. You looked so glum, I thought I might have been walking in my sleep and killing people like Jack the Ripper.
It couldn't be acting. It was too confounded genuine. Well, my heart went into my boots. My first impulse was to apologize and clear out. And yet, there were 3 of them. And one was old. And one was plump. And one was lean and dark. And their house fitted in with Scudder's notes. And half a mile offshore was lying a foreign yacht. There's only one thing to do, go forward as if I had no doubts. I was going to make a fool of myself. I might as well do it handsomely. Then I remembered what old Peter Peniot always told me in Rhodesia, Vescal Avenue. He told me once, talking about disguises, that barring certainties like fingerprints, mere physical traits are of very little importance. If a man really knows his business, well, he laughed at things like dyed hair and false beards and such childish follies. If a man really knew his business, if you're playing a part, you'll never keep it up unless you convince yourself that you really are the man you're pretending to be. So I walked to the door and switched on the electric light. And the sudden glare made them blink, and I stood scanning the 3 faces. Well, I made nothing of it. One was old and bald, one was stout, one was dark and thin. That's all I could tell. Perhaps they were the 3 men who had hunted me in Scotland. Perhaps they weren't. There was a silver cigarette box on the table beside me, and I saw that it had been won by Percy Appleton, Esquire, of the St. Bede's Club in a golf tournament.
Well, are you reassured by your scrutiny? I make no complaint, but you see how annoying it must be to respectable people. Are you going to drop it?
No.
Oh, Lord, this is a bit too thick. Do you propose to march us off to the police station?
I have the right to ask to see your warrant, you know, but I don't wish to cast any aspersions upon you, sir. You're only doing your duty, but you will admit it's horribly awkward. What do you propose to do?
Well, I vote we have a game of billiards. It will give Mr. Hannay time to think things over and show him there's no ill feeling. Do you play, sir?
Yes, I play.
Billiard room is downstairs, Mr. Hannay. Why don't you 2 start? We'll finish our cigars and come down later.
Oh. We went to the billiard room.
Choose your cue, sir.
Thanks.
Plain or spot, sir?
Spot.
Short?
Thanks.
How about a few practice shots?
Good work, Mr. Hannay. I'm afraid you're in for a licking, Bob.
Should we start? We'll begin. Or should we toss?
What are you playing for?
Shilling a game?
It's all right.
Heads or tails, Mr. Hannay?
Heads.
Heads it is. You begin. Will you mark for us, Percy?
I do. 7.
That was a near one. Rough luck.
5. 8.
That's all. All right, Mr. Hannay.
5. That's 13. 17.
Good work.
Stop at 17.
Percy, look at the time. You'd better think about catching your train.
Yes, Percy's got to go to town tonight.
I'm afraid you must put off your journey.
Oh, dash it all, Hannay. I thought you'd drop that, but I've simply got to go. You can have my address, and you can have any security you like.
No, you must stay. It was 5 minutes after 10. In 12 minutes, it would be high tide. Through the window, I could see the lights of the foreign yacht offshore.
No bail for my nephew. That ought to content you, Mr. Hannay.
Was it my fancy, or did I detect some halt in the smoothness of that voice? And then I thought of something. Mr. Appleton, when does your nephew have to be in London?
Tonight.
Did you say you would go bail for him, Mr. Appleton?
Yes, I told you I would.
Well, then, perhaps if I could arrange to call Scotland Yard early in the morning...
No, Mr. Hannay. It simply has to be tonight.
Then I knew who he was.
Come on! Come on!
The young dark man leaped from the window. He threw it over the low fence and down the steps before a hand could reach him. Someone switched on the light. The plump one was lying crumpled in a heap. They'd got handcuffs on the old man.
He's safe. You can't follow him in time. He's gone on the yacht. He has triumphed. The Black Stone has triumphed.
I hope he'll bear his triumph well, Mr. Appleton. I ought to tell you that your yacht for the last 2 hours has been in our hands. Well, Sir Walter, that's about all there is to it. That's the story. You asked me to set it down. You know the rest of it better than I do. Skoda was right about the war, right, wasn't he? In about a week, I expected right in the middle of it myself. Because of my Matabidi experience, I got a captain's commission straight off. I joined my division on Thursday at Aldershot, and I understand we'll be moving straight up the front. Still, I'm afraid I had most of my excitement before I put on khaki. Anyway, goodbye, and thanks for everything. It's great sport while it lasted. Yours, very sincerely, Richard Hannay, August 8, 1914.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in 39 Steps by John Buchan. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Richard Hannay, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed Madeline Carroll in our stag version of 39 Steps, the young lady in the movie, in common with almost everything else in that movie, was the child of its director's own unparalleled and unpredictable fancy. If you missed anything, you must blame Mr. Alfred Hitchcock. If you were surprised by anything, you must blame us. Well, next week, the Mercury Theater, by way of an experiment, attempts a radio anthology of short stories. Until then, good night, everybody, goodbye, and see you next week.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Well, now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful, creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin-smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our stories of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight we bring you Voltaire's Candide, with Eddie Bracken in the title role. Some called Voltaire godless, some called him good, some found him wicked, but no one found him dull. And of all his works, the one which best illustrates this point is the one you will hear tonight. Another in our series of dramatizations of great stories, Voltaire's Candide.
This is Monsieur Voltaire. In the castle of Baron Thundertentronckh in Westphalia, there lived a youth endowed by nature with the most gentle character. His face was the expression of his soul. His judgment was quite honest, and he was extremely simple-minded. And this was the reason, I think, that he was named Candide.
I suspect my mother was the Baron's sister, and my father a decent, honest gentleman of the neighborhood. Alas, he could prove only 71 quarterings in his genealogical tree.
Now, Baron Thundertentronckh was one of the most powerful lords in Westphalia, for his castle possessed a door and windows. His great hall was even decorated with a piece of tapestry, and most important, the Baroness weighed about 350 pounds and was therefore greatly respected. Her daughter, Cunegonde, was rosy-cheeked, fresh, plump, and tempting. The tutor, Pangloss, was the oracle of the house, and Candide followed his lessons with all the candor of his age and character. Pangloss taught
metaphysical, theologio, cosmologiology.
Eh, Dr. Pangloss?
Metaphysical, theologio, cosmologiology. There is no effect without a cause. And this is the best of all possible worlds.
Then this is the best of all possible castles.
It cannot be otherwise. Since everything is made for an end, everything is necessarily for the best end.
Then all is well, Dr. Pangloss.
Nonsense, Candide. All is not well.
No?
No. All is not well. All is for the best in this best of all possible worlds.
It happened in this best of all possible worlds that Candide met Cunegonde and observed that she blushed. Candide also blushed.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cunegonde.
The next day, after dinner, Cunegonde and Candide found themselves behind a screen. Cunegonde dropped her handkerchief, and Candide picked it up. She innocently held his hand, and the young man innocently kissed the young lady's hand. Their lips met. Their eyes sparkled. Their knees trembled. Their hands...
Thunder!
Naturally, it was the Baron. Passing near the screen, he had observed cause and effect. Now he expelled Candide from the castle by kicking him.
Ouch!
Accurately.
Ouch!
Frequently.
Ow, ow, ow!
And hard.
I am going to faint.
She fainted. When she recovered her senses, the Baroness slapped her in the face.
Oh, no, please.
And all was in consternation in the noblest and most agreeable of all possible castles. And so Cunegonde wailed, the Baroness screamed, Baron Thundertantron kicked hard, and Candide was expelled from the earthly paradise, rubbing his pride. He dragged himself toward the neighboring town of Walberghof-Trapp-Dickdorf, where he halted sadly before the village inn and went inside.
Comrade. There's a well-built young man.
Just the right height, I would say.
I think so, too. Sir.
Do you mean me?
I do. Will you have dinner with us?
Dinner? But, gentlemen, you do me a great honor.
Not at all.
I have no money to pay my share.
Ah, sir, persons of your figure and merit never pay anything.
I see. Oh, Dr. Pangloss was right. Everything is for the best.
Well, sit down, then.
Thank you.
Innkeeper! 3 dinners! And 3 tankards first!
Tell me, sir, have you heard of the king of the Bulgarians?
No, gentlemen, I'm ashamed to say I have not.
Ah, he is the most charming of kings. You must drink to his health.
Oh, gladly, sir.
3 tankards of the best, gentlemen. Thank you, innkeeper.
A toast!
A toast?
To the king of the Bulgarians.
Of course, to the king of the Bulgarians.
Drink deep!
That is all.
What did you say?
He said, that's all.
You are now, by that oath, the support, the aid, the defender, the hero of the Bulgarians.
Exactly. Your fortune is made, and your glory assured. Kaspar, fetch the lag irons for the hero.
They immediately put irons on his legs and dragged him off to a cell.
Stand up, prisoner.
What do you want with me?
We give you a choice.
Yes, you can exercise your free will.
Either to be lashed 36 times by the whole regiment, or to receive 1,000 lead bullets in your brain?
Which do you prefer?
Are men's wills free?
Of course!
Then I want neither.
Oh, no. You are free to make a choice. A choice of the bullets or the lash.
Very well. I choose the lash.
And so Candide determined to run the gauntlet 36 times. And actually he did so twice. There were 2,000 men in the regiment. That made 4,000 strokes which laid bare the muscles and nerves on his back. As they were about to proceed to a third turn, Candide, utterly exhausted, begged a small favor.
Please, would you be so kind? Will you do me the human kindness to smash my head in?
Of course. We're not inhuman. Caspar, bind his eyes.
Kneel, Candide.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Just shut up and kneel. A little more.
Make way for me. Make way for the king of all Bulgaria. What goes on? Well...
They told the king, and being possessed of vast genius, the king of Bulgaria perceived that Candide was a young metaphysician, very ignorant in worldly matters.
Unbind him. Do as I say. Ah, that's better. Rise, Candide, you are free.
This clemency of the king of Bulgaria will be praised in all newspapers and all ages. An honest surgeon healed Candide with ointments recommended by Dioscorides, and in 3 weeks our hero had regained a little skin and could even run. In fact, he did not stop running till he reached Holland. In Holland, he was overjoyed to meet the philosopher Dr. Pangloss, and together they journeyed to Lisbon.
God save us! It is an earthquake!
Dr. Pangloss, it is the last day of the world!
What can be the sufficient reason for this phenomenon, Candide?
I don't know. Let's get out of here.
Candide! Candide! Where are you?
Here, Dr. Pangloss.
Are you dead, Candide?
I think so.
Then it must be for the best.
Alas, Dr. Pangloss, get me a little wine and oil. I am not dead. I am dying.
This earthquake is not a new thing.
True, Dr. Pangloss, but I am dying.
There must certainly be a train of sulfur underground.
Nothing is more probable, but for God's sake, a little oil and wine.
What do you mean probable? I maintain that it is proved.
Oil.
Yet all this is for the best.
Why?
For if there is a volcano at Lisbon, it cannot be anywhere else.
Please.
For it is impossible that things should not be where they are. For all is well. And it necessarily proves, my dear Candide, that in this best of all possible worlds... Aren't you listening, Candide? Curious. He's actually fainted.
Well, after the earthquake, which destroyed 3/4 of Lisbon, the wise men of that country decided that the sight of several persons being slowly burned in great ceremony is an infallible secret for preventing earthquakes. Now, among others, they seized Pangloss and Candide. Candide was flogged in time to the music, and Dr. Pangloss was hanged, although this is not the custom.
Oh, my son, you're all covered with blood.
Am I?
Oh, you're quivering from head to foot.
I can't help it. If this is the best of all possible worlds, what kind of worlds are the others?
Eh?
Let it pass. Oh, my dear Pangloss, the greatest of philosophers.
You don't say.
Hanged.
Looks it, doesn't it?
Why? Why was it done?
Now that's a question.
Why? Hanged, and I don't even know the reason why. Oh, Mademoiselle Cunegonde, the pearl of woman.
Did you say Cunegonde?
Yes. Oh, Cunegonde.
Courage, my son. Courage, and follow me.
It can't be.
Oh, can't it? Follow me.
Candide.
Cunegonde.
Darling.
Beloved.
Dearest, dearest Candide.
What a surprise.
Oh, my darling, darling, darling.
For heaven's sake, stop making so much talk.
Pay no attention to her, Candide.
I won't. How are you here, Cunegonde? How did it happen?
Oh, Candide, it is a terrible story. I was fast asleep in bed when it pleased heaven to send the Bulgarians.
No.
Yes. They murdered my father and cut my mother to pieces.
No.
Yes. A large Bulgarian, seeing that I had swooned at the spectacle, commenced to beat me.
No.
Yes. This brought me to.
I should hope so.
Then the brute stabbed me with a knife in my left side. I still have the scar.
Alas. I hope I shall see it.
You will.
Go on, Cunegonde.
After much wandering and ill adventure, my dear Candide, I came to Lisbon and to your arms.
Darling.
Let us not stay here another day.
But this is the best of all possible cities.
Let us go across the ocean, Candide. Let us go to...
Yes?
To...
Yes?
I have it. We shall go to Buenos Aires.
They finally arrived at Buenos Aires and went to call on the governor, Don Fernando del Barra y Figueroa y Mascareñas y Lampudos y Sousas. This gentleman had the pride befitting a man who owned so many names. He had a furious passion for women, and the first thing he did was to ask.
Senor Candide.
Yes, Excellency.
Is the lady your wife?
My wife?
That is my question.
Well,
Good, I want to marry her at once.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
But Your Excellency...
Sir, I am Don Fernando de Barri Figueroa Mascareñas y Lampurdos y Souza. Be careful. I am a passionate man. Senorita Cunegonde, it is in your power to become the wife of the greatest noble in South America.
You have an exceedingly fine mustache, Your Excellency.
Then it is agreed. You will never regret.
But we came here to have you marry us.
Alfonso, Pablo, Felipe, Manuel, Pedro, drag this scum from my sight. Give him a good beating and send him away.
Alas, Candide was forced to quit Buenos Aires, while his heart beat in anguish for the fair Cunegonde. He wandered throughout South America until he came to the fabulous land of El Dorado, where pebbles of gold lay untouched in the streets and small children played with diamonds and other precious stones. But here he found an old man.
I am 170 years old.
You don't look a day over 90.
Thank you, my son. Have a drink from his diamond cup.
Oh!
I see you like all Europeans. You have an inconceivable lust for the pebbles and mud of our land, and it'd kill us to the last man to get possession of them.
Yes, you are right about us. Tell me, sir, What is your religion?
We have the religion of everyone else. We adore God from evening until morning.
Well, do you adore only one God?
Manifestly. There are not 2 or 3 or 4.
Forgive me. But where are your priests?
My friend, we are all priests.
You mean you have no monks?
No. We have no one to teach, to dispute, to govern, to intrigue, and to burn people who do not agree with him.
If only my friend Dr. Pangloss could have lived to see El Dorado. He would have loved to see you, and all this gold and precious stones.
Poor Candide. If you like this yellow mud and these stones, scoop 'em up. I'll give you a sheep to carry 'em. Take as much as you want.
My fortune is made. How can I thank you?
Don't bother. We'll load 50 sheep with gold, precious stones and diamonds.
And I shall ransom Cunegonde. She'll be mine again, old man. I will rescue her from a faith worse than...
Don Fernando de Barrio Figueroa and Mascarenas y Lampudas y Susla.
It was on the tip of my tongue. Goodbye, old man.
The first day of his travels was quite pleasant, and Candide carved the name of Cunegonde on the trees. The second day, 2 of the ship were swallowed up in the marsh. 7 or 8 died of hunger in the desert. Several others fell off precipices. Finally, after 100 days of travel, only 2 sheep were left. By this time, Candide had arrived at Suriname, where he found a Negro lying on the ground wearing only a pair of blue cotton trousers. This poor man had no left leg and no right hand.
Good heavens! What are you doing in this horrible state?
I am waiting for my master.
Was it your master who treated you this way?
Naturally.
Horrible.
No, it is the custom. Twice a year, we are given a pair of cotton drawers as clothing.
But your leg, your hand...
Nothing at all. When we work in the sugar mills, and the grindstone catches our fingers, they cut off the hand. When we try to run away, they cut off a leg.
Oh, Pangloss, this is too much. This is an abomination. I shall have to renounce optimism.
Optimism?
Alas.
What is optimism, my friend?
I thought everyone knew. Why, it is the mania of maintaining that everything is well when we are wretches. Oh, Pangloss. Pangloss.
Thus sighing, Candide went in search of Mademoiselle Cunegonde. But instead of finding her, he lost much of his wealth and was carried by ship to France, where, as in the rest of Europe, the chief occupation is making love. The second, scandal-mongering, and third, talking nonsense. Candide shook his head and sadly asked a man called Martin the question that was on his lips.
Monsieur, I am very sad. To what end was this world formed?
To infuriate us.
Have men always been liars and cheats and traitors, monsieur? Have they always been weak and cowardly and gluttonous and fanatical?
Do you think sparrowhawks have always eaten pigeon?
Oh, yes, of course, monsieur.
Well, if sparrowhawks have always possessed the same nature, why should you expect men to change theirs?
Oh, but there is a great difference. Free will, Pangloss said. Excuse me, monsieur.
You are ill. Let me get you something.
I'm afraid so. I think you'd better get me a doctor right away.
Well, the story is nearly finished. I shan't bother to tell you the rest, for frankly, I'm getting a little bored anyhow. It is enough to say that in the house of a Transylvanian prince on the shores of Propentis, Candide was miraculously reunited with Cunegonde, who was now a blear-eyed old woman hanging out clothes on a line. Unfortunately, they were married. However, even more miraculous was the reappearance of Pangloss, who had been hanged, but not well. After they had embraced for the 100th time, they met a famous dervish who was supposed to be the best philosopher in all Turkey.
Shall I speak to him, Pangloss?
No, I'll speak to the famous dervish. Sir!
Yes? What do you want, infidel?
A question, master. We have come to beg you to tell us why so strange an animal as man was ever created.
Is it your business?
I asked to, politely, of course, that...
I repeat, is it your business?
I am a philosopher.
No doubt.
Please, master, there is a horrible amount of evil in this world.
Listen to me. I have 20 acres of land. I cultivate them with my children. And work keeps at bay the 3 great evils.
3, master?
Yes. Boredom, vice, and need. My existence is preferable to that of kings.
Oh, the question then is exalted rank. Eglon, king of the Moabites, was murdered by Ehud. Absalom was hanged by the hair and pierced by 3 darts.
Pangloss.
King Nadab, son of Jeroboam, was killed by Baasha. King Elah by Zimri, Ahaziah by Jehu,
Dr. Pangloss.
Croesus, Darius, Denis of Syracuse, Caesar, Pompey, Nero, Henry VI, Richard I.
Excuse me, Dr. Pangloss. I know all these things, and I know that it is better that we should cultivate our gardens.
What's that?
He means, let us work without theorizing.
Oh, I see.
Come along, Pangloss. We'll buy a little farm. Kunigund is very ugly now, but she's an excellent pastry cook.
Excellent. You see, all events, my dear Candide, are linked up in this best of all possible world.
Yes?
Of course. If you had not been expelled from the castle for love of Cunegonde, if you'd not wandered about America on foot, if you'd not lost all your sheep from the land of El Dorado...
Well?
Don't you see? You would not be able to live here and eat candied citrons and pistachios.
'Tis well said, Pangloss, but we must cultivate our gardens.
Candide.
Yes, my dear?
Where are you going?
Oh, out for a game of cards with the boys.
Again?
It's the first time,
You brute.
But yes, my dear.
Don't my dear me.
No, my dear.
You don't love me anymore, Candide.
Oh, I didn't
You
say...
abuse me behind my back.
Oh,
you
not
prefer the innkeeper's company to mine.
Oh, that's
you
not...
track your dirty feet over my nice new kitchen floor. You never tell me anymore how nice I look.
Oh, but you do.
You never tell me anything.
There's no...
I wish I were dead.
But I wanted to...
I wish I'd been killed by the Bulgarians.
There, Kunigund.
Oh, don't you touch me, you brute.
But
why did this happen to me?
Well,
what did I do to deserve such a fate?
You didn't do...
All day I slave over a hot stove and look at the thanks I get.
Oh, very good.
Look at them, Candide. Oh, I hate you.
But...
I loathe you. I wish you were dead, Candide. I wish I...
She wept for a quarter of an hour, and Candide stuffed his ears with cotton. Then, being a philosopher, he went off to play cards. And thus, you see, love and friendship came to sweeten the remainder of Candide's life. And now, dear listener, I shall take my leave from Candide.
2 cards, Pangloss. And not from the bottom of the deck in this best of all possible worlds.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on Voltaire's Candide, another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Candide was adapted for radio by Morton Wishengrad and has featured Eddie Bracken in the title role, with Hans Conried as Dr. Pangloss, June Foray as Cunegonde, and Rolf Sedan as Voltaire. Eddie Bracken may soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Girl from Jones Beach. Others in the cast included Richard Warner, Frank Gerstle, Georgia Backus, Don Diamond, Hal K. Dawson, Herb Litton, Bill Shaw, and Alec Harford. We invite you to listen again next week when the NBC University Theater presents Joseph Schildkraut in Peter Ibbotson by George de Maurier. The original music for this production was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Henry Russell. Your director was Max Hutto. Productions of the NBC University Theater will be used during the academic year in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville.
Waiter! Waiter! Bill, did you ever see such poor service? I'm going to call the manager.
Take it easy, Walt. What's mostly wrong is your grouse.
I'm sorry, Phil, but my digestion is so upset.
What you may need for your poor digestion is something that works after nature's own order. Try Carter's Little Liver Pills.
Good advice. When your digestion is upset and you feel headachy and irritable, take Carter's Little Liver Pills. You see, each day nature normally produces about 2 pints of a vital digestive juice to help digest your food. If nature fails, your food may remain undigested, leaving you headachy and irritable. To feel cheerful and happy again, take Carter's Little Liver Pills. They increase the flow of this vital digestive juice quickly, often in as little as 30 minutes, and you're on the road to feeling better. Don't depend on artificial aids to counteract indigestion when Carter's Little Liver Pills aid digestion after nature's own order. Take Carter's Little Liver Pills as directed. Get them at any drugstore, only 25 cents.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3. Of Unsound Mind stars the lovely and talented young American actress Jean Tatum as Myra. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin, who also directs the production. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3 of Unsound Mind.
Jeff, I won't do it. I won't live with a man who's insane.
He isn't insane. You're married to him, and you will live with him for a while at any rate.
Can't I tell you I can't? I can't bear living with him any longer.
Our reputations in this town are pretty well shot, Myra. If you leave Caleb now,
I
I'm
don't
afraid...
care about public opinion.
Well, I do. It means my bread and butter.
Just to see him makes me sick.
Now, look. He's been 4 years in the Air Force, 2 years in this nut house. Now he's cured. For 6 years, you've been spending his money and having yourself quite a happy time with it. Well, now you're going to turn into a sweet, devoted little Baltimore housewife. You'll go to Windy Hill and get him, and you'll bring him home and live with him.
But, Jeff, he's crazy.
He's nothing of the sort, or Dr. Hamilton wouldn't let him come home. And Hamilton's one of the leading psychiatric men on the continent.
Jeff, I can't stand it, that's all. I can't live with a man that's insane.
He's not insane, and you'll go up to Windy Hill and get him.
Dr. Hamilton, before I take Caleb home from here, is there anything else I should know?
I don't think so. He's completely cured. Just be kind to him, that's all.
Oh, I will. I've waited so long for this day. I've been pretty lonely, Dr. Hamilton.
I'm sure you have. Caleb's a fine man.
There's no danger of a relapse?
It's so remote, Mrs. Hunt, that I'd say there's no danger at all. 2 or 3 things still bother him. Fire, for instance, and traffic. He shouldn't drive a car for a few months.
Oh. We planned a little motor trip to New York. Shouldn't I let him drive?
No, positively no driving. If he got excited or if something startled him, he might freeze to the wheel.
Uh-huh.
Just try to keep him as relaxed as possible, mentally and physically.
Yes, of course I will. Tell me, Dr. Hamilton, just what did you do to Caleb? To fix him up, I mean.
We've done a great deal, Mrs. Hunt. We put a tantalum plate in his head. You see, when his plane crashed, the wound in his head resulted in an actual breakdown of brain tissue. Now, that part is healed. Now he needs some rest and a lot of happiness. And you.
Does it hurt, this plate thing?
Not a bit.
And he is cured?
Oh, completely.
We owe you a great deal, Dr. Hamilton.
Nonsense, my dear, nonsense. Tell me, what are your plans?
Plans?
Yes, where will you live?
Right here in Baltimore. We're driving to New York, sort of a second honeymoon.
Oh, I see.
Then we'll come back here.
Good. Trip will do him good. Let him make the decisions, where to eat and what to do. You know, it'll give him confidence in himself.
Oh, I'll do everything I can.
Good. And now you better go and find him. He's waiting for you in the reception room on the first floor. I've already said my goodbyes to him. So go on your motor trip to New York and never think of Windy Hill again.
You all right, Caleb?
Oh, fine.
I hope you didn't mind my suggesting you draw us. Really, I was exhausted.
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's good for me. I've got to get over these crazy notions.
Well, just that Dr. Hamilton said that you shouldn't do any driving. I should never have suggested it. I don't know how.
Oh, forget it. I'm fine, really.
Don't go too fast.
Oh, relax, Myra. I'm fine.
Caleb! Look out! Caleb!
Myra, take your hands off the wheel!
Hello, Penn Station. Parlor car reservations, please.
Who on earth are you phoning at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Parlor car reservations? This is Mrs. Caleb Hunt, room 815, Waldorf Astoria. Could I possibly get 2 chairs and a parlor car to Baltimore this morning?
Myra, what are you doing?
Hush, darling, I can't hear. Yes? To Baltimore, yes. My husband isn't well, and I want to get him home as quickly as possible.
What do you mean I'm not well?
What time does it leave? Oh. Well, how about 11:30?
Myra.
That's very kind of you. Could we pick them up at the station?
Myra, for goodness sake.
Thank you very much. Hunt, that's right.
Myra.
C.H. 815 Waldorf Astoria. That's right. Thank you very much.
Myra, I don't want to go home.
Darling, go back to sleep. You needn't get up for an hour yet.
There's nothing the matter with me, and this is simply ridiculous. Why shouldn't we stay in New York and have some fun? After all, neither of us was hurt.
We might have been, Caleb. And an accident like that, well, such a shock to your nerves.
It's a shock to yours, too, isn't
It's
it?
not the same thing, Caleb. After all, you've been ill. Very ill.
Oh, nonsense.
It isn't nonsense at all. I just want to take care of you, that's all.
I don't need taking care of.
For your own good, darling.
There's nothing the matter with me, I tell you.
We do have to be careful, though.
But you don't have to whisk me back to Baltimore after one day in New York. Why, we haven't seen a thing yet. Anyhow, how'll we get the car back? It'll take him at least a week to fix it.
The car isn't as important to me as you are, darling.
Well, I'm not going.
Caleb, honey, I love you so much that I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you. I should never have let you drive. I feel personally responsible for the accident.
If you kept your hands off the wheel, we wouldn't have had the accident.
Caleb.
Oh, I'm sorry, Myra. I just wish you'd stop worrying about me.
I'm not worrying about you, Caleb. I want to go home.
Oh, all right. I'll go pick up the tickets myself. What time's the train go?
Every hour on the half hour, and we've chairs on the one at 11:30. Waiter, are you sure you understand what you're supposed to do?
What, but not why?
My husband isn't well, and I want to bring that home to him. I want him to realize that he's not normal. You see, he won't listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband is back in the chair car. I'm going back now to get him. We'll be coming back to the diner in a few moments for lunch. You're to watch for us and to be sure it's you who serves us. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't $50 enough?
Yes, ma'am.
You handle it properly, I'll give you 50 more. After all, for $100, you shouldn't be too fussy.
No, ma'am.
And don't let him write out his order. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me look at the menu.
Yeah.
He'll probably have the chicken, so bring him something else, anything else. Now, so long as you bring him something different to what he ordered. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be back in a few moments. Caleb, I've been up to the diner. There's a lineup, but I explained the situation to the waiter, and he said he'd see us right away.
What situation?
It's time for lunch, Caleb.
What situation?
Lunch, darling. Come along. The diner's this way.
You said you'd explain the situation to the waiter. What situation?
Well, that we were hungry.
Was being hungry a situation?
I merely said you weren't awfully well, that's all. Now, what's wrong with that? Would you prefer to stand in line for an hour?
Okay, darling, let's eat.
Waiter, here we are. Pardon. Would you let us by, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Come, Caleb. Pardon. Thank you. There we are. Now, you sit down there, Caleb. You shouldn't ride with your back to the engine.
I'll hold your chair.
Nonsense, darling. Sit down. There. That's it. Now, isn't that comfortable and better than standing on line?
I'd feel better in line than on a leash, Myra.
Caleb.
You drag me along like a little lap dog.
That's a very cruel thing to say, Caleb.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Let's order,
Waiter. No, not you, the other man.
Well, what difference does it make?
Caleb, I gave him a tip to get us this table. He might as well serve us, too.
Good day, ma'am.
What'll you have, Myra? You got a pencil, waiter?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Don't we have to write our orders out?
It's all right, sir. I'll take it down.
What'll it be, Myra?
Chilled consomme is very nice, ma'am.
All right. Lamb chops and lyonnaise potatoes. Small salad and, I guess the ice cream and cake.
Coffee, ma'am?
Thank you.
And for you, sir?
I'll have the chicken. No, I think I'll have the roast lamb. Is it nice?
Very nice, sir.
All right. Roast lamb. No soup, green peas, mashed potatoes. Ice cream, coffee.
Thank you, sir. Lamb chops are for you, ma'am?
Thank you.
And chicken for you, sir.
No, I ordered the lamb. Roast lamb.
No, it's chicken, darling.
No, roast lamb. Will you change it, please?
I have chicken on my slip, sir.
It was chicken, darling. You said chicken.
I said roast lamb, and I don't care what you've got on your slip. I want roast lamb. Now get it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
It was chicken, darling.
It was not chicken.
Darling, people are looking at us.
I ordered roast lamb.
All right, dear, all right.
Why do you say all right, dear, like that? You know perfectly well I ordered the roast lamb.
Let's not get excited, Caleb.
I'm not excited. But you persist in treating me as though I were feeble-minded.
I suppose as a pawnbroker you make quite a lot of money.
Oh, I do all right. Baltimore's a good town for pawnbrokers.
Well, I guess that's all. You sure you understand what to do?
Yes, I know. Say, listen, lady. What are you up to?
That's none of your business. There's $50 in it for you.
Hmm?
Here's 25.
Hmm.
I'll give you another 25 if you do it properly. Now take a good look at his picture.
Yes. Yes, I'll know.
And then when he comes in, what do you say?
I say, hello, mister. Back for your wristwatch? How's that?
You're not very convincing.
Look, lady, I'm a pawnbroker, not an actor.
Try it once more.
Okay. Hello, mister. Back for your wristwatch?
That's better. Here's the watch. You remember, you've never seen or heard of me. Remember, you've never seen or heard of me.
Okay. I'm coming. Myra, did you forget your keys?
Yes.
I was beginning to wonder where you were. You been shopping?
Yes.
You buy anything exciting?
Caleb, I'm very upset. Why did you pawn your watch?
What?
Your watch, the one you lost. Why did you pawn it? Heaven knows there's plenty of money. If you need any, you can go to the bank and get it.
What are you talking about?
The watch you said you lost.
What do you mean, said I lost? I did lose it. I left it on the wash basin when I washed my hands.
And it just vanished into thin air?
Well, it wasn't there when I went back.
You think somebody stole it?
I think it'll turn up somewhere and around the house.
I saw it in a pawn shop this afternoon.
In a pawn shop?
I went in and looked at it. It had your initials on the back.
Well, then, Mrs. Archibald must have taken it and pawned it. Oh, I can't believe it. She's been with us for years.
Caleb, don't. I asked the man in the pawn shop. He described the man who brought it in.
And?
The description fitted you.
Myra, I did not pawn that watch.
Then somebody's lying somewhere.
Well, who do you prefer to believe? Me or some character who runs a pawn shop? Are you implying that I pawned that watch without knowing it?
Darling, Caleb, I'm implying nothing. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
What's the name of the pawn
Darling,
shop?
forget it. I shouldn't have told you about
What's
it.
the name of that pawn shop, Myra?
Son, the Royal Pawn Shop. Caleb, please don't go. It's no good, Caleb. I tell you it's no good. You'll only upset yourself. Caleb, please. Did you see it?
Yes.
Was it yours?
Yes.
Did you get it back? Did he say you'd brought it in?
Yes. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Oh, really, Jeff, it was quite amusing.
Hmm?
Poor Caleb, he was so befuddled.
I don't like it, Myra.
What do you mean?
I mean that I don't like it. It's a rotten trick.
Are you backing down?
No. But I don't like it.
Oh, don't be foolish, Jeff. We can't just go on like this. Somebody has got to do something. Put your cigarette out, Jeff.
Well, darling,
Put your cigarette out. Kiss me. Oh, Jeff. So strong, Jeff. So tough. Jeff, I love you. I love you.
Kendall's flower shop.
You must have the wrong house.
Mrs. Hunt?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Hunt.
Then they're for you, lady.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, lady.
Who was that?
Your flowers arrived.
Flowers?
Caleb, they're gorgeous. Oh, you were always wonderful at buying flowers.
I didn't send you any flowers, Myra.
You didn't?
There's a card with them. Let me see it.
But Caleb, does it matter? Really, does it?
Let me see that card.
No, Caleb, please.
Who were they addressed to?
Mrs. James C. Hunt.
Mother? But, Myra, Mother's been dead for 15 years. How could I...
It doesn't matter, darling. They're lovely. And we'll pretend they're for me.
Let me see that card.
No, it doesn't matter. Please, darling, don't worry about it.
I think I'd better lie down. Just lie down for a little while.
It was really very amusing, Jeff. He couldn't believe it. Flowers to his mother after all these years.
You're certainly not overburdened with conscience, are you?
I hate him, Jeff. Him and his calm, handsome suffering.
Hmm?
He's not like you. He's not tough, not strong. He wasn't so stupid he'd see through me. Really, the flowers stunned him addressed to his mother. She's been dead for years.
Mm-hmm. How's he taking it?
Just give me time.
Myra, I don't like it. It's too vicious, too cruel.
What's the matter with you, Jeff?
I don't like to see this in you. It's such a rotten trick.
Jeff,
Yes?
don't you love me?
You know I love you. It's why I hate to see you acting like this.
Put your arms around me, Jeff. That's better. Now, don't worry about Caleb. Just leave everything to me.
It's getting late, Myra. You better go. Somebody might see you leaving the apartment building. We've got to be very careful.
I don't understand you, Jeff. Well, maybe I'd better be going. We have a late night tomorrow night. Caleb and I are going to the theater. They say it's a marvelous show. fun getting all dressed up, isn't it, Caleb?
Now, where the heck are those tickets?
I put them in your pocket, darling.
Oh, yeah, here, I got them. Thank you. Tickets, please. Yeah, it is fun being in a white tie again. Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe after the show.
Excuse me, sir. These tickets, they're
Yes?
they're for Friday the 22nd. That was last night, sir.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, Caleb.
They're for last night, sir. This is the 23rd.
But that's impossible. I know they're for tonight. Here, let me see them. What? Somebody's made a mistake. The box office gave me the wrong one.
Sorry, sir. You're
I
holding
just
up the line. If you'd like to talk to the manager, just to the right of the box office.
Oh, Caleb. Caleb, wake up. Caleb.
What?
Caleb, Mrs. Archibald's gone. Her clothes, everything. She's left us. She's gone.
What?
Caleb, try to remember. You've done something. And this time I'm afraid it's...
Afraid of what? What are you talking
Listen
about?
to me. I got up this morning. Mrs. Archibald wasn't down. I went up to wake her. I thought she must have overslept. Her room was empty. The bed had been slept in, but she's gone. Then when I came downstairs again, I found your bedroom slippers in the hall covered with mud. Just
No.
covered. Caleb, please try to remember. You were outside the house sometime during the night. Can't you remember anything?
Oh, Myra. Myra, I'm afraid.
Well, surely you couldn't get up out of bed and go outside without remembering something.
I can't remember. Oh, Myra, I'm so afraid.
You went to bed as soon as we got home from not going to the theater. You were asleep when I came up. Try to remember.
I can't.
Do you remember that it was raining when you went to bed?
No. Yes. I don't know.
I don't know what to say, Caleb.
Myra,
Yes.
do you think I ought to go back
Back?
to Windy Hill? Oh, not for long, maybe just for a month or so. All these things I've been doing, mistakes I make. Every day I do something. It's so hard on you.
No.
But I can't go on like this.
Darling, nothing has happened to Mrs. Archibald. I'll probably find her with a couple of phone calls.
No.
Caleb, I have
No.
to find her. Darling, you couldn't have hurt her very badly, or she wouldn't have been able to pack all her clothes and leave. I'll phone the McDougal's maid. She might know.
Oh, Myra. Help me, Myra. Help me. You've no idea what it's like to be insane.
Tonight's the night, Jeff.
Myra, you're liable to get your throat slit.
None.
Have you heard from the Archibald woman?
No.
No.
I simply said that Caleb couldn't stand her around the house another moment.
Mm-hmm.
Gave her 6 months' salary and bought her a ticket for Oakland. Brother lives there.
All I can say, Myra, is that I hope you never get it in for me.
Don't be mean, Jeff.
I may as well tell you I don't like it.
You don't like it. How do you suppose I feel?
Well, it's so horrible. He's so unsuspecting. He trusts you.
This is no time to go remorseful, Jeff. Anyway, after tonight, it'll be all over.
What are you going to do?
When he's asleep, I'll put the knife in his hand. Then I'll tear my nightdress and scream. He's suggested twice that I let him go back to Windy Hill. Tonight'll finish him. I'll phone Dr. Hamilton. As soon as they come for him, come over. Probably need a drink anyway.
Myra, you can't do it.
I don't want to quarrel about it now, Jeff. It's tonight or never.
Then I'm pulling out.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm through.
Don't say that, Jeff. I'll phone you as soon as they've taken him away.
Myra!
Oh, look, Caleb, don't kill me. Caleb, put the knife down. Look in your hand.
No.
Oh, Caleb, you frightened me so. The look in your eyes.
No. Let go of me. Myra, let go of me. I let go of me.
Caleb, stop. Caleb, come back. You can't go outside in your pajamas. Caleb. Caleb. Dr. Hamilton, please. Oh, yes? Well, would he call Mrs. Caleb Hunt the moment he comes in? Yes, it's very urgent. Yes, he has my number. Thank you.
Now, wait a minute, chum. You can't go romping around in pajamas through people's hedges.
Let me go.
Well, you're Caleb Hunt, aren't you?
Let me go.
Look, I'm Jeff Benson. Remember me? Listen, if you go romping around through hedges in your pajamas, people will think you're crazy.
I am crazy.
No, you're not. It's Myra that's crazy.
Myra? How do you know Myra?
Well, that's what's been bothering me, Caleb. That's why I came over here in the middle of the night. Look, you know I've got to have a good long talk. My car's over there. Come back to my apartment, get me some clothes. I got a few things to tell you. You're not going to like them much, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So that's the story, Caleb. It's pretty rotten, but it's true. It's too filthy a trick for an apology, so I'm not going to say I'm sorry.
Thanks for the clothes. I'm going now.
Where?
Where do you think?
Now, look, Caleb, don't do anything that's... I'll let you be sorry for, you won't, will you?
What would you do in my place?
Why?
Well, I'm asking you. What would you do? Did I?
Rushing out of here
Like a maniac?
Oh, I was terribly upset.
Were you? I'm touched, Myra. Deeply touched.
You've got to come to bed.
Jeff Benson gave me this jacket. Did you give it to him before I was reported missing or after?
What are you talking about?
We had quite a chat, Benson and I. I got the whole story. Pawnbroker, the florist, theater box office, Mrs. Archibald, the waiter on the train. Half the city must have been working for you, trying to put me back in Windy Hill. Incidentally, Benson's sick of you. It took 7 or 8 drinks to make him realize just how sick. But right now, he fairly shakes with nausea at the mere mention of your name.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Why should you? I'm crazy.
Caleb, stop.
I am. You've driven me crazy, Myra. Crazy.
You lay so much as a finger on me, I'll yell the house down.
Go ahead, yell.
Caleb, stop, right?
Don't get out of bed, Myra. Insane men always murder the defenseless woman in bed.
You are mad. You are crazy.
Sure, crazy. You make a pretty picture, Myra, sitting up in bed with the sheets drawn demurely around you.
Caleb, it's not true, Caleb. I do love you. Really, I do. I love you very much. You know what?
I'll choke you slowly, Myra. Insane men always do. And I am insane. I have the most wonderful alibi, too. You see, I'm crazy. You convinced everyone of that. So they'll just send me back to Windy Hill. That's all they can do to me. Does that hurt, Myra? Now, get up. Get up, I said. Stand up. Oh, that's it. It's wonderful what you can do when you try, isn't it, Myra? You dirty little tramp.
Stop.
I wouldn't kill you, Myra. I'm free. I'm well, and I feel wonderful. I want you to live. I want you to live a long, long time with yourself, all alone. You and your twisted, moldy little mind. Myra, I hope you live to be 90.
You have just heard of Unsound Mind, Attraction 3 of Radio City Playhouse, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Gene Tatum was heard as Myra, Casey Allen as Caleb, and Phil Sterling as Jeff. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough. As you noticed tonight, that favorite program of yours, Grand Ole Opry, comes to you half an hour earlier during the summer months. So tune in 1/2 hour earlier next week for Grand Ole Opry, then stay with us for Radio City Playhouse. Next week, we present a comedy which we hope will do more than just make you smile. We hope, in fact, we're almost sure it'll make you laugh. It's called Whistle, Daughter, Whistle, and is written by Ernest Kenoy. We sincerely hope you'll join us next Saturday for Whistle, Daughter, Whistle. Next Saturday, Attraction 4, Radio City Playhouse.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surface.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The United States Steel Corporation, 500,000 employees and stockholders presents the Theater Guild on the Air. Theater Guild, one of America's foremost producers of stage plays, including Oklahoma, Carousel, and over 150 productions in the American theater, comes to you now over the air. Tonight we bring you Eugene O'Neill's great comedy romance, Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelp and Eugene O'Neill Jr. as narrator. And here is Lawrence Langner, co-administrator with Teresa Helburn of the Theater Guild, to tell you about tonight's play. Mr. Langner.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play tonight is Our Wilderness, Eugene O'Neill's comedy of American family life. This play provided the late George M. Cohan with his finest dramatic role and his longest run. A year in New York and 2 years on tour. O'Neill, America's only playwright to win the Nobel Prize, got the play title from Persia's bibulous bard, Omar Khayyam. In Our Wilderness, O'Neill is writing of the confusions of youth, its follies and its fevers, its heroics and heartbreaks. And he writes of it with great understanding and with great compassion, because he's setting down echoes of his own boyhood. O'Neill was born in a Broadway hotel and raised in New London, Connecticut. He is the son of the celebrated actor James O'Neill, who tinkled the spines of our parents with his gusty performance as the Count of Monte Cristo. O'Neill told me the story of how Our Wilderness came to be written. He'd been working over a year on another play. He was tired and felt a week's rest would refresh him. His rest lasted a single night. He awoke happy and excited in the grip of Our Wilderness, the plot, characters, and story vivid in his mind. The words poured out in torrents. He wrote the entire play in 3 weeks. Tonight will not be the first time Walter Houston has played an O'Neill father. As the father in Desire Under the Elms, Mr. Houston first won stardom. Since this play is about a father and son, it seems especially fitting to have as narrator the author's son, Eugene O'Neill Jr. And now our play, Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness.
We turn back the pages of time for a nostalgic hour. It is the year 1906 in the United States of America. Teddy Roosevelt is in the White House. There's a blacksmith on every main street, and the automobile is a luxury item. The women are wearing Merry Widow hats, chatelaine bags, and black lisle stockings with lace openwork. And the men? The men have discovered peg-top trousers, Those strange indispensables you can climb into only by removing your shoes. There is a pug dog and a zither in every home. And the title on the sheet music on every piano is Bedelia. And now that we've established the color and the period, I'd like you to meet the Miller family. They live in a large, small town in Connecticut, where Nat Miller is the owner and publisher of the local newspaper. First, there's Tommy, the youngest.
Oh, I don't want any more milk, Ma. And I said, excuse me, and you said, all right. Can I go out and play no more?
May I go out?
May I?
Yes, but you set off your crackers away from the house, remember?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Mildred and Arthur, two more of the Miller children.
Children?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mildred. Of course, you're not a child anymore. How old are you?
15 and 4 months.
Well, of course. Now, suppose you describe yourself.
Well, I'm tall and rather slender. I've got a nice nose and gray eyes. Well, I think I'm attractive.
What are you wearing?
I've got on high black shoes with French heels, a long black pleated skirt very full at the bottom, and a white shirtwaist. My hair is up, of course.
Thank you. What about you, Arthur?
I am a sophomore at Yale.
Thank you. And here, unless I'm mistaken, are Mrs. Miller and Aunt Lily.
Goodness, Tommy's left the screen door open. The house will be alive with flies.
Well, you can't expect a boy to remember to shut doors on the 4th of July.
That's you all over, Lily. You'll have that boy spoiled to death in spite of me. Whew, I'm hot, aren't you?
Oh,
this is going to be a scorcher. Arthur, get up and let your Aunt Lily sit down. Take your mandolin over to the window seat.
Certainly. Aunt Lily, my chair.
Thank you, dear.
And here come the gentlemen, Mr. Nathaniel Miller himself and Uncle Sid Davis. Nat has just turned 50. He's a little stoop-shouldered now from reading copy, and his hair, well, let's call it thin.
What's the name of that piece, Arthur?
Waltz Me Around Again, Willie.
Oh, sure, I know that one. Oh, waltz me around again, Willie.
Sid is Mrs. Miller's brother, but he is not married to Aunt Lily. There's been talk about it for 20 years now, but Aunt Lily won't have him because, well, you'll hear about that later. Well, I guess that's about everybody except Richard.
Arthur, where is Richard?
He's still in the dining room reading a book. My gosh, he's always reading now. What's got into him, anyhow?
He reads his school books, too. Strange that may seem to you. That's why he came out the top of his class. I'm hoping before you leave New Haven, they'll find time to teach you reading is a good habit.
Sure, but not the way he does it. I believe in moderation.
That'll be enough out of you. Sid, you coming to the Onondaga Club picnic with me this afternoon?
You bet. Sid, you be careful, won't you?
Oh, sure.
We're going to have dinner in the evening tonight, you know. The best chore dinner you ever tasted. And I don't want you coming home, well, not able to appreciate it.
Oh, you'll be careful today, won't you, Sid?
Lily, I swear to you, if any man offers me a drink, I'll kill him. That is, if he changes his mind. Want to come with me to the fireworks display at the beach tonight, Lily?
Oh, I'd like to, Sid, thank you. Only not if you come home.
Nat, your sister's got an evil mind. She reads evil into everything I do, even before I do it.
That reminds me, Nat, you've got to speak to Richard. It's about those evil books he's reading. I found some more in his closet. You've got to give him a good talking to.
Do I have to on the 4th of July?
That's got nothing to do with it. When it comes to a heart-to-heart talk between a father and his son, the time of the year is irrelevant. You've got to talk to him right now.
What's he reading? Nick Carter or Old Cap Collier?
No, he passed that period long ago. Poetry is his red meat nowadays. Love poetry. Socialism, too, I suspect. Well, might as well get him on the carpet. Richard? Richard! Richard!
Hey, Dick, wake up. Pa's calling you.
All right, I'm coming. You want me, Pa?
I hoped I'd made that plain.
I didn't hear you, Pa. I was off in another world.
Did you hear that, everybody? He was off in another world.
What were you planning to do today, Richard? Going to the beach with your sister?
That silly skirt party? I should say not.
He's not coming because Muriel McCumber isn't. I bet he's got a date with her somewhere.
You shut up. I thought I'd just stay home, Pa. This morning, anyway.
Help Tommy set off firecrackers, eh?
Father, I am 17 years old. A man of 17 does not spend his time with firecrackers. Besides, I don't believe in this silly celebrating the 4th of July. All this lying talk about liberty when there is no liberty. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Home of the slave is what they ought to call it. The wage slave, ground under the heel of his master, starving, crying out for bread for his children. And all he gets is a stone. I tell you, the 4th of July is a stupid farce.
Them are mighty strong words, son. You better not repeat such sentiments outside the bosom of your family, or they'll have you in jail.
Yep, and throw away the key.
Let them put me in jail. No, you can celebrate your 4th of July. I'll celebrate the day the people bring out the guillotine. That's what this country needs, plenty of guillotines. The days grow hot, O Babylon. 'Tis cool beneath thy willow
There
tree.
you are, Pa. That must be from one of those awful books he's reading.
What books are they, son?
I'll tell you. There was one by that Oscar Wilde, The Picture
of Dorian Gray. One of the greatest novels ever written in the English language.
Then there was a play by that Irishman, Barnard Shaw.
The greatest living playwright in the English language.
And poems by a man named
Poems and ballads by Algernon Charles Swinburne. Just the greatest living poet in the English language. He tells the truth about real love.
Love? Why, some of the things I simply couldn't read. They're so indecent. All about... Well, I can't tell you before Lily and Mildred. And he just got a new one yesterday. The Rubaiyat... Oh, what is it, Richard?
The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Well, that's the best of all.
No, I've read that, Mother. I got a copy at the office.
I read that, too, at the library. I like some parts of it. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it.
Why, Lily, I never knew you to recite poetry before.
Good for you, Aunt Lily. Oh, but that isn't the best. The best is a book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me, singing in the wilderness.
Now, who in the world
Old
can
man
that...
McComber, I can see him through the window.
Dave? What in front of that old boring idiot?
Excuse me, I was just leaving. Yeah, me too. I got to catch a 9 o'clock crowd.
Wait for me, Art. Wait till I get my hat.
And that you'll get rid of him the first second you can. I want to
Why
talk
do I
to you
have to listen to that old buzzard? Why is it
He's
always
your
I?
biggest advertiser, dear. That's why.
Don't you think I know that? If it weren't, you know what I'd do? I'd take him by the seat of the pants and I'd... All right, everybody clear out. If that old battle axe has got something to complain about, he's come to the right party this time. I'm just about fed up with it. And you come back here as soon as he leaves, Richard. I'm not through with you yet. Oh, come in, Mr. McComber. Sit down. Have a cigar.
You're forgetting. I never smoke.
Oh, so I was, yeah. Well, I'll smoke alone then.
I'll come to the point at once. I regret to say it's something disagreeable. Disgraceful would be near the truth. And it concerns your son, Richard.
Now, come, Dave. I'm sure Richard hasn't...
I positively has. You're not calling me a liar, I hope.
No one said anything about a liar. I only meant you're surely mistaken if you think that...
I'm not mistaken. I have proof of everything in his own handwriting.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks. Now, just what it is you're charging my son with.
With being dissolute and blasphemous. I charge him with deliberately attempting to corrupt the morals of my daughter, Muriel.
Then I'm afraid I will have to call you a liar, Dave.
I thought you'd get around to that, so I brought some of the proofs with me. Have a look at them. I have a lot more at home.
What are they, letters?
You might call them that. Can you deny they're in your son's handwriting?
No, I can't.
Anyways, Muriel's confessed he wrote them to her. Go on, read one out loud.
My life is bitter with thy love. Thine eyes blind me. Thy tresses burn me. Thy sharp sighs divide my flesh and spirit with soft sound. Why, that's Swinburne.
Exactly. And that's one of the mild ones. Evidently, you've been too busy to take the right care about Richard's bringing up or what he's allowed to read. But that's your misfortune and none of my business. But my daughter Muriel is my business, and I can't and I won't have her innocence exposed to the contamination of a young man whose mind, judging from his choice of reading matter, is as foul as...
You darned old fool. Can't you see Richard's only a fool kid who's just at the stage when he's out to rebel against all authority, so he grabs at anything radical to read and he wants to pass it on to his girl and boyfriends. Yes, and his elders, too, to show off what a young hellion he is. Here, take this stuff back. It doesn't mean anything to me. That is nothing of what you think it means, and if you believe that this would corrupt Muriel, then you must believe she's easily corrupted.
Now you're insulting my daughter. I won't forget that.
I'm not insulting her. I think Muriel is a darn nice girl. why I'm giving her credit for ordinary good sense.
Well, I knew you'd prove obstinate, but I certainly never dreamed you'd have the impudence to
What
stand
did you
there.
dream I'd do?
Give him a hiding he'd remember to the last day of his life. You ought to do it for his sake if he had any sense, unless you want him to end up in jail.
Dave, I've said all I can from you. Now you get out and get out quick before
I'm going, but there's one thing more. Here's a letter from Muriel for your son. Makes plain how she feels about him. I hope he heeds what's inside for his own good and yours, because if I ever catch him hanging around my place again, I'll have him arrested. And don't think I'm not going to make you regret your insult. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your paper.
Go ahead. I'll call your bluff. And starting tomorrow, I'm going to refuse to print your ad. Why, when I get through, there won't be a person in town that'll buy a dish rag in your place. Now get out. Hey, you forgot your letters. Looks like they're all Swinburne. That I could drink thy veins as wine and eat thy flesh like honey, that from face to feet thy body were abolished and consumed, and in my flesh thy very flesh entombed. This stuff is kind of warm. Too darn warm if you ask me. Certainly not the kind of thing to be sending to a decent girl. I thought the boy was just stuck on her. The way one gets stuck on a decent girl at his age. I wonder if maybe... By the Lord, if that's true, I'll give him a hiding he'll never forget. Richard, come in here.
Yes, Pa?
Now, look here, son. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. And I warn you beforehand, if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you and punish you hard. Because you'll have done something no boy of mine ought to do. You've never lied to me before, I know, and I don't believe even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie to me now. Would you?
I won't lie, Pa.
Have you been trying to have something to do with Muriel? Something... You know what I mean.
No. What do you think I am, Pa? Why, I love her. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
All right. That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how you could think... Did that old idiot Macomba say that about me?
You shouldn't be calling your future father-in-law names. It ain't respectable. It's these letters you wrote.
What letters? Oh, Swinburne. They're beautiful, aren't they?
A little strong, I'd say. By the way, here's one from her to you. Better be prepared for a bit of a blow, son. Well, I'll see you at dinner.
Mr. Richard Miller, this is to let you know that I have no wish to see you ever again, anywhere, anytime. Please do not make a nuisance of yourself by trying to get me to change my mind, as my eyes have been opened to your true character. Very truly yours, Muriel Macomba. Oh, little coward. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her. I'll show her. Muriel. Muriel.
Nat and Sid aren't going to be late for dinner. But I suppose with that darn picnic, it's more likely than not. I see you've got your new dress on, Lily.
Yes, I thought if Sid's taking me to the fireworks tonight, I ought to spruce up a little.
Lily, why don't you change your mind and marry Sid and reform him? You love him and always have.
I can't love a man who drinks. Essie, it's 16 years since I broke off our engagement.
16 years?
Mm. But if he keeps his promise and stays sober and takes me to the fireworks tonight, then... Oh, he must. It's our last chance. I know it.
Well, dear, I hope you're right. Good gracious, if I'm not forgetting, I've got to warn that Tommy against giving me away to Nat about the fish. He knows because I had to send him to market for it.
Essie, what are you talking about?
Well, you know how Nat carries on about not being able to eat bluefish.
Yes, I know. He says there's a certain oil in it that poisons him.
Poisons him nothing. He's been eating bluefish for years. Only I tell him each time it's weak fish. We're having it tonight, and...
Oh, Ma. Aunt Lily?
Oh, it's you, Richard. Feel any better, dear?
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Dick, you really mustn't let it upset you this way. Things like this come up all the time, I know.
Things like what, Aunt Lily?
You and Muriel.
Oh, her. I wasn't even thinking about her. I was thinking about life. Aunt Lily, life is a joke.
Oh.
Everything comes out all wrong in the end.
Richard, I think you must be hungry.
I'm not hungry a bit. Food, that's all you think of in this house.
Well, somebody's got to think of it. And that reminds me, it's time to put the weak fish in. Coming, Lily?
Yes, Effie.
Fine thing. The world torn up. Civilization in its death rattle. All they think of is food. What? Hey, Dick. Open the screen door and let me in. Me, Winston. Oh, hello, Win. Come on in.
Keep it quiet, kid. I want your folks to know I'm here. Tell your brother out. I want to see him all second. On the QT.
I can't. He's up at the Rand. Won't be home before 10 anyway.
Oh, darn. I thought he'd be here for dinner. Gosh, that gums the works for fair.
Oh, what is it, Win? Can I help?
Well, I might tell you if you can keep your face shut.
Oh, I can.
Well, I ran into a couple of swift babies from New Haven this afternoon. I dated them up for the night thinking I could catch hard. But now it's too late to get anyone else, and I'm nearly broke, and I can't afford to blow them both to drinks.
Well, I've got $11 saved up. I could loan you some.
Nix, kid. Now, I don't want to borrow your money, but you're a good sport. Say, have you got anything on for tonight?
No.
Oh, you want to come along with me? I'm not trying to lead you astray, understand, but it'll be a help if you just sit around with Belle while I'm with Edith. See what I mean? You don't have to do anything, not even take a glass of beer unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am? A rube?
You mean you're game for anything it's doing?
Sure I am.
You ever been out with any girls? I mean, real swift ones?
Oh, what do you think? Sure I have. Say, don't worry about me.
Okay. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't know you were coming down to Yale next year. I don't want to lead you astray.
Oh, I've been around.
Well, you'll be at the Pleasant Beach House at 8:30 then. The back room. And bring some clothes to take the booze off your breath. So long.
So long, Win. See you right after dinner tonight.
In the sweet by and by.
I have more lobster, Ma.
All right. Hush, Sid. You not only come home late to dinner, but in a state of...
A good fellowship. That's the word for it.
And after you promised Lily.
Oh, never mind me, Effie. My feelings of no consequence.
Ma, can I have some more lobster?
Certainly, dear. Richard?
Huh? Oh, no thanks, Ma.
But you've hardly eaten a thing, and that little you've bolted as though you were in an awful sweat to get someplace.
Me? In a sweat? Oh, where would I be going?
Well, maybe I'm imagining things. Nat, how about you?
No, thanks. I'll have some of that other, it isn't bluefish by any chance, is it, my dear?
Of course not. You know we never have bluefish on account of you.
Yeah, I regret to say there's a certain peculiar oil in bluefish that invariably poisons.
Stop that, Tommy. Stop that this instant.
I can't help it, Ma.
Well, I don't see what's so darn funny about my being poisoned.
Nat, I suspect a plot. This fish looks blue to me. Very blue. Look at your wife. Regard that guilty expression. Can it be this woman has been slowly and systematically poisoning you all these years? Can it?
Oh, give us a rest, you darn fool. A joke's a joke, but is this true, Essie?
Yes, dear, it is true, if you must know. You've eaten bluefish for years and thrived on it, and it's all nonsense about that peculiar oil.
Essie, kindly allow me to know my own constitution. Now I think of it, I have felt so upset afterwards every darn time I've had fish. Yeah, you take it away. I can't eat this.
Well, don't then. Have some lobster.
In the sweet...
How about you, Sid?
No, thanks. We will meet on that
Mercy sakes, Sid. Can't you stop singing?
No, ma'am. When I feel good, I want the world to know. Working train, one...
Look it. Uncle Sid's eating the floor, shells and all.
Sid, do you want to kill yourself? Take it away from him, Lily.
I'm not responsible for your brother's actions, Effie.
That's right. She's not responsible. Wouldn't take the responsibility as a gift. Lily doesn't like responsibility.
Sid, I think you'd better go up to bed for a while.
Bed? Bed. Yes, maybe you're right. But first, there is still a duty I must perform. No day is complete without it. Lily, I regret I am too drunk to take you to the fireworks this evening. I regret it very, very much. And now I ask you, Lily, once and for all, will you marry me?
No, Sid, I won't.
Right. Don't blame me at all. In the sweet by and by.
That's it. He's a case. Darn if you can help laughing at him even when he...
Just it. Everyone always laughing. Everyone always saying what a card he is, what a case, what a cost, and so funny. He's gone on.
Now,
We're all
Lily.
responsible, making it easy for him. We're all to blame, and all we do is laugh.
Now, Lily, now, you mustn't take on so. It isn't as serious as all that.
Maybe it is to me, or was once. Oh, I'm sorry, Ned. I'm sorry, Essie. I'm not feeling myself tonight. If you'll excuse me, I'll just go into the parlor and lie down on the sofa for a while.
Poor Lily. Why, Richard, you haven't had your ice cream yet. Where are you going?
Oh, I don't want any ice cream, Ma.
Your mother asked you where you were going.
Oh, for a walk, I guess. I'll see you later. Good night.
Don't come home late, dear, and be careful. What with all those fireworks going off
Don't
and
worry
everything.
about me, Ma. Nothing can happen to me.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's play is Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelk and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. as narrator. Now, before our second act begins, here, speaking for United States Steel, is the well-known reporter of the American Broadcasting Company, George Hicks.
Good evening. During the past week, I learned several important facts about how U.S. Steel works to produce better steels so that you will get better values in the products of steel you buy. For example, I learned a few things about U.S. Steel's tremendous and continuous research program, which I think will interest you. In the first place, each company in the U.S. Steel family has its own research organization. But in addition, much of the important work done by these individual research organizations is coordinated with the work of U.S. Steel's General Research Laboratory in Kearney, New Jersey. In other words, improvements in steel making are the result of pooled resourcefulness, and this system of combined research activity will go on saving millions of dollars for you, the public, in peace, just as it did for you during the war. Incidentally, I think you'll be interested to learn that at the big Kearney laboratory, internships, very much like those served by doctors, are provided for men selected from U.S. Steel district and plant laboratories all over the country. These men stay a year or more in Kearney, working on specific problems and observing research techniques, and then return to the U.S. Steel subsidiary companies to continue their own activities. Yes, the research activities of U.S. Steel may be centered in Kearney, where scientists and engineers work on so many fundamental problems, but they also extend to almost every plant and mine of the corporate family, and countless investigations are continuously in progress. However, these investigations are not confined to metallurgical research, but include studies of all the materials that go into the manufacture of steel. And every hour consumed and every dollar spent in all this research has but one purpose, and that is to produce better steel, more uniform steel at the lowest possible cost. Today, the scientists and metallurgists of U.S. Steel have left the problems of wartime and are now concentrating on the improvement of steel for peacetime products and processes. The result of this carefully integrated program of research, both in the Kearney and the U.S. Steel plant laboratories all over America, will be reflected in the automobiles you drive, the tin cans on your grocer's shelves, the bolts and screws you tighten, your garden tools, and in the thousands of other products vital to modern civilization.
We now pause for station identification.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
We continue with the second act of Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelk and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. as narrator.
still back in 1906, and it's still the 4th of July. It's evening now. Dad and Mother and Aunt Lily are in the parlor. Uncle Sid has gone upstairs to sleep off his high spirits. And Dick, well, young Richard, having just been thrown over by his best girl, has set his feet firmly along the path to ruin. To help out a friend, he has consented to be the fourth party in a blind date with two swift babies from New Haven. We see him now at the Pleasant Beach House, a notorious waterfront dive. And with him is, yes, one of the swift babies. Her name is Belle.
So this is the Pleasant Beach House. Gee.
This is it. And my name is Belle, remember?
Of course I do. I wonder where my friend Winters appeared to.
Stop worrying. He'll be back. So will Edith. Drink up your beer, why don't you? It's getting flat.
Oh, I let it get that way on purpose. I like it when it's flat.
Then how about loosening up and buying me another drink, huh?
Oh, certainly. Excuse me, I was thinking of something else. Have anything you like. Bartender, see what the lady will have. And have one on me yourself.
You're a sport, all right. I'll have a cigar. What'll you have, Candy Kid? The same?
Uh-huh.
What's yours, mister? Another beer?
A small one, please. I'm not thirsty.
Say, kid, I don't know what to make of you. You got me guessing. Don't you know filling up on beer will only make you sleepy? Have a man's drink.
Oh, all right. I was going to. Bartender, bring me a slow gin fizz.
And make it a real one.
Coming up.
Say, dearie, are you sore at me?
Me? No, of course not. Whatever gave you that idea?
You see, it's this way with me. I think you're one of the sweetest kids I've ever met. And I could like you such a lot if you'd give me a chance. Instead of acting so cold and indifferent.
I'm not cold and indifferent. It's only that I've got a weight on my mind.
Well, get it off. You'll feel better.
Here you are. That'll be 40 cents with the cigar.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Well, here's how. Bottoms up. That's the stuff. Gee, you got pretty hair. Honey boy, I'm crazy about you. Bartender, another round. The same.
I'm crazy about you, too.
Then how about a little kiss?
Oh, I've sworn off all that.
What do you mean you swore off all that?
I took an oath I'd be faithful.
To death do us part. Oh, well.
Here's your pleasure.
Oh, here's $1. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it. Well, bottoms up. Gee, that's good stuff, all right.
Well, good evening.
Hello.
Mind if I join the party? I'm just a lonesome bachelor tonight.
There's no party here, mister. Not that I ain't trying.
That sounds hopeful.
Oh, let's have another drink. Bartender.
You've had enough. Listen, kid. Here's an old friend of mine, Mr. Smith from New Haven. We're old friends, aren't we, Smitty?
Definitely.
Kid, I'm going over and sit at his table for a while, and you better go home.
I'm never going home. I'll show them. But I wouldn't do such because I loved her too much. But I learned about women from her.
Hey, this is rich. Attaboy, young fella. Give us some more.
Belle, I have something to say to you.
I don't want to hear it.
You oughtn't to lead this kind of life. It isn't right for a nice girl like you. Why don't you reform?
Hey, that's rich. That's rich, that is.
Shut up. The kid's in love. Tell us about it, honey.
Yeah, who is she? What's her name?
Her name? Her name? I cannot tell you her name.
Oh, why not?
It is gone. Gone with the rest of her.
What's the matter? Is she dead?
In a manner of speaking. She has ceased to be.
What's happened to her?
I killed her.
What?
What?
Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss. The brave man with a sword. I did it with a kiss. I'm a coward. A coward, do you hear? Oh, Muriel. Muriel, I feel awfully sleepy. Muriel, dear.
That's right, kiddo. Have yourself a little snooze.
I do wish Richard would come home.
Yeah, now, Mother, he'll be here any minute now. Don't worry about him.
What time is it now?
Why, it's only a little past 10.
Why, you said that an hour ago. And Nat Miller, you're telling me a fib so's not to worry me. You let me see that watch.
Well, it's 11:15. But that's not so late when you remember it's the 4th of July.
Oh, I just know something terrible's happened to him.
Oh, Ma, Dick only sneaked out to the fireworks at the beach. You wait and see. Where's Dick?
He hasn't come in yet, dear. My gracious, in all the excitement, I was forgetting you're still up. Go up to bed this minute.
Oh, I'm not sleepy.
You hear what your mother said?
Okay. I heard. Night, everybody.
Night, dear. What time is it?
Now, Mother, I told you just a minute ago.
I don't see how you can take it so calm. Here it is midnight, you might say, and our Richard's still out, and we don't even know where he is.
I hear someone. I bet that's him now, Ma.
You give him a good piece of your mind, Nat. You hear me? You're too easy with him. That's the whole trouble. The idea of him daring to stay out like this.
Hello.
Oh, it's Uncle Sid.
Hello, Sid. Had a good nap?
Nat and Essie and Lily, I want to apologize for coming home the way I did. There's no excuse, but I didn't mean it, really.
Of course, Sid. It's all forgotten.
We know how it is with picnics, Sid. You just forget it.
Lily, I'm sorry about the fireworks. Can you forgive me? Lily? Oh, you're right, Lily. Right not to forgive me. I'm no good, and I never will be. I'm a no-good drunk. No good to myself or anybody else. If I had any guts, I'd kill myself, and good riddance. But I haven't. I'm yellow, too. A yellow, drunken bum.
Don't cry, Sid. I can't bear it. Of course I forgive you. Haven't I always forgiven you? I know you're not to blame. So don't, Sid.
It's Dick.
Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven.
Greetings, Mother, Father, relatives. I greet you on this auspicious and patriotic occasion.
Dear Lord, what's happened to him? He's gone crazy. Richard!
Crazy nothing. He's soused.
He's drunk, all right. You've got your nerve, you fresh kid. We'll take that out of you when we get you down to Yale, all right.
Yesterday, this day's madness did prepare. Tomorrow's silence, triumph, or despair. Drink!
Richard! How dare
Don't you strike him, Nat. Don't you
Steady,
dare.
Nat, steady. Now keep your temper. No good bawling him out now. You don't know what he's doing.
All right. You're right, Sid.
And then I will come with vine leaves in my hair.
Richard, you're intoxicated, you bad, wicked boy, you.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounce it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as so many of your players do, I had as lief... Ma, I feel rotten.
Oh, my poor boy.
Yeah, let me take care of him. I know this game backwards.
Yes, Mother. You leave him to Sid.
Come on, old sport. Upstairs we go. Your old Uncle Sid will fix you up. He's the kid that wrote the book.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's play is Eugene O'Neill's All Wilderness. And before our third act begins, here again for United States Steel is George Hicks.
When I was overseas, I bumped into one of those huge underground arsenals which the Germans hoped would help win the war for them. I was describing it to some folks at United States Steel, and they told me that we, too, had a tremendous underground arsenal in this country, operating throughout the war. What they were referring to were the great iron ore deposits in the soil of northern Minnesota, Wisconsin, and upper Michigan, where our country gets 85% of the iron ore it uses to make steel. It is in this area that the Oliver Iron Mining Company, one of the members of the United States Steel family, operates mines which supply iron ore for the furnaces of United States Steel and other steel producers. And during the war years, the men and women of the Oliver Company brought production to the greatest level in history in order that the blast furnaces might be fed. An important factor in this accomplishment was the long experience of Oliver Iron Mining Company as a pioneer in research. For over 40 years, this company has been studying methods of improving the ore being mined. Because not all ore is suitable for use as it comes from the earth, the Oliver Company has built plants which take the ore and improve its quality so that it does become suitable for steel making. The ore is crushed and washed and concentrated, thereby removing impurities. In this way, natural resources are conserved, and ore deposits which might otherwise be neglected are made useful to man. Last year, this member of the United States Steel family established a new iron ore research laboratory at Duluth, Minnesota, to centralize these activities. Here, the pioneer working will be intensified and carried forward in a long-range program of experiments directed toward conserving natural resources through greater use of all grades of iron ore. In this way, the Oliver Iron Mining Company is helping to ensure for generations to come a continued supply of iron ore to make the steel which is basic to our high standard of living.
Well, it's the next day now, July 5th. Nat Miller has broken a precedent and come home during the day for one specific purpose. He has promised Mrs. Miller that he will punish their son Richard for coming home intoxicated the night before.
Darn it, Mother, I ought to be back at the office.
You can't go back without talking to him. It's your duty.
What has Dick done? Why is everybody scared to tell me?
Young man, I've never spanked you yet, but that doesn't mean I never will. Now skedaddle. By the way, Mother, where is Richard?
He's still in bed. But you needn't think I hadn't punished him. I've given him pieces of my mind he won't forget in a hurry. And I've kept reminding him his real punishment was still to come. That you were coming home from the office on purpose. And that then he'd learn you could be terribly stern when he did such awful things. And that's just what it's your duty to do. Punish him good and hard. The idea of him daring to... Oh, but you be careful how you go about it, Nat. Remember, he's like you inside, too sensitive for his own good. Shall I go up now and tell him to get dressed? You want to see him?
Yeah, I can't waste all day around here.
Now, you keep your temper, Nat. Remember?
Darn women anyway. They always get you mixed up. Their minds simply don't know what logic is. Sid. Oh, Sid.
Yes, Nat?
Sit down. I want to talk to you. Sid, this thing with Dick is a darn sight more serious than Essie has any idea. There was a woman with him last night at the Pleasant Beach House.
That dive?
They were seen together. That's just the sort of a darn fool thing he'd do to spite Muriel. And I've got to have a straight talk with him about women and all those things. I ought to have long ago.
Yes, you ought.
I tried a couple of times. I did all right with Arthur, but heck, with Richard, I always get sort of ashamed of myself when I can't get started right. You feel, in spite of all his bold talk out of books, that he's so darn innocent inside. Oh, hello, Mother.
I'm sorry, Nat, but he was sound asleep, and I didn't have the heart to wake him.
Well, I'll be double darned if you're not the...
Now, don't lose your temper at me, Nat Miller. You know as well as I do he needs all the sleep he can get today after last night's ructions.
Well, I'll be eternally... Here I come home, especially, and you don't even... Because he was sound asleep. Well, there's no use talking. You certainly take the cake. I'll see you at supper.
Well, I never saw Nat so bad-tempered.
Bad-tempered nothing. He's so tickled to get out of it for a while he can't see straight.
Mildred.
Go away. Can't a man have any privacy, even in his own bedroom?
I've got something for you. Guess what?
Oh, don't bother me. I'm in no mood to play riddles with kids.
Oh, well, if you're going to get snippy and you pretend to be in love, if I told Muriel that...
Oh, is it from her?
Uh-huh. A letter. I was walking past your house just now, and she threw it down to me. Here it is. Oh, gee, it must be nice to be in love like you are, all with one person.
Oh, gee, do you know what she says? She didn't mean a word in that other letter. Her old man made her write it. And she loves me and only me and always will, no matter how they punish her.
My, I never thought she had that much spunk.
And she's going to try to sneak out and meet me tonight. I don't know whether I'll consent to keep this date or not.
Well, I know. You're not allowed out, so you can't keep it.
I'm going to sneak out right now. You tell Pa and Ma after I've gone so they won't worry, like last night.
All right. But what'll you do till nighttime? It's ages to wait.
Oh, what do I care how long I wait? I'll think of her and dream. I'd wait 1,000,000 years and never mind it for her. Trouble with you is you don't know what love means.
Tell me what happened, Dick, from the beginning.
Well, Muriel, after I read your first letter, I didn't want to live anymore. Life seemed like a tragic farce.
I'm so awfully sorry, Dick. Honest, I am. You might have known I'd never write that.
I thought your love for me was dead. I thought you'd never love me. That you'd only been cruelly mocking me to torture me.
Oh, Dick, I'd never. You know I'd never.
I wanted to die. I sat and brooded about death. Finally, I made up my mind to kill myself.
Oh, Dick, you didn't.
I did, too. I thought, when I am dead, she will be sorry she ruined life.
If you ever had, I'd have died, too. Honest, I would.
Suicide is the act of a coward. That's what stopped me. And anyway, I thought to myself, she isn't worth it.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
Well, if you meant what was in the letter, you wouldn't have been worth it, would you?
But I've told you a dozen times, Pa, maybe.
So I said to myself, I am through with women. They are all alike.
I'm not.
And I thought, what difference does it make what I do now? I might as well forget her and lead the pace that kills and drown my sorrows. You know, I had $11 saved up to buy you something for your birthday. But I thought, she's dead to me now. Why shouldn't I throw it away? Oh, I've still got almost 5 left, Muriel. I can get you something nice with that.
What do I care about your old present? Tell me what happened.
Well, after it was dark, I sneaked out and went to a low dive I know about. A secret house of shame. They let me into a secret room behind the bar room. There wasn't anyone there but a Princeton senior I know. He belongs to Tiger Wren and he's fullback on the football team. And he had 2 chorus girls from New York with him. And they were all drinking champagne.
Oh, Dick Miller, I hope you did.
I had a highball myself. Then I noticed one of the girls, the one that wasn't with the fullback, looking at me. She had strange-looking eyes. Then she asked me if I wouldn't drink champagne with them and come and sit with her.
Oh, she must have been a nice thing. Did you?
Oh, why shouldn't I? When you told me in that letter you'd never see me again.
But you ought to have known, Pa, maybe.
I didn't know that then. She had yellow hair. The kind that burns and stings you.
Did you get drunk?
Only a little at first. But you ought to have seen me when I got home. I was on the verge of delirium tremens.
Did you kiss her?
No, I didn't.
You did, too. You're lying and you know it. You did, too. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I'm going home this minute. I never want to lay eyes on you again, and this time I mean it.
Muriel, wait, listen.
I don't want to listen. Let me go. If you don't, I'll bite your hair.
I won't let you go. You've got to let me explain. Ouch. All right. Go if you want to. You haven't the decency to let me explain. I'll go back to her of the yellow tresses that burn and sting.
See, that's what I mean. Was she very beautiful?
Yes. But not as beautiful as you.
Do you love her?
No. I love you.
I'm sorry I hurt your hand.
It was nothing. Muriel.
Yes?
Can I kiss you?
Will it wash off her kisses? Make you forget for always?
Oh, yes.
All right, then, Dick. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?
Not as beautiful as you. Nothing is. Wouldn't it be wonderful after we're married? Gosh, but I love you. Gosh, I love you. Darling.
I love you, too, sweetheart. Where are we going on our honeymoon, Dick? Niagara Falls.
That dump where all the silly fools go. I should say not. No, we'll go to some wonderful place. Somewhere out on the long trail. The trail that is always new. On the road to Mandalay. We'll watch the dawn come up like thunder out of China.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, won't it? I'm glad Mildred told me where Richard went off to. I'd would have worried my heart out if she hadn't. But now it's all right.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. Just because we know he's all right tonight doesn't mean that last night is wiped out. He's still got to be punished for that.
Nat, I've told you how sorry he was, and how he said he'd never touch liquor again. It didn't make him feel happy like Sid, but only sad and sick. So he didn't see anything in it for him. That's what he said.
Well, if he's really got that vulva driven into his skull, I don't know but what I'm glad it all happened. That'll protect him more than 1,000 lectures. Just horse sense about himself. Still, I can't let him do such things and go scot-free. And then besides, there's another side to it.
What do you mean, another side?
I mean, discipline. There's got to be some discipline in the family. And I don't want him to get the idea he's got a stuffed shirt at the head of the table.
That's Richard now.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, son.
Goodness, he acts queer. Nat, do you suppose he's been...
No, it's love, not liquor this time.
Richard, what's the matter with you? Why are you sitting down over there in the dark?
Huh?
Your father's been waiting to talk to you.
You better leave Richard and me alone for a while, Mother.
Well, all right. I'll go sit on the piazza. Call me if you want me.
Sit down over here, Richard. Well, how are the vine leaves in your hair this evening?
I don't know, Pa.
Turned out to be poison ivy, didn't they?
I know I was a darn fool.
You sure were. Not only a fool, but a downright stupid, disgusting fool. It was bad enough for you to let me and Arthur see you, but to appear like that before your mother and Mildred. And I wonder if Muriel would think you were so fine if she ever saw you as you looked and acted then. I think she'd give you your walking papers for keeps. You couldn't blame her. No nice girl wants to give her love to a stupid drunk.
I know, Pa.
All right. And that settles that. The booze end of it. But there's another thing that's more serious. How about that woman you were with at the Pleasant Beach house?
Well, you know?
Did you, did you?
No, Pa, I didn't.
Well, how'd you happen to meet this lady anyway?
I can't tell that, Pa. I'd have to snitch on someone. You wouldn't want me to do that.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. Well, I believe you, and I guess that settles that. But listen here, Richard. It's about time and you and I had a serious talk about certain matters pertaining to... And now that the subject has come up of its own accord, it's a good time. Well, I mean, there's no use in procrastinating further. So here goes. Richard, you have now come to the age when, well, you're a fully developed man, in a way, and it's only natural for you. Pertaining to the opposite sex. It's only natural for you, here's what I'm driving at, Richard. There are girls and, girls. I mean, your whole life may be ruined if, there are some who, there are apt to be whited sepulchres, and your whole future life may, see what I mean? Oh, heck, I suppose you boys talk all this over among yourselves, and you know more about it than I do. I'll admit I'm no authority. I never had anything to do with such women. It'll be a heck of a lot better for you if you never do.
I'm never going to, Pa. I don't see how you could think I could now. And you know I love Muriel, and I'm going to marry her. Why, I'd die before
That's the talk. By George, I'm proud of you when you talk like that, son. There's nothing more I can say when we'll forget it, eh?
How are you going to punish me, Pa?
Oh, yeah, I was forgetting about that, wasn't I? Well, I thought of telling you that you couldn't go to Yale.
Don't I have to? Gee, that's great. Muriel thought you'd want me to. I was telling her I'd rather you gave me a job on the paper, because then she and I could get married sooner. Gee, Pa, you picked a lemon. That isn't my punishment. You'll have to do something besides that.
Then you'll have to go to Yale and stay there until you graduate. And that's the answer to that. Muriel's got good sense and you haven't.
All right, Pa. You say so.
I do say so. Now we're finished, you better call your mother.
Ma.
My, it's a beautiful night. The moon's way down low, almost setting.
Yeah, I was noticing it, too. Don't believe I've ever seen such a beautiful night. Such a wonderful moon. Have you, Richard?
Oh, no. It was wonderful down at the beach.
I can only remember a few nights that were as beautiful as this. They were so long ago when your mother and I were young and planning to get married.
Yes. I'll bet those must have been wonderful nights, too. You sort of forget the moon was the same way back then and everything.
You're all right, Richard.
You're a good boy, Richard.
Better get to bed tonight early now. Hadn't you, son?
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Can't I go out on the piazza and sit for a while till the moon sets?
All right. And you better say good night now. I don't know about your mother, but I'm going to bed right away. I'm dead tired.
So am I. Kiss me good night, dear.
Good night, Ma.
Good night. Don't stay up till all hours now.
Good night, Pa.
Why, Dick. First time he's done that in years. I don't believe in kissing between fathers and sons after a certain age. It seems mushy and silly, but that meant something. And, Mother, I don't think we'll ever have to worry about his being safe from himself again. I guess no matter what life will do to him, he can take care of it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lawrence Langner again for the Theater Guild to say thank you, Walter Houston, Jackie Kelk, Eugene O'Neill Jr., and the rest of the cast of Our Wilderness. And now a word or two about next week's play. It's the gay comedy Mr. Pym Passes by A.A. Milne, author of many a whimsical and witty play, author, too, of at least one crack detective story, The Red House Mystery, and known the world over for his delightful children's books, including Winnie the Pooh. Shortly after its London production, a copy of Mr. Pym Passes By reached us. Within 24 hours, it had been read by Teresa Helban and Maurice Wertheim, and forthwith these two pledged Mr. Milne a New York production by cable. The decision was as happy as it was rapid. Next Sunday night, you'll hear Mr. Pym Passes By with the attractive and witty Arlene Francis and Victor Jory as her husband. You've all heard Arlene Francis in Blind Date. Well, next Sunday, she has a blind date with the Theater Guild on the air.
The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you will be with us next week at the same time when we'll bring you A.A. Milne's immortal comedy, Mr. Pym Passes By. The staff for the Theater Guild on the air includes Homer Fickett, director, George Condolph, producer, Armina Marshall, executive director of the radio department. The score was composed and conducted by Harold Levy, and tonight's play was adapted for radio by Arthur Allen. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire.
Do the family a favor and remind Mother to get a can or two of Spam when she shops tomorrow. This delicious meat packed in a handy can is grand to eat, easy to serve, cold or hot. Tomorrow, ask for Spam.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.